Hey, welcome. Link in the description. Join up. So,
Right.
yeah. So, what are you talking about? The ones versus the threes?
The ones versus the threes. All right. So, context wise, it's summer transition time for people that are in school or college. And so we're kind of like getting off our classes and going into a lot of internships at this time. And so I've been able to talk to a few of my old friends that I haven't like catch up and stuff. And I noticed like a few of them are ones, a few of them are threes. And the ones they go right into like their work. They're saying like what they're doing, like and they sum it up like really fast. They're like, yeah, I did this at this school, and then I went to this internship, and then this class was really
Isn't
hard.
that thinkers usually? Thinkers are talking about what they do all the time, or the STs at least.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
ST reporting over
I can
things.
I can see that. I
Yeah.
can see that. Yeah, but it's like a little. I feel like it's also like the timing of it. Like the ones will like they do it really fast. Where I don't know like exactly how to explain it, but it's like I guess it's like different from like how you and I talk. It'd be a little different.
Yeah.
But like the threes are they're like talking about how they're building something, and so they're more up to like talk like I'm trying to just really sum this down, but it's like they're talking about like the past more. Like they'll go over our past experiences a lot more.
Like reminiscing.
Yeah, reminiscing on like where we came, like how
Maybe
we
that's just like a higher sleep too.
everything. Kind of, yeah. We're kind of like talking about old people in the past that we didn't like, or I mean,
Oh,
that's just the cider stuff, but like just
yeah.
kind of our experiences and how they like grew through high school, and then the ones that like they're straight to like professionalism is like the best word I could use for it.
Professionalism.
Professionalism, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Yeah, so I don't know. As just what I've been doing recently is go on a walk at like 10, 11 p.m. and I call up one of my buddies. Yeah. Or they call me. But yeah,
Nice.
late night walks are the way to go. They're the best.
So, how was your semester of school overall? Like your year of school, I guess, right?
I just had one semester.
Yeah.
I didn't do school last year. But yeah, I just had two. I was really easy. I just had two classes I was doing,
Oh,
and then yeah, working on other projects as well. Like I want to do a lot of different things. So I want to do like working on like editing, which sucks. I got to do it.
editing for what? Like, hey,
Just
Nico.
editing to edit it.
Editing to
You-
what? Like video editing?
um, yeah. So in the video game I play, there I want to edit for the club that we have at the school, and so there's a
The
lot of
the car soccer,
yeah, it's the car soccer game.
right?
That game. Yeah. Um,
Hello.
hello, Nico.
What's up?
Not
Benjamin.
much.
Sorry.
So you're like
Where are
recording
you going?
your games and then mashing them
Um,
together.
no, so like in the Discord that we post like we have a channel for like highlights. So I'm just like taking people's highlights
Okay.
and then yeah, trying to make montages for like specific members. Like
Are
trying
you
to give them
uploading it to
their
YouTube?
yep.
Oh, nice. What's the channel?
The channel will be it's not ready yet.
Oh, it's not ready yet. All right. Well, you'll let us know.
I'll let you know. Yeah, it's just it'll be Purdue Rocket League, that club.
Yep.
That's the plan.
Nice. How's your week been, Nico?
It's been pretty chill. How about yours?
Yeah. Yeah. Just, work and stress and life, all that stuff.
Yeah. I had to.
Right.
Hi. Speaking of work and stress, um, this is an observer freak out, but in one of the jobs I was applying for, I had to. At least it said I had to write a resume, and so I'm
To
just
apply for a job, you have to write a resume? That's interesting.
Yeah, or at least that's what it seemed like.
Oh,
But I did the resume. I just with blood, sweat, tears type stuff.
did you use a template or something?
Yeah, luckily,
All right.
but I went and did that. But then I go and check back on the resume site, like not the resume, the fucking job application site. Oh, nowhere in sight does it say that I need a resume.
I mean, it's good to have a resume, man, and just keep it updated.
Yibby skibby ki-yo.
Yeah, it's good to have one.
It is quite good, but dang.
Yeah.
The thing was is that I would have been able to apply a lot longer ago.
Yeah.
But he's
Well, I mean, if
the
are they gonna
resume.
have a job interview for you or something?
Yeah, and that's where I could utilize my Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Your Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Yeah, I could spring the trap of
His trap
the
card.
resume.
The
Yeah.
resume.
Yeah, trap card.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you don't need to bring your resume, you at least organized your life onto the resume. So
Indeed,
your
indeed.
Yeah, so your thoughts will be organized when they ask you about you.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Well, good.
All right. Resume. Yeah, it's internship season. As well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That transition for people our age.
hmm But the need for me, the need for a resume just got raptured. I'm like, oh, okay.
The resume.
You'll need it at some point.
Oh, I definitely.
I think I made a
I'm
resume.
very glad to have one of those things.
I think I was like 13 is when I made my resume.
What the hell, man?
Doing your taxes, making your resumes.
I was cleaning up.
You look at you with that SI. Peacock.
Had his own car.
I want to get a new car by 2030. I got like 6 more years on the one I have. And then I'll try to get a new car then.
2030.
Oh my
Wow.
God!
That's coming
Actually,
up.
I think that's
That
when it's
is-
gonna like be done working properly.
oh my God, that is actually something that I freaked out about.
Yeah, the TIs. Yeah, we get pretty good video games. Yep.
This actually
How's it going?
this
Come
also
on.
happened in my week.
I know.
So I had a bout where the forces of techno Satan is what I called it came in bouts of 3 because all bad things happen in threes. First, I couldn't get into the mailbox. There were so many keys all over the place. It was just insane. Couldn't actually find the right key to get into the thing. Second, and okay, so the first one actually going back, there was that was my own. That was like my own fuck up, like 100%. That was my own mess up. Yeah, and then, but the one thing that wasn't the mess up was number
Beetle
2.
guy.
Number 2, man. You see, my car is one of the very, very, very few models that they're like, well, we're not going to have a secondary trunk latch. And the one trunk latch that you can use is outside. So you know how you typically have a trunk latch like underneath the driver's seat? Yeah, no. Nope.
I got it.
No.
Yeah, there's no trunk latch.
And the thing broke. I can't use my trunk. You see, one day in the Buick HQ, you can see the think tank or whatnot, the designer guys. All of a sudden, a strange force compels them, comes upon them, and it's like, and that, my dear friends,
Was that 3?
are the forces of Techno Satan.
Was that 3?
Now, no, this is 2. This is
Okay.
2, but I'm really stuck on 2 because this is actually a big problem. Now, they hypnotize the people at Buick to be like, yes, why don't I create a car without a trunk latch? Oh yeah, and that the trunk latch that does exist is mechanized. It's a fuse-based one, which means it's not just a normal hook latch. They wanted to be all techno and sweet, just like, special little Techno Satan. Now, that came to bite me in the ass.
What's number 3, Nico? What's number 3?
Number 3. Well, you see, I was going over to my aunt's for a dinner type stuff, and
You had a busy week, man.
this was in one day. This was one day. This was just one day of everything just going wrong.
All right, let's pause on 2 and just say hi to Jared. How's it going, Jared? How you been?
Howdy.
Hello, Jared.
Hey, Jared.
Well, Techno
Welcome back.
Satan, he can only work on 1 day a week, so that's probably why it all happened the same day.
Right.
You wish. You wish.
Oh. He's gainfully employed then.
You see, Techno Satan also raptured my need for a resume.
Raptured a need? I see.
Well, would you rather have a resume and not need it, or need a resume and not have it?
Oh yeah, easily the first. Easily.
Really?
It's just like have a resume and not need it. Yeah.
So yeah, that's okay.
I mean, I would much rather than need a resume and not have a resume. Like,
Better to be a warrior in a garden.
indeed. So, yeah, I mean, these are observer mess ups that I was really, really effing pissed off at in the moment. But it's like, okay, I can reflect on these, and it's like, okay, that wasn't as bad, aside from the Buick thing. Like that is actually a mess up. But did you want me to keep going on 3?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so on to 3, right? I'm like, all right. It's time to test my memory skills. And you can see this is where everything already starts falling apart. Because I'm like, all right. I believe I know where this place is because it's right here, here, and here, and it's next to this, spatial memory type shit. All right, cool. It's like, all right, cool. So I get to drive and all that. I'm like, huh? Yeah, I'm not really seeing the exit. It's supposed to be next to this thing, and yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh my god! I went 15 minutes down the wrong highway. Oh shit! That JPEG.
You know what? I want to give you a blessing that those are the kind of problems you have. These are like first world problems. No big deal.
Those are incredibly
Benjamin
first
will
world
now
problems.
perform a internet exorcism on you, and you'll be
There you
fine.
go. I hope
Yes,
that's
yes.
the extent of the problems in your life, man.
Um,
Going down the
I'm
road the
very
wrong way.
glad.
Yeah.
I'm very glad that those are the extent of my problems as well, because I had a lot of issues growing up.
Yeah.
So that looking back on it, it's like, oh, okay, no, that actually was messed up.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I'm glad I'm just freaking out about my car and going down the wrong way. But the TLDR is that what I didn't know is that the highway that I was already on transformed into a strode, which led straight
Strode?
to which. Yeah, it's a street road. You know those types of highway like roads that are like
What?
that have the cars going batshit insane,
Do they play
but
soccer?
they're
They play soccer. Yep.
yes,
On
sure.
a strode.
Are you talking about the Cars of the movie or something? What's going on?
No. I'm talking that a highway transformed into a strode. Essentially, a strode is like a combination of a street and a highway or a road, where
Wait.
it's where like the speed limit's like 40 miles an hour. Everything's a lot farther spaced apart. Think of like your suburbia business district or whatnot. That's a strode.
That's a strode. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
cars go
strode.
crazy on stroads. On roads, they don't go crazy.
Yeah, they do
On
backflips.
streets, they're good. But
They
the
they go
stroads,
they be wilding out on the stroads.
Oh, it's because I get it. Because there's like stoplights, right?
There's stoplights and all of that, and then people don't abide by the stoplights, and then pedestrians get smacked and whatnot. So
Right.
many pedestrian fatalities.
Yeah. So it's like a highway speed. You got the speed of the highway, but on like a regular
Yeah.
street.
Yeah,
Right?
like I found myself. Yeah, there are times where I found myself going 50 in a 30, not even processing the fact that I'm going that fast, because the way that the road expands, it's like, oh, okay, this is basically a freeway.
Okay, Nico, what's the fastest you've ever driven or drove?
I've gone up to about 100, and then my fucking 130 horsepower Buick decided I'm gonna start shaking.
Okay. I see. So you slowed down after that. Okay. Just
Yeah.
wondering.
sounds like one of your one of your wheels was wobbling.
There's also that, and the fact that the thing was only 130 horsepower.
Yeah.
That was a big mess up.
How was your week, Jared?
All right. It's the last week of school for my kids, so finishing that up, and
I pray that Techno Satan did not go after them.
yeah, we've already had our exorcism, so we're good.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Man.
Perform that at the beginning of each day, and you're good to go.
Jared, do you have any cool drawings you'd like to show the stream?
Yeah,
Is that Megamind?
sort of looks like it, right?
Yeah, right.
Looks like a Venusian or something, or like a
Nice.
dude you'd find in Jupiter. That's like his
What do you-
AirPod for the head.
What are
And
you
he's
drawing for?
living
Like
in the
hobby?
atmosphere.
Are you drawing for a hobby or something?
Yeah. I'm trying to. I sell some of them, and so I'm trying to get my art up there, but it's hard to monetize, just like I say. So
Yeah, especially now with AI, no one's going to pay for art anymore.
hmm
yeah,
It's actually tragic.
I've heard other arguments that I want to believe in.
Right.
Like some of the other arguments is that the AI will become so homogenous and bland that hopefully human-made art will become desirable and flip the script. But then you're like, the AI can just adapt and copy your stuff so fast that it might not matter.
Yeah, I mean, you always need new stuff to enter into the algorithm, I guess. New material. But I
Yeah.
mean, there's such a huge database of material on the internet and all in human history. It's like, I don't know.
And then to compete against that, like, okay, so like if you
Yeah.
learn how to draw, it takes you years to learn how to do it, right? And the AI
Right.
algorithm can make 500 of these in like 5 minutes, right?
Yeah. And it can get feedback on bad drawings and improve itself.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully it can do my taxes, and then I'll be happy. So
Yeah, that'd be nice.
if it
I mean, if you think
Yeah.
about it now, the AI is the worst it's ever like. It's the worst now that it's
Only
ever
gets
going to be.
better.
Like,
Only
yeah, it only
gets
gets better.
Right.
I have no
But
mouth.
that
and
drawing
I
is
must
cool. Like, I
scream.
like the way you did the hands curling like that. That's cool.
yeah, I got a whole bunch. Here's another one.
Oh wow.
I think I'm gonna redo this one
And
on better paper.
Came
yeah.
straight from the winds of Neptune.
They do
make
have
that
like,
into a
making a-
T-shirt or something, or a ball cap.
they do have like insect-like qualities to them. So
The Beatles.
yeah,
The Beatles.
That first guy was a Jovian,
See, that's
Jovian?
straight from
the
Jupiter.
yeah. That's the Robin Egg Blue, right?
well,
Like
that's cerulean.
People's favorite blue is that one. People always say that. I like
I've done
Robin Egg
market
Blue.
research through the AI algorithm to know exactly which blue to use, so to maximize my interest in sales. So.
Are you tracking people's FI, David?
Yeah,
What you're doing?
I actually am. I just hear people say the same thing. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why is that? Could this be a pattern? Ooh,
Oh wow, nice.
it looks like he's reaching for the TV remote.
Oh man, that's me after my fucking 12th hour of straight Minecraft. Somebody turned on the lights.
That's an
Or
earlier
not
version I
found.
smeared, but he's gonna have he was reaching for 404.
What's
Yeah.
that the reference to?
Like
You
the
know,
error.
The error code, yeah.
Oh yeah, the error code. Right.
404, and it's called like I think I called it 404 soul not found or something like that is the name of the.
Oh, soul
Nice.
not found. Interesting.
I sold this one. I sold one already. This one,
Nice.
like a couple months ago, I got into a gallery and I sold it. So I'm making another one to have for myself.
Man, soul not found. Okay, Techno Satan is now just taking people's souls. All right.
Yeah. Oh, I also he transmutes through the internet, so he just went through the camera and he's coming after you.
glad to know. I'll grab my bat.
Yeah, get your go bag ready, man. He's coming. He's coming for
I
your
just need a
Buick.
bat.
Did you have a go bag, Jared?
I just need a bat.
Oh,
I got camping stuff. But
very
I live
nice.
I live in a very safe place, so in the suburbs, so I don't have fear of the apocalypse or something.
Oh, but the suburbs are so scary. Like they'll call the cops on your children because they're playing outside.
Not here, they don't.
Because it's so dangerous.
Now we got on my street right outside my house. There's like people on 4-wheelers. They do a loop because there's a mountain behind my house. And they just do
Okay,
a loop
that's based.
on motorcycles and all day long just cranking it.
Okay, that actually sounds awesome. Never mind. I take it all back.
Do they play soccer with their cars?
Have you seen the gameplay before, Benjamin?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
I don't know how you know about that game. It's like long before your time, but
What do you mean? I don't think it
you would have been
is.
like 8 when it came out or something.
No,
No.
I was like in like 6th grade, I think.
Uh,
It was 2015. It was 9 years ago. Yeah. Are you talking about a different game?
no. I've never played it, but I know people who do.
Yeah.
What are you showing us, Jared?
I got some more if you want to see.
Yeah. I see you poised. Is
Oh,
his video choppy for other people, or is my internet bad?
It looks fine.
My internet could be bad
Wow.
too sometimes. So
Very steampunk.
okay, this is sort of a weird one.
Yeah, no, it's nice. They're like all these old style television sets
Yeah.
stacked up. Yeah. Into
Yeah,
a
the
creature.
top one, it has like that's a dunce hat. And then there's all these TVs stacked up on each other. And they've got different images in there.
Yeah.
It's like the bottom one is sort of like a wolf.
Right, yeah. They're like talking to each other.
And then you got like an eye on the top one. And it's sort of like, and here's since we're talking about AI,
It's like a VHS tape and a liquid something.
AI
This is what Nat-
VHS tape, and then like a 1984 whiskey bottle.
Oh, okay.
This creature is what Nat Geo doesn't want you to see.
It's sort of like all the TV symbolize like the old media, and like this is like the anxiety and the terror that it creates. And then they want you to pacify you with the Nirvana smiley face,
Uh-huh.
media with the eye, and it's sort of like a downwinder. It's like a machine intent on destroying itself, and we run so fast to the thing that will destroy us, the AI. 1984 stuff.
Yeah.
There's nothing like social and cultural suicide. It's tragic.
Hank, what up?
Hey, how are you?
Surrounded by observers here. What's going on?
Yo,
I'm always making trouble.
You're always making trouble. You are, yeah. Better
Yeah.
not mess with you. You'll take them out.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So what was I doing yesterday? Where, I have my notes here. Where was it yesterday? Let me scroll up. Where was it? Yeah. No, I'll scroll down. Let me check the other thing because that was showing me where I was. Yeah, yesterday I was on James Apperson's show, and I managed to catch back up with Answers in Atheism, who was trying to shut me out because he didn't like what I had to say. But James was pretty much repeating what I had to say. So Mike from Answers in Atheism just dealt with me on James's panel, and we had a nice discussion.
Nice. That's
But
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
The
Well, hopefully
thing-
we can have some nice
things-
discussions here too. What was the
Yeah.
discussion about?
Yeah,
I actually have a discussion ready,
yeah.
but
fictional theism. Yeah, especially
What theism?
fictional theism.
Fictional theism.
Yes.
Like Asgard stuff from Marvel Universe, that kind of thing.
yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if we create gods, then we have gods. And that's what I'm trying to inform the atheist stuff. If we make our own gods, then we have them.
We have them?
If we make them, we have them. They're not exist if we make them.
I mean, from a certain point of view, why not? Sure.
You know, there's lots of people kicking, screaming, says no, that doesn't count. But then I just had to ask them what's their test for divinity, and either they propose a contradiction, or they had to just give in and accept the premise.
So you won the debate?
Well, yeah, I will pretty much.
Oh, you will. Okay.
I have to keep keep
Yeah,
calm.
they better not mess with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's wagging his finger. This isn't over.
So I will win the debate as soon as I get one. I'm trying to get one for Valkai because he was rude to me on the line a couple weeks ago.
How dare he?
Yeah. And what else? I actually have one lined up from Monday Debate Discord. I just really need to schedule it. But it's just gonna be the things you have to keep repeating the message, or it will fall out of the zeitgeist. And there's academic support for my position.
Yeah, you gotta like repeat it as if like it's neurons firing, and then you just hope it carries on, right?
Exactly.
There you go. What's this question here? Don't thoughts just arise? You can intentionally formulate them, but some just arise.
She's asking, where do thoughts come from? Where?
Oh, I missed that. I only have this one.
Where your thoughts come from?
Oh, I'm just.
I don't know. I don't know exactly yet.
Yeah, do they just
anthropologists study that?
Yeah. Like, yeah, you can intentionally formulate them, but some thoughts just arise, or they like come to you. Yeah.
Just is that like any? Is that the any? They just arise. They just. Do you need like a seed to form the thought? Like, do you need something to relate it to, or does it just arise out of nowhere from the ether?
I was just saying it's like both. You could do both. Like
both.
Just,
because where would intrusive thoughts come from other than from the ether?
I think for the most part, it comes to try to solve things, like solve contradictions.
Basically,
yeah. Problem solving thing.
Yeah,
you see,
doing the work.
I was looking at this chemical process that I forget its name, but essentially it involves a metal ion ripping off some a alkyl halide, and essentially the two carbon atoms just link together, and it's like after that. So you can like close a triangle or a box like molecule, and it's like, oh, the actual mechanism is not really known. And so I'm over here puzzling over this thing. I don't even know if I want to do it.
That should be how they close the trunk, so that way you can open it.
Oh, we have the trunk latch?
Yeah, that should be a trunk latch, the carbon triangle.
Indeed.
Do you believe in Techno-Satan, Hank?
Techno-Satan, no, because I programmed before. So I trust computers will fail when I most need them. So
that's Techno-Satan, bro.
He'll screw up too, just like all the other programs.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think thoughts just kind of arise, like you said.
They just arise, yeah.
They arise to problem solve, or just to think for thinking's sake.
Okay, well, wait. Let me ask this: where do thoughts come from? But in a different context, like where in the mind? Like, do they come from where do they come from? Like, physically.
Like,
so Pat, it's the
prefrontal cortex ?
I would say electric field. That's my best guess.
But
yeah, it's in cognition. It's part of cognition. So like all of cognition is constructed out of brain stuff, right?
They all comes from your brain.
Because some is gut stuff and some is just environment stuff. So no.
But I think it's like thoughts are looking to solve pathways to some degree too. Like what's a problem? A problem is usually in some kind of pathway. It can be abstracted to a pathway. And so your
Okay,
thought is going
so-
to be trying to find the pathway.
So what happens if I shoot you in your foot? What is the
Right. So
Bad pathway.
so it's going to be solving all of these problems. Like I trusted David and I got to process David. It's going to be solving, okay, what's going to happen with my foot? It's going to be processing all kinds of stuff. And what am I going to do now? Like, what's the pathway to fix this, to get out of it? Do I need to shoot David back? Is he a threat?
No.
Basically,
That's not like. I mean, yeah. That's like it's like close. I was just like, when we started talking about this, what came to my mind was something I watched from Dr. K. He was talking to, was it Lou's house? He was talking to somebody about where do thoughts come from, and
Right.
like my brain, they come from the neurons.
He's always pushing his what's that worldview that the Vedic
yogi. I don't know.
Yeah,
He
Yeah,
says
so he's-
yogi a lot.
I mean, that stuff is interesting.
yeah. Vedic
It is.
psychology, I guess.
Vedic
I actually have
psychology,
some. I actually have some big problems with Dr. K. Pretty much based on not the Vedic stuff, the psychology stuff, because he advocates for the secret garbage that psychology pushes. That if you aren't if people aren't reacting to you, it's because your own thoughts are bad, and that's
Oh man, yeah.
total nonsense.
Just toss him in the rubbish can for that one.
Yes,
Throw the
so-
baby with the bathwater. Throw them all out.
Yes, it's total nonsense and provably wrong. And a lot of people who use that as a bludgeon, I just asked them to go. Okay, you think you know what's going on? Read my mind. Guess what
Single-decided.
on this
There you
back
go.
of the sheet. But come on, you think you're psychic of the internet? Come on, and then they just run away after that.
So you're smarter than Dr. K, so you don't need to listen to him anymore.
I wouldn't say I'm smarter than Dr. K, but I would say he's peddling bull crap.
All right.
Yeah, okay. I think he says a lot of different things, but I could see how some of the things you disagree.
Yeah, some of
with
it's interesting for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't throw it all
I like
out.
they talk to some of the streamers. But I don't like that he's selling better health tier garbage to desperate people.
Yeah.
Because that's just a scam.
Well, I mean, welcome to OPS. We're peddling garbage to desperate people. That's what we do here.
Exactly.
Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah, but you're not a smug about it.
Oh, we're definitely smug.
You're not Indian scammer smug.
Oh, all
We're
right.
pro-
Okay.
Indian scammer smug. I see that. Yeah, that's a different kind of smug. Yeah. They're really smug.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, the point I was trying to get to with the thing I saw, it wasn't like advocating for Dr. K. It's more like the thought that he was having. Is that when he was talking to that guy, he's like, where the thoughts come from is my brain. And then he went and he tickled his foot. He tickled the guy's foot. It's like, did you think something there? And it's like Jordan Peterson. He also talked about this at one point. Of course, he talks about everything at one point. Like it's like you're thinking. It's like you're thinking with your entire body. I don't know if it's like an SI.
Yeah,
thing.
he's not different. Okay, so he's not differentiating thinking into a thinking function. So like, okay, your process, like he's talking about you're processing something. Yes, you're processing something, but that's sensory processing. It's not
Yeah.
thinking
Feelings
processing.
aren't thinking.
Right.
Feelings aren't
Right.
thinking. That's
Right. But you still process feelings. It's just you don't think. You can think about feelings, but it's not the
Right.
right way to process feelings.
Yeah.
Feelings come first before thinking. So the feelings is a signal. The thinking is reprocessing the signal.
Right.
Thinking
It's
is
just-
is abstracting from feelings. It's detached from feelings.
Right. So if you
Yeah.
want to like get deeper thoughts, you need to like get rid of all the sensory experience. Like you need to go like meditate or whatever. Because
Sensory deprivation tank.
yeah,
I would
something
love
like
to go
that.
into one of those.
Anyone
I
with
did-
ADD would hate that.
I did that once. It wasn't that productive.
Where's my phone?
I could survive in there. I think.
I could survive in there, but this wasn't that productive for me. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just a little too detached in the base, and I actually had the opposite problem. I need to get more attached to my body.
Yeah, you need to go touch grass a bit more.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
So a lot of these prescriptions are just not correct for me because they're generalized for the
That's
general
right.
population. I have the opposite problem.
And you need to go beat up some fools too. That's definitely
Yes.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
You also need to get new hats. I've been seeing the same hats every week. I mean, they're
He's
good.
got
They're
a
good.
lot of hat. What are you talking about, David? You got one hat.
Oh
Step up,
yeah,
step
but
up.
like, if Hank's the hat master, he should stand by it. I'm not the hat master. I'm just the hat
Well, that's
guy.
just the ones he's got hanging.
You got to
You don't know
become the
Hanging
hat
there, I have
lord.
more over here.
Uh-huh.
See?
Oh,
More over here.
See, sensory proof. There you go. Shut you up, didn't he?
damn,
Oh,
I
man.
can't beat this guy.
You can,
got-
but you have
he
to.
just got-
you got to.
He's got another
please
layer
just
of
do
hats just
better.
on the side.
You can, but you have to do better. So.
Yeah, you got to do better.
Just be better. Yeah, get
Be
better.
better, loser.
I love that, Hank. Nice try. But you got to do better.
I appreciate
Better
the
luck next
positive,
time.
the positive support. I much appreciate it. I will do
You could
better.
try better.
Yeah, you can do better than that. Well, who knew they had another? Like, why do you hang hats on that? Like, you could hang hats like the other way too. Like to the
I
left.
didn't know, but I just guessed.
I
It's
know, but
Hank.
to the left, you have like a blank wall. Like, why don't you hang the rest of your hats there instead?
Probably
Didn't
because he
feel
didn't
like
put up
it.
the hooks. Yeah, you didn't put up the hooks. They just came with the room, right?
I put up the hooks, but I feel like putting it on the other side. That's right over my bed. I want them to fall on me. So
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
They
that
were
makes
straight
more sense.
materialized.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than hats falling on you in the middle of the night.
I could think of worse things.
Oh, okay. I'm
Like,
sure you
like
can.
my
I'm sure
shoes
there's
falling on
worse
you in the middle of
things.
the night. That's worse.
No, there's no worse things. I don't believe you.
You
A
think
light
your shoes
objectively
falling on you in the middle of the
false.
night's not as bad as hats falling on you in the middle of the night?
No, nothing worse. No,
Okay.
that's the epitome of techno Satan.
It's
Saying,
the
yeah.
it's the
He fears
it's the
the
lead
hats falling
SE
on him.
ghosts.
Oh right, yeah, the ghosts. They would push the hats off the wall. They would send you to your doom.
So you said you have a discussion, Nico?
Yeah. Of there's this question poised, or essentially
I know I'm not really smoking. I don't smoke. I'm just doing this now during the stream because why not?
Looks cool. That's why.
Sure.
look,
Yeah.
you blow away all the
I own
decider
it.
problems in a puff of smoke.
That's right. What's your topic?
discussion, Nico? Yeah.
What's your topic?
So a lot of like history researchers, like the really good ones, I suppose you could say, are all looked at modernism and were like, or like after the Second World War, I should say, like they looked and were like, bureaucracy equals bad. And
I agree.
so I thought about why that was and came to my conclusion, but I was wondering what other people's conclusions would be.
Bureaucracy is bad depending on what you want to do. So if you want a fast and responsive government, then bureaucracy is bad. But if you want a slow and unresponsive government, bureaucracy is good. But you may want your government to be slow and unresponsive on purpose because dictator's bad.
So bureaucracy is bad because it's controlling and it slows things down, sure, and it's inefficient. So the answer is to make it better, to make it more efficient, and to make it less controlling. Because it's kind of like a necessary evil at this point.
Yeah, but you have to have like a bureaucracy. It seems like there's no other way to do it. There has to be something, a system or something will form. Even if you don't form a bureaucracy, there's someone that will self-organize and take charge.
Well,
Right.
you have dictators with kings with despots. You probably still have to form committees just to do the thing, but you don't necessarily need bureaucracy.
What I don't like is like the inefficiency, really, and yeah, like waiting in the line to figure out which line you need to wait in.
Or stupid rules that
Right.
make things difficult.
Yeah, or filling out the same
Ooh,
information
bad
5
news.
times in the same process.
yeah, there's some repetition that I don't like, but just having a dictator or king or despot is probably worse because if you have a bad one, they'll break everything.
Okay. What do you think, Fiery?
So my reasoning was that whenever it's essentially the causal chain of supply and demand, where essentially you have a group of people that want something, so something forms to supply that demand, and then once their demand's satisfied, they'll want more. So it just essentially goes back and forth, and the business grows, and the business slash bureaucracy grows, and they get to a point where they systematize it, and then the people that they're peddling to essentially get so like soft because now they have everything that they need. So now anything that's bad, like for instance my fucking trunk, becomes amplified, or
Oh, so it all
the
ties to back to your
homeowners,
trunk. I see.
or or the homeowners association, one guy's like building the wrong color fence or whatnot, and it's like, oh, okay, now these all of a sudden become like big problems because all essentially everything's become a lot more sensitive because of the whole give and take system. And then that leads to a lot of degeneracy and eventually societal collapse. So
Okay, so
that's what
I
I
like
believe.
what you did there, Nico. So you brought up a topic so that you could talk about the topic, but that's good. Good job.
Well,
Good strategy.
I still
like
wanted to hear what all of you guys,
Yeah.
what all of you guys believe,
I
because
keep mentioning this all
I
the
could be
time.
horrifically wrong.
Like Estonia has solved bureaucracy since the year 2000, and nobody's copying them yet, and I don't know why. I mean,
Right.
Estonia?
like this should be,
Okay,
yeah, this
well,
should
I
be our
need to
top
look
priority.
into that.
Yeah, this should be our top
Okay.
priority. I don't know why no one's copying them. We have just so many useless jobs. People, bureaucracy of bureaucracies and information, like so many, whatever.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
so they've
really
solved it.
should look into that. That's actually it's a good puzzler.
Tell
Yeah.
me what Estonia did.
Well, they just use computers to centralize it all, and the government servers that have all of your information on them, and you have you have the key to it, so no one can access it without your authentication. And you go in and you authenticate, like, so you get requests for information, and you just say, yes, I'm going to release this to my doctor, or I'm going to release this to my dentist, or to my taxes, or to whatever. So you have all the information there, and so you can autocomplete forms, because like the forms are already built to accept information from the source. And yeah, apparently you can do taxes in 5 minutes, that kind of thing.
Okay, so it really
Small
solves the
population.
paperwork aspect, but
Yeah.
the small population, the degeneracy, the societal collapse, like I'm not sure if that got solved just by making the paperwork a little
What's the problem?
easier.
What's the problem that you need solving?
The degeneracy brought upon by a give and take system
You mean
that
financial?
essentially self-propagates into oblivion.
So you're saying that because the government does too much stuff for the people become weak and become useless and can't take care of themselves, and then they just reinforce the government to help take care of themselves. They just vote for the person that's going to give them more money to take care of themselves, and then they just deteriorate further. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like that. Actually,
Is bureaucracy supposed to solve that?
I don't think it has, and that's why I'm saying, okay, well, what's like? I'm essentially puzzling on, okay, well, what would be the solution, because that's a problem that, well, that's actually a pretty it's actually a pretty big problem. And if if there was a cut and dry solution, then
But it's a problem that bureaucracy is supposed to solve.
no.
No.
I'm saying it's a problem that bureaucracy has created.
Has created. Okay.
Yes,
And
yes.
the problem is that people are too reliant on the system.
People are essentially far too reliant on it. They've become weaker in a sense, and it's led to a lot of degeneracy because the system essentially took away their purpose of survival, meaning that people can just peddle about meaningless shit like a white picket fence
or a trunk of a car.
Yeah, essentially, like,
All
and
roads.
honestly, in the grand scheme of things, that's rather embarrassing that I got like violently pissed at a car. So it's like, okay, well, how would this cycle be broken? That's essentially the question that I've been pondering. And the thing is that another thing is okay, am I overthinking the cycle here? It's like, am I overthinking the fact that there is a cycle? So that's why I'm going to you guys and being like, okay,
Yeah,
my
it's still
opinion
not clear to
fucked?
me yet. It's not organized enough for me to get what you're talking about.
This is some. Is this Blast Last shit? I think this is
It's
Blast
the
Last
hard
stuff.
time stuff.
I have a real bad time.
So you're saying
articulating.
bureaucracy creates problems of dependency, and problems of getting too wrapped up in like the letter of the law sort of thing.
Yeah, that type of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, so that's why I think Estonia is great. Oh, we got Jay. What's up, Jay?
I can't get a way to save things for you, Ben.
You're gonna come save things for me? All right, come save things for me.
It's Techno Satan, everybody run.
There we go.
His mic has been actually corrupted by the forces of Techno Satan.
Yeah, you're coming in a bit robotic.
And so
but I
is
think
this
we can make it.
video. It's vertical.
How you been, Jay? How's you jumped off last time? I think you got pissed or something. I don't know what happened.
No, dude, I don't get pissed over people like
Right.
you.
Oh, people like me. All right, never mind then.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just me.
man.
All right.
Oh, he popped on after it was over. I remember.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, these people aren't fucking listening. So, like, why bother?
Yeah. Why bother?
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, we're here to listen now.
Well, good job, by the way,
It wasn't
because-
you, it was the other people.
The other people. All right. Well, it could be me too. That's okay.
Well, if you're not listening,
No,
We're
I don't
listening
listen.
now.
I tune out.
To your,
I'll go.
we're listening now to your
No.
horrid mic.
Hey, save me. I need saving. I need a daddy to save me, Jay. Here you are.
Thank you for calling me daddy. I've managed to get everyone to call me daddy so far. I think it's hilarious.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So how are you going to save us?
How am I going to save you? I don't know. I haven't watched enough of this, but I watched enough of this to kind of put myself to sleep. So I'm just waking back up. So give me a second to remind myself. All right?
See,
Thanks.
this is why fake it till you make it doesn't work. We ask for solutions and he doesn't have any.
Ooh, shots fired.
Yeah. Well,
All right, let's pull them both up.
Solutions. Ben, you know that I don't come with solutions. Ever. Okay, they're all gone. Pussies.
No. Go for it. You guys are shooting each other.
Yeah, is this the Machine Light show or something? I have a text substitution rule that I made for Pussy Paul that substitutes daddy for pussy, mainly because he tries to project his fear on everyone else. So I have a substitution rule. So I would have ignored your name. Do you have any questions about that? Or how to fix your video?
Sorry, I was just joking.
Is my video
What?
still fucked up?
What the heck? What did I miss?
I don't know, but I was talking to Joe Frazier for like 2 minutes alone.
Brother, I am listening to you for not for the reason that you'd want it to be. Your mic is horrific.
I come back in, guys. Jesus
No, you're
Christ.
good. You're good.
No,
What do you mean? I come back in.
the mic's too
Ah.
bad.
Get some like headphones and
Yeah, the
like,
mic's
one
molten
tank
hot.
pad.
It's freaking.
Give the guy a break.
What the
No,
fuck? Hold on a second.
I'm
I
dying over
would. Here's the
here.
thing. Here's the thing. I would give him a break, but it is causing me physical pain.
All right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's on the verge of I'm gonna stab my ear.
It's that bad? Damn.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
It's
Sorry,
like
I'm not an observer.
I'm a
I didn't realize.
mosquito heading towards the light. You know, it's like the mosquito sounds when they hit the light.
Yeah. So again, I have sensory processing syndrome. So
Oh, come
all-
on.
all
I'm going to change
external-
your name.
No, change his name.
I'm changing his name. What?
You just make it Benjamin.
All right, there you go. He comes in the back room, Bin's daddy.
wait, what? What?
You did call him daddy. But like I'm not supporting it.
Is the mic better, guys?
Yes,
Yes.
much better. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Jesus Christ.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
There
What
you
did
go,
you do?
bro.
How did you exercise techno Satan?
Yo, so what's Hank's? Sorry, man. I can't see well. What's Hank's type in OP?
We don't know yet.
know yet.
You don't know yet?
In MBTI, I should be INTJ, but people disagree on that too.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, who here got officially shaved?
Ben, you did.
I don't support the word officially shaved. That's kind of
Right?
like they don't support it either. That's like it doesn't make it official. Anyways, whatever. Okay.
It's as official as it can be, though.
Right.
Yeah, I was typed by them. I was typed by other people. Typed. Yep.
That was
David.
typed by you, Ben.
You were typed by me several times.
Twice.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you can type people. Oh,
You try
Yeah.
like everyone else. It was typed by our teams.
that okay.
Yeah.
What's your hit rate?
Depends on how seriously we take the client,
What would you like?
how much
70,
effort we put into it.
80%?
If like most of the time people don't have the time to dedicate to get somebody completely right, but we tried Jay a couple times.
I made
And-
donations. I made big donations, and they got back to me really quickly. I was very happy with the service.
Okay.
So we got him as a type twin to
Don't fucking say it.
you hate the guy. I know you hate the guy.
No, because you think I look like him. It's ridiculous.
You kind of do.
Oh,
All
man.
right,
Okay.
I need to see.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. George Lucas, yeah.
Yeah, George
Oh.
fucking Lucas. Jesus. What did you type? What do you type in
I
that?
know.
What is it? TINI?
Yeah.
God,
Yeah,
you took the further
visual.
off.
You got the poopy hair that matches.
Yeah, visual too.
Yeah.
But we could be wrong. We don't know. It's our best
Well,
guess.
Ben, honestly,
And type
the
could be bullshit.
likelihood of you being wrong is like super high at this point. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, dude,
Nice.
just
That's all good. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, they typed INTJ equation as ESTP, so I don't know.
Who did we type?
Was it Jeff from the INTJ equation? He said when he used your service, he came out ESTP, but you didn't type him personally.
Oh, I was on his channel. That guy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use
Oh, we
But
got
recently, you've
Lawrence.
been on a lot of channels, but yes, on this channel last year.
Mhm.
Lawrence is
You
backing
got a
you up in
fan.
the
You got a
comments.
fan, Jay.
Jay does look. Yeah, of course. Yeah. All right. Well, whatever.
Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry.
Ben.
I don't see it. I don't see the resemblance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I don't look. Thank you.
I'm pulling up a picture.
Hey, you guys were beefing. When did you guys become friends, Hank? That's not allowed.
That's called Talk No Jutsu.
All right.
I like
Naruto.
Hank. I like Hank. That's cool. Ben. So what are some figures OP's typed that we can talk about? Like some big ones that everyone's typed.
There's a lot. There's a database. You want to open the? I can open the Airtable, I guess.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
All right. Yeah. Let's look
Stop
at
All
it.
right, we can look at the Airtable, and you can tell everybody how wrong OPS is. And
That's not what I see. You're making assumptions. Ben,
No,
that's bad thinking.
I'm not
right
making
there.
any. I'm just trying to keep things light. Don't worry
That's
about it.
bad thinking.
All right,
already
it's bad
making
thinking.
assumptions.
Fine. Assumptions bad.
No, it's called science, Jay.
Your
That's
thoughts are
science.
bad. You are defective. You are broken.
It's science.
I mean, pull up as many like ENFPs as you like. The audio ENFPs, the Aaron Pauls.
Yeah, 1 second.
You see, for the longest time, I thought I was like an audio ENFP, like Ashton Kutcher type stuff. And then I met a guy who looked like spot on to Ashton Kutcher, and I'm like, oh, this is how a real ENFP behaves. Oh,
Yeah, I want to know how real ENTJ behaves because most of the time they are just super villains in fiction. So
call the ambulance. There you go.
what's your number?
Shout out to Jenna, who's been keeping this up to date. The
Oh
one
my
who-
God! Don't
Yeah,
mention-
your
don't
favorite
mention her.
friend.
Don't
yeah.
mention her, man. It's gonna make me really angry. See, this is me practicing my patience right now.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's not masculine FE, but yeah, whatever. Yeah.
What
Okay, there
is-
we go.
Ben, you know,
What is
man. I'm not gonna say it, but you know.
All right.
Jesus, how am I supposed to see this, Ben? Hold on.
What's
How
the
the
one? Where's the normal view? I don't know what's going on here. Do you use this, Dave?
I use
Oh, there we go.
I mean, yeah,
By
yeah.
class
I've
number?
seen
No,
this
by
one.
type. I want by type, not by.
I didn't
want the
even
OP
know
type.
if this thing. I didn't even know if this thing existed in the primordial realm of the internet. I'm gonna be real with you.
I thought I saw something
Okay.
right there for a second. I think it was Oprah.
Why they have Bart Simpson? Okay.
What-
There's
what
lots
are you
of
looking
community
for?
people here too.
I don't see a problem having fictional characters on.
Tell me who to look up. Tell me who to look up.
The
Anybody.
audio
Here.
ENFPs.
Teal Swan. Let's look up Teal Swan.
Yeah. I
First
like
one is-
that one. Yeah,
I know you like that one.
that's true. For more reasons than one.
you like to talk about her philosophy.
Yes, and I believe
Yeah.
I'm a type one of her anyways, and she's hot.
Yeah, well, she's definitely.
She hates being called that, by the way. So here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
She pretends to hate that. Yes,
Oh my, yeah.
Do you also hate being called hot, Hank?
I'll
Yeah, it's
pretend to
definitely a
hate it.
gamma conductor. So that's not too far off. What else you got, Ben?
ENTJ. Yeah, what do you have her as?
I put her as NITE.
NIT. Okay, close enough. Same quadrant.
NITE. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's pretty close.
So border between ENTJ and INTJ,
Yeah.
just like I usually test as.
What about
INTJ?
what about Hillary? What do you have Hillary as?
Who's Hillary? I'm typing in Hillary.
Yeah,
Hillary Clinton.
Clinton?
Yeah.
Isn't she like a? She's an EJ, I think.
He's an ESFJ.
ESFJ.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Something like that.
She's an ESFJ. She.
Yeah.
It's Bill Clinton.
You gotta explain that. You gotta
Here.
explain that one to me.
Here we
How's
go.
Hillary
Yeah,
Clinton
Yeah.
an ESFJ?
It's got the masculine FE at the top. Masculine play.
Oh my
He
god!
He is pretty punchy.
I watched the.
What do you have
the
her type as?
videos of-
Dr. Phil's also ESFJ.
Hillary is
Same type. but just the modality difference.
I didn't realize they started putting social types in there. That's cool.
I'll be honest with you. I haven't typed Hillary, but I would definitely not type her FESI. That's just way the fuck off. Where's the SI? And where the fuck's the FE?
It's her face.
We
She
have
looks like
different
Masculine.
definitions, I guess.
Masculine FE, man. She smacks you with the values, right?
It,
They also
it's,
have
her,
Mel
it's her
Gibson.
vibe,
Mel
bro.
Gibson is an
She
ESFJ.
smacks you with the what does that even mean? She smacks you with the values.
I mean, like
People like
Trump.
this.
Trump's
They
what you're
like
doing
this.
now. It's what you're doing now. You're smacking us with values.
I'm
Like, why don't
smacking
people
you
like
guys
this?
with values.
Yeah.
It's like Trump also is a sleep last with masculine play and a number one. So, I don't know.
What do you
there's
got? Yeah, what do
there's
you got
something
Trump
there.
as?
ESTP.
Yeah, what do you-
yeah.
ESTP.
ESTJ?
TP.
Ivanka.
ESTP. P.
Oh,
There you
ESTP.
He's
Oh.
like such an ST. Oh my god.
Same type as O'Donnell, Rosie O'Donnell.
That makes sense.
Oh, Cody Ko's there
Okay.
as well.
Oh, what about Cenk Uygur?
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah.
Hit him with the stunner.
Oh, right here they got Cenk Uygur here too.
Yeah, what is he typed as?
Also ESTP.
Doesn't he smack you with values?
Yeah, I thought when I was watching, I thought he was ESFP,
He smacks you with anger.
Well, yeah, he's got the.
but he's got the
FE.
masculine values. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. What do you got? Who else? Christ, I keep seeing the same faces. Ben, what are you doing with this? there's my buddy Tucci.
Oh, Tucci, Matt Tucci.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
love
it.
Tucci.
He's the same type as Trump, just not a one.
Why? Because he's got the same accent. Like,
It makes sense that you would love Tucci. Yep.
Oh, he's
why
got
does it make sense?
I see.
So, man, how do you guys feel about the masculine FEs? Like, I like, for instance, I was watching Kurt's video, and what he does, where he goes, "Hey, wait, I got a new complaint," and he just gets in your face. I'm like, damn. Your backstory is so sad, but then you got into the camera's face and you screamed at me, and I'm like, my initial guttural reaction was a flash of rage and like the urge to punch.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how, like, do any of you get like that, or is that just like an autistic fear response?
Like an urge to punch people?
Essentially, somebody comes at me with hostile emotions and gets in my face, I'll respond exactly the same. It's like a flash of rage type deal. It's like,
Yeah,
don't
that's a
get in
fair
my
response.
face with your emotions, because otherwise I'm going to get in yours with mine. Punch. You know, that's what I'm talking
Yeah, that's a
That-
fair
that
response.
sounds
That's not
autistic.
over, but just more training.
Yeah. The way to deal with emotions like that is to actually be really quiet. You know?
Yes.
I
Not smack 'em.
actually watched a video on that of actually don't vent your anger, because that just builds more anger. And that's something I do. Like, I get super pissed and like just destroy something. I'm going on a
Won't
news
it-
story. I'm sorry.
Won't it just build up if you don't release it somehow until it does
It's-
So you can
explode?
transmute it. You can transmute it instead of releasing it.
Transmute
Well,
it? How do you
yeah.
transmute it, Hank?
So pretty much, I change my focus to something that involves passion but not anger.
Hey, that's
So like Teal
that's
Swan?
mature.
Yes.
Okay.
That's really mature. Yeah. I mean, sure, you got to release the anger, you know, but if you release anger at people, you end up in prison. So, I mean, your choice.
Well, it's context dependent. So if you could give some context where you're allowed to release your anger on people without going to prison, but you have to get to sign a contract and usually film it.
A contract.
I'm talking about sports.
I know. Like, put on the gloves. Yeah.
David,
But,
what do you think about Hank? He's not Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Not Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think he's got any SI. That's what
Yeah.
I'd say. That's my safest play.
I agree.
Hank, how do you determine something's true? Like, how do you know it's true?
Well, truth is just a feeling. So I don't care if it's true or not. I just focus on the facts that I can verify in the universe. So I don't. So pretty much, I don't care if something's true. I just assume it for the purposes of the presentation. But the facts you matter what I find relate to each other does make a difference because that's the interactions all I really care about. So
That's really interesting. That actually gave me a lot. So would you say that your analysis is more immediate and moment to moment?
No, I wouldn't say that, but it is context dependent. So it can run for a really long time, but it is context dependent. So save the context, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily immediate. But I do have to. But I did to myself so I could react immediately. It's just from my line of weapons and statistics, but I wouldn't say it's moment to moment.
Oh, do you mind me asking what line of work you're in?
I'm in logistics, package center trainer right now.
Okay. What did you do before that?
I was system administrator, Linux system administrator before that.
Okay.
live typing.
What is the most difficult thing for you to do? Is it like what's the most difficult information to provide?
The people are the most difficult thing to deal with.
People are why?
Because they're rational, they're deceptive, they're stubborn. So pretty much, I've been training really hard to communicate better with people because somehow a lot of the automatic stuff doesn't happen for me because I'm just too different from the people I'm around.
Okay. Why are you different?
I don't know, but I am. So
okay. Well, he doesn't have PI and JE in the front stack, that's for sure. So he's some revisor. I think he's probably
Yeah.
He's
I was wondering if he was SI above any.
No, I don't think he's SI or NE. Hold on. Let's see. Well, why do you think he's SI NE, Ben?
He's not speaking my language in terms of the observer functions, the perception functions.
He says funny anything.
That's true too.
Bad description of it.
But guys, that's not an analysis. Okay,
No, it's not an analysis.
What the fuck is that? He says funny NE things. Like, I mean,
I said it wasn't helpful.
I could pull a jerk off the side of the street that could tell you the same thing. Okay,
it's not what he's doing; it's what he's not doing.
It's what he's not doing.
He's not getting all delusional in the NI.
Okay, let's start there. What does he not do?
Hey,
he doesn't get tripped up by God.
Hey,
he's grounded.
No, it's not that I don't get delusional. I just made my delusions the default. Pretty much, you're stuck in my delusions. You can't escape them.
Weaponized delusion.
You see, like
Karenism.
Yeah, right. It's like Annie looks at it from the outside. It's weird. It's like it's confirmation bias. A lot of it, which is going to be.
Why does Annie look at things from the outside? Like what is Annie? Like what?
Not an eye.
So Annie.
Oh yeah, I mean, Annie's not any other function.
Both. So intuition looks at possibilities, and NI predicts what's going to happen next, and NE looks at what are my options. That's the difference.
And he looks at what are my options.
Yes, and I looked at what's going to happen next.
I think NE does a lot of what's going to happen next. A lot of guessing on that.
Then what does an I do?
Intuition in general does that.
Yeah, intuition in general. But
intuition in general.
NE is rarely surprised by something that happens, and if it is ever surprised in a savior state, it's like, "Oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect that," and then it starts. Yeah.
But they're not surprised either. We're bringing we have Batman and Eisen.
No, and I get surprised, man, and I get super surprised.
Yeah,
and they hate it. They hate the surprise. Yeah.
My trunk is stuck.
Yeah.
See, he got surprised by the trunk.
Whereas, like,
I
an
more
NE
than
person with the trunk
surprised.
would be more like, "Oh, that's interesting. That I never, let's analyze the trunk and why it got stuck." And whoa,
Yeah. Well, I got surprised yesterday.
more light about it. Yeah.
I installed a printer yesterday. I wasn't surprised by it. I just did it. I did the SI.
You did a good job.
Yo, Pog.
I'm peacocking on my.
I don't think you have.
SI.
I don't think you have defined NE. I mean NI. I don't think you actually defined NI yet. So.
Oh, okay. I can.
NI is delusional all in on seeing things a certain way.
I know.
And
Pattern.
yeah, one way of looking at things.
Then what would NIT look like? Because NTE is about manipulating the environment. So if you don't have
I disagree.
TE is focused on NI and TE together are both focused on outcomes.
Essentially,
it's based on modifying outcomes. So the models just doesn't make any sense.
Well, isn't FESI also focused on outcomes? Isn't FENI also focused on outcomes? And TENI focused on outcomes? Then
That's right.
Right?
That's
They're
right.
all focused on outcomes. You can't just
That's
say
right.
one.
They're all externalizing. That's right. They're all externalizing pairs.
Yeah.
oh,
So can't use that.
Yeah, this holds your model.
Well, you can use that because NE isn't focused on outcomes. It's focused on analyzing.
What NE is analyzing? NE is a rational function.
it's analyzing
It's
possibilities.
It's irrational, but it's still focused. It's not focused on outcomes.
Of course, because it's not rational and extroverted.
So that's what I was saying. If your intuition, is it focused on outcomes or is it focused on internalizing?
So, okay. So the way I understand NE is, do you know the whole multiple universe Schrödinger's cat?
Yeah, you
theory
said that
type
last time.
stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's well, there's a new guy here. Actually, somebody could explain it a lot better.
Jared, you gonna play us a
Explain that theory a lot
song?
better.
You're like, there you are drawing some stuff, playing music, just chilling.
He ain't worried about defining.
Play us some
cognitive
background music
functions.
while we're talking out of our ass here.
I know that's what it feels.
You guys
like.
are too smart for me, so I don't know.
Well, why are we talking out of our ass? We're trying to actually define.
I'm just joking,
something.
man. Yeah, don't worry about it.
No, but no one's been
He
able.
was
to
just talking
define
out of his
anything.
ass.
Define
Oh, yeah.
something. Anyone define any of the functions? Just define them. Like, tell me why.
Like, why do I gotta?
Versus-
Why do I
versus
gotta prove
they
it
just
to
tend
you?
to do this. They
Yes.
just tend to do that. You know.
NI is speculating on what's going to happen next based on what you discovered, and that's predicting. It's
Oh.
guessing. It's
Oh man.
But
I know.
why? But why?
Yeah, I got the binary cognitive mechanics.
Well,
But
Ben,
not
Ben,
the
I
terms.
know I'm making it frustrating, but like I'm asking.
No, you're not making it frustrating. It's like this is good. Okay, so here we
I'm
go.
getting frustrated because I get frustrated at debates because I'm not good at them.
I'm
All
not.
right, we'll go punch
debating.
something and come back. What did Hank say? What did Hank
Not
say? You have
good
to
advice.
transmogrify it.
transmute. Yeah.
Transmute it. Yeah, go transmute it. All right. So here's let's just go off the description. This is from any people. None of them actually agreed on this. So this is just like, this is, yeah.
That's hilarious.
This
That's a
is the
start.
most they were able to agree. So the responsibility no, this is NI. Sorry, this one. The responsibility to perceive the multitude and variance of perspectives, uncertainties, and possibilities, how they interrelate, and what they imply. That's what any people were telling me.
That's what
So-
any people were telling you about their NE.
Yeah.
That's NI though.
No.
Okay.
This is NI. The responsibility to condense conceptual information to its most ideal and essential perspective.
Yeah, but Ben, this is.
That's what
Okay.
NI people were telling me.
No, I
We're in the-
understand that, but people, when you ask people about their processes, right, they're going to tell you basically the amalgamation of their consciousness. They're not going to tell you about.
Yeah, I know how
NE
people work, man.
discrete.
I know how it works. Don't worry. Like I process this with a bunch of people and I put things forward and bounce it off someone else. And I did a lot of work to get down to these. It looks simple, but it's not. It didn't take a second to make.
All right. Well, look, I know, I understand that. What's another one? What about? Hold
We
on.
have NI right there. Just read it.
What are you looking for? They're all here.
Okay.
I can zoom in better.
Why is introverted sensing externalizing? What would it be externalizing?
Well, that's what I brought
Sensory is
from.
based off of the five
Young.
senses.
That's what I brought from Young. So, the responsibility to discover, assigning is externalizing. Create and associate a meaning and consistency to the physical world, its impressions and effects, and to create and maintain reliable and comfortable systems and habits. Right. So you're creating comfortable systems and habits for daily physical life. So it's all externalizing.
Okay, well, this is similar to socionics more so than Young, but like it is explicit, it is experiential, it is introverted, it is sensory.
Mhm.
It would be combining things discreetly. If formulating requires judgment, framework requires judgment, exacting requires judgment, preferences requires judgment, implementation requires judgment, catering requires judgment, and that's all in an irrational function. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so these don't actually require judgment. These work with judgment as well. So exacting has a judgment component to it, but it also has a
Right.
perception component. So exacting is like TI is exacting and SI are exacting. Preferences, SI is preferences, and FI is preferences. Implementing is
Okay.
SI and TE. They're both implementing.
Okay, so you think it's more naturally that the type.
But these
goes
are
along
mannerisms.
the-
Like these are new things that probably people don't really
Okay.
know.
Well, my question is, are you looking at it in terms of the next function, the function that makes the type, right? Would be opposite in every way, which in other words would be like the duality models. So like for example, SITE rather than SIFI. Or are you saying that libido follows attitudinally as opposed? Like
So-
attitude.
Right.
Like,
so
because there's two
these
ways
are
to
the
build a model.
attitude. Yeah.
You get what
These
I
are
mean?
the
There's two
attitudes
ways.
here.
Yeah, okay.
First two. Right.
All right, it's externalizing. So okay, so if you're using a judgment process, then you'd have to. You kind of overcomplicated it, Ben.
I mean,
it would be extroverted judgment, but then
What
you
is?
also have introverted judgment in here because you have exacting, you have preferences.
So here, look. These are the
implementation,
judging functions, right?
Yeah.
So this is also externalizing, right?
Yep.
It's extroverted and externalizing. So when you're externalizing something that's extroverted, you have to judge it. If you're externalizing something that's introverted, you're perceiving it.
Why?
Because it's introverted, it's refined, it's low entropy, and you're trying to externalize it. You're trying to see how it can be used. So you're perceiving you have to perceive in order to do that combination.
But okay, I understand that. But couldn't I also say that if an introvert's externalizing something, right, it could very well be because they're egocentric, right? And they're projecting.
An introvert can externalize things. Like we have all these functions. It's not like we don't have access to them. Everyone can do everything.
Right.
It's not like I can't externalize.
That's not exactly true.
My
Like
main mode is internalizing. but I do externalize.
Yeah, right. You exactly. You're communicating. I get
Right.
that's how you're using it. But
Right, but you can also communicate your internalization. So like what Nico does when he talks, sorry Nico, is
Hi.
he's talking about how he's internalizing things. He's
Yep.
sharing his internalization process with us.
mhm.
All things lead to the black hole.
The black hole. There you go.
That's
Um,
that's how I describe
And that's
my
how yeah.
function.
And then, like if you talk about like the idea of double observing or infodom, so the infodom and double observing are part internalizing and part externalizing. They're trying to balance the internalizing and externalizing processes.
okay.
Well, I would
Well, I mean, I
say
guess
that's
we all are. We're all doing that
Because-
in different ways.
That's
well with
But-
energy
The
DOMs,
perception.
it would be the processes would be in the form of energy.
Right.
You know, preserving versus expending, whereas info DOM is
energy DOMs
based
are
off of
balancing the
flow.
introverted and extroverted sides more.
Yeah,
But-
there's a reason why I like Lacan over Young right now.
What?
Yeah, Lacan just
What?
makes. Yeah, I like Lacan's models more than Young's because Lacan actually makes sense.
Why does everyone think that Young doesn't make any sense? I think Young makes
He
perfect
makes
sense. I
a
think
kind of little bit of sense that, but you kind of like have to fill it in like a donut to make it complete.
Well, the reason why
but it's like C++, it's not. It's just a mess. You can't use all of it.
I understand that, but part of the reason
Uses
why
glass yeah.
I talked about this before. Part of the reason why is that everyone reads chapter 10. I know it well, and they don't read anything else. And when they read chapter 10, they only read the type profiles, and they go, "Oh fuck, I don't understand it." Yeah, but he had clarifiers. All
Yeah,
around
I mean, I was just reading
Like-
one of his chapters today in psychological types where he's talking about this older version of typology, and he's trying to tear it apart. Like before he puts forward his version of typology, he has to go through all of the history of typology in order
Right.
to like refute it and say this is not this because of this and this, just all over the place. Yeah. So it's not that like he doesn't make sense. He makes sense. He's just, yes, definitely in that black hole mode.
No, I get what you're saying. First off, like, I mean, psychological types is one of the worst ones to read, period. Like, I'll give you that, right? It's
Right.
horrible. It's horrible. Up until that chapter 10, which
Right.
is interesting, right? But,
I read it. It wasn't
no,
too bad.
it's just, it's sad that people don't, that people in typology don't even fucking read Young. It's the weirdest goddamn thing. How does that make any fucking sense? Sorry about my language. But how does it make any sense to be like, oh yeah, we know what we're talking about, but we never fucking read Young. Never. Like,
I don't know. I don't know. No idea.
and do you think Dave read Young? Do you think Shannon read Young? No.
Yes.
No fucking way.
Yes, they actually did talk. They actually did talk about him extensively.
They talked about it.
They also looked into socionics as well.
I mean,
I can't say that.
I don't know. I'm not going to talk for them. I don't know.
I mean, but
I can't
did
confirm
they-
or deny that.
But did
Yeah.
they read a
Okay, yeah,
pamphlet about
that's
it?
it.
Like,
It's a loose truth.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, the way to find this out is to ask pinpoint questions, to see if they actually did do it.
Yeah,
or
go
not.
for it. See if they answer you.
How about this
But
one?
that's
You got it right
yeah,
there.
there you go.
Yeah.
David, that looks like it's never been open.
That's actually true. I've been.
Mine's not in good shape. It's got coffee stains and highlighting and all kinds of crap on it.
Well, Ben, I know that. Like, I know that about you.
Right.
But I'm just
Hey,
bringing.
Claire.
Yeah, we didn't really say hi to Claire. How you been, Claire? How's your week?
Hey, Claire.
I'm good.
What's pissing you off these days?
I'm resolving it so far.
Good.
That's good.
How do you transmute emotions if you're angry? What do you do to it? How do you not let it become toxic to the world around you?
Define transmute.
Turn it from one form to the other, or just release it, or whatever.
My SI needs to read it from Google.
Okay, sorry.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just kidding. I don't see it that way.
How do you see it then? Go for it.
The anger is arising. It's like holistically involved with lots of stuff going on. And so I'm trying to resolve the I'm using the anger like it's a spiritual message. It's trying to, so I approach it like wait, no, there's a process. Sorry, it's hard to.
No, yeah, take your time.
Yeah, take your time, man.
So if I'm angry, it means I'm vengeful. If I'm vengeful, then I'm trying to make something right. I'm trying to get back at something. And then if I can understand that I'm a hypocrite, and that's why I'm angry, then I become compassionate. And then that place in the compassion, the anger, I guess that would be the anger has to be transmuted to compassion. And then if it's in that place, then I know that I can use the anger. And it's yeah.
Nice.
See, Ben, I think he's NITI. Okay. I mean, like if you look at the difficulty in understanding things and communicate, and I'm not understanding things, communicating things. Like it's a hallmark. And
I think he communicated better than anyone else I've ever heard on this subject.
Because he's
He
breaking
did a great
things
job.
down into singulars and properties, but he's trying to convey it through like almost like a narrative context at the same time, but it's like more universal. Like that's at least, and I've watched him for like 4 times now, and I'm wow. So, but I might be wrong. I'm just saying that's currently my position.
I'll say what you said to me earlier. You're probably wrong.
Why?
Yeah, you're probably wrong, man.
It's a context thing because I'm telling you something that I've gone over so many times.
Yeah.
That in this context, you can sort of like say that what I'm doing is NITI, but then that doesn't mean that I'm that's my type and that's the process.
That's right.
Well, I'm saying I've seen you do this same thing many, many times. Like in the 4 chats that I've watched at least so far. And I could be wrong. I mean, again, you know your type more than whatever, but we're also using different definitions clearly.
The big question is what is he processing? What is he trying to communicate?
Yeah, let's hear from him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've noticed that like my NT is it can be, if I kind of think of it just in a more basic way, I don't really like doing this, but it's like how fast can it be updated? How fast can it just morph? Like how objective is it? How versus how like it's like mine. My NT is could do anything. It doesn't, and I need to talk to people to figure it out. So I need to like if I start trying to type someone, I get really frustrated, and I'm like, I need to be doing this with other people. Like it's really frustrates me, because I'm just getting stuck in like this, like, oh, everyone is like me, and then which is probably normal for someone who hasn't learned how to type, or at least someone like me. But the thing that I'm like, I'm trying to. The reason why I'm motivated to transmute to anger is because I must be understood, and I must be understanding other people to an extent that it's like I can't be missing the nuance of what's going on. Like why I'm angry. I don't want to miss the nuance of that, and why someone else is like the way that they are. I want to. I can't stop trying to figure out like I'm mad at this person because they just like steamroll over me on their like TE mission or whatever, and I'm like I have to. That's why I'm motivated to process it.
Oh yeah, so you say you don't have the liberty to miss the nuance because it actually is going to be a barrier to you, whereas other people can just ignore the nuance because it doesn't slow them down at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a good conversation. We don't have to turn it into a type thing. This is a good thing to talk about, anyways.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not trying to attack him. I'm really not. Like I'm not trying to
not
attack
attack. But it doesn't have to be turned into a type
Yeah.
thing. Like it's a good thing to process. How do you transmute this stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I was NITI, and the reason why I got typed was because I thought I was NITI, and I was trying to figure out. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's like maybe the meth. If this makes sense, the yes type. If I have feminine FI side first, it's like I don't know how to externalize that. It's really difficult. So so then for me it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Like externalizing your
Could you
feeling.
do it by? Could you do it through a drawing?
Well, actually, right now I'm holding onto this lighter, which I spray painted.
Yeah.
Oh.
I spray painted it, and it's feels it's not practical. It is it is externalizing, and this is what I was thinking about when we're talking about SI, with why that word might be there, because there's something about it being not just white but also spray painted that I modified it that now turns this into mine. There's like a possession, and now when I use it, there's an experience of there's
Wow.
like the ownership is like I don't know how to, and I don't even need to use it. It's just here, and I already feel the ownership.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounded like FI, not SI to me.
Sound like both, yeah.
Both. Mm-hmm.
I have a squishy cat.
Okay.
Like this kind of thing, but I don't squeeze it. I pet it like that.
All right. All right.
Aw.
Well, what other things do you collect? I'm like genuinely curious.
Do you have any beetles?
There was a beetle in my bed yesterday.
There's a beetle in your bed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I pulled the cover because I don't have a screen on my window, and my room is too hot. And then
At least it wasn't a hat. Those are worse.
Bruh.
My guitar situation is really a mess. It's a huge mess. It's like I'm trying to, like, my guitar can't just be any guitar. It's like,
Yeah. Why did you choose the guitar you chose?
Yeah,
it was
preferences.
given to me on my birthday when I was 12 or something.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Why did I choose the guitar that I chose? Do you want me to show you it?
Yeah, that's your guitars.
I'd like to see
We
it.
saw Jared's guitar. We never heard it.
I got guitars too.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what kind of guitar is that?
That looks like a Martin. Is it a Martin?
No. Or
Yeah, it's Martin.
nice. Okay, wait. I'll get mine.
It smells good.
Yeah, Dreadnought, right?
Yeah.
Or is that that's the rosewood back and sides too, right?
I can't remember.
It's a dark wood, right? Let me look at the back and sides. I'll tell you. Yep, it's rosewood. Indian rosewood. Yep. Not as dumb as I look, Ben.
Who said you were dumb?
I'm just kidding.
But you're right. Yeah, you look dumb. Just kidding.
George Lucas.
Just joking.
How much do you love that guitar?
Let's see Claire's guitar. I'm gonna get mine too.
Yeah, Claire, finish your why you chose the guitar.
Okay. Well, then I have this
The-
PRS.
Nice.
This PRS is really special to me. I don't know why exactly.
That's a nice one.
But yeah, this is by far the most expensive. Actually, I have another expensive guitar, but I'm selling it. Anyway, this to me, it like reminds me of a tree, and it feels like a tree and like a bird. And there's just something about it that like.
Is it because it's made of wood and it has bird inlays?
It's
I
kind of
know
like,
PRS really well too.
but it's there's something about like Paul Reed Smith that I think puts a spirit into it. Like he didn't put the birds on there for no reason, like
Right.
And like when I hear him talk and stuff, and I just look at the guitar and I'm like, oh my god, like how is it possible to be so like precise? And it just feels like a at home place that I don't get with other guitars.
Yeah.
I would never have been able to appreciate it like that.
Oh yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can appreciate, how it was built, but it's like, huh.
Yeah. Not the nuance of the home and the bird and the precise stuff that you're talking about. Yeah.
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 Well,
People think
he's going to ideal forms though, Ben here, right? Like, so I mean, it's his JI. Of course, he's making that appraisal, but like,
it's not expensive. It's just a standard guitar.
So
It's a Taylor.
Can I show another one?
Yeah.
Guitar's the new Rage or
this is
something?
show and tell.
What?
Show us your
see.
guitars.
Let's see. What do you got here?
This is a Harley Benton,
Yep.
and it has a long scale, 30-inch.
Mm-hmm. 24 frets?
No.
No.
So this is technically it's a bass 6. So
Oh,
it's like a 4-string bass, or sorry, 6-string bass.
Nice.
Yeah, but I want to white it out, like I did with the lighter.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, but I don't know. Like, so I'm
I'll be back, guys.
right?
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Why do you want to see? You bought a black guitar. Why do you want to white it out? Why not just buy a white guitar?
Oh well, finding a 30-inch scale guitar
Is hard.
is
Yeah.
difficult, and
Yeah.
so
Oh
I
wow!
want to-
Look at Jared.
Here,
Oh yeah, Telecaster.
mine's white too.
That looks like Elvis Presley.
Yeah.
That's really nice. That looks like a really nice guitar.
Yeah. It's a Telly.
Yeah, Telecaster. What is it called?
Like an Esquire variant?
It's a Telecaster Deluxe, and it's the
No, it wouldn't be Esquire, right? Yeah, that's right.
it's the
What
dude
is that?
from Foo Fighters' signature guitar.
Oh,
Mhm.
David Grohl.
No, the other guy, Chris Shiflett, the guitar, one of the guitar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks like it's really nice.
All right, hold on. Let me show
like
you.
All right. So what's about the whiting it out? You want it to make it yours? That's it.
Yeah. So essentially, it's like for me, it's like this is gonna be like a metal / bass 6. I'm gonna put really really thick strings on it, and for some reason, I don't feel like metal with the black. But when I white it out, it's almost like Arctic, the Arctic feeling. It's like cold. So I don't know why, but I can't get it out of my mind for years, and I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna turn it into a caterpillar cocoon,
Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go.
like the
No,
bird.
You're getting it. You're putting it
Yeah.
together. Yeah.
Not easy.
Here's another white Telecaster.
Oh wow.
Yep.
I'm jealous of the white Telecaster. I have a Telecaster body laying
The
around.
50s. It's not a real 50s. It's a reissue. But yep. When I buy a guitar,
That's a real simple design. Yeah, it's a real simple design. That's nice.
Well, the thing is, when I buy a guitar, I go into a place and I look for something that's pretty beat up, because it means that it was loved and it means that it's a good guitar I'm not going to have to invest in, right? So that's kind of my reasoning. But doesn't matter, right? If I bang it up.
Now it's real beat up. Sounds really good.
Yeah. The bridge on the tellies, if you have like a I guess like the real telly bridge, those are just, because the way that it, like, I don't know what it is. It stops the vibration or something.
Yeah.
Those bridges just feel so right. I don't know.
It feels solid. Like it, because it's just a plate bolted in. It's not floating,
Yeah.
Like I think your PRS had a tremolo, right?
No.
No. Yeah. My memory's terrible.
No.
Oh, we got a Stratocaster in the building.
That's
Here's
nice.
your tremolo.
I like the colors. I like the colors a lot.
Yeah, I got this one probably 10 years ago. And it's like a cheaper one made in Mexico, but it feels great when you...
Wow. Jared, I want to see your collection of guitars, but I also want to know what else you collect, because you've got Beatles and guitars and drawings, so you got to have something else.
What else do I have? Books?
Books, yeah.
Yeah, I got books.
That's a nice collection, though. Like a Martin Telly and a Strat like that. Ooh.
There's a...
All white, a white Stratocaster. Yep, that's Olympic white. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Yep. Yep, that's similar to Hendrix, just not the big headstock.
What's the neck pickup?
It's got a sustainer built in. This is
What are the pickups?
not Johnny. Colin, what's his name? One of the guys from Radiohead. I forget his name.
Johnny Greenwood. The other guitarist.
Not Johnny. Johnny's the lead, right?
Yeah.
And then Colin's the bass. I can't remember the other guy's name. What's his name? I forget it right now. Anyway, this is his signature. He put an emblem on it instead of
a regular neck plate. Yeah.
Yeah, but it has like a built-in sustainer, so you can get wicked weird sounds out of it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And the battery pack in the back too, which you never see on a Stratocaster.
Yeah, you got to put that in it.
Yep.
For the sustainer. The tuners look really nice. I don't know why.
The tuners? Is that what you said?
I don't know why. Maybe it's just they look shiny. That's all.
The shiny.
Everything looks nice on that one. I really like the when the fretboard is this part of the neck. I don't have a guitar like that.
Oh, you like one? He likes one solid piece of wood.
I really want that, but there's just no reason for it for me at the moment.
Oh, really? What you want to look for in a neck is straight grain, So you want the centerpiece of wood. It's called quarter sawn. If you could find that, sometimes you could find it. Most of the time you have to look at more expensive guitars to find that, but they resonate better. So, a lot of people think like, oh, the paint job on the Strat is going to affect the tone and stuff. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, it's just the vibration. The vibration has to resonate, go somewhere and resonate. So unless the paint somehow, maybe it can, if you put on some thick crap or something.
Well, I mean, heavier strings, like again, a straight grain neck, one that's solid. What I do too when I pick a guitar is I'll play like an E chord and then I'll put my finger on the headstock and see how much it's vibrating up there.
Mm.
And there's guitars that are just definitely better than others. It's also electric should sound acoustically loud if it's a good guitar too. Shouldn't sound dead.
Yeah. I play my PRS without plugging it in all the time.
Yeah.
It's satisfying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a hold on, that's a Gibson. Is that ES335? Yeah. Dude, I've always wanted one of those.
I like how that's
Wow.
black too.
That's beautiful.
Like, I feel like if I had a guitar like that, I'd want it to be black like that.
Wow.
Yes, it's flat black, so it's really cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen one flat black like that.
Like a matte, yeah.
Yep, ebony fretboard, I think. No, that's rosewood. That's just dark rosewood. That's beautiful. Oof.
I forget what the pickups are called. What are they called?
Humbuckers. They're
They're humbuckers.
They're what are they called? Burst buckers.
Oh, Lawler.
Oh, that is Lawler pickups. Wow. Yeah, semi-hollow. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful guitar. That is a work of art right there.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
That's nice.
I'm gonna find you, man.
What's
I'm gonna
that?
find you. I might be robbing you, dude.
I don't live in Utah.
A lot of money there in that collection. I got buyers for those guitars. I'm just kidding. Don't worry.
You probably can't see
What
it.
does this say? I can't tell. Yeah, I can't read it.
Yeah, it's Chris Cornell's signature guitar.
Oh,
Oh yeah, nice.
nice. Wow. Now I want one.
Yeah, even the one that
That's
shows in the picture, their version was like an olive green.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's pretty cool too.
I like that color too.
I like the olive green. Yeah, I'd take either of them, of course. They're both beautiful, but
Mm-hmm. That's a nice collection. You have more, or those are some cases?
I got a couple more.
you probably got a Les
Yeah.
Paul. If you have all
Yeah,
those other
nice.
guitars, you've got a Les Paul somewhere, don't you?
Nah.
No.
I
Yeah,
had
I don't like those.
a second-hand one when I was in college. There was a left-handed one.
Oh yeah.
I rid of it. But no, I got all the other ones are super old ones that aren't very good. They're like ones I need to sell and get rid of.
Yeah. For a while, when I actually had money, I had a few Gretches, but they're long gone since the divorce, you know. But I had a Falcon. I had an Irish Falcon. I had a Country Gentleman too. I fucking love those guitars. They were great.
Nice.
I've had many Strats, many Telecasters, a few Taylor acoustics that I had to get rid of. I now have like a Larrivee acoustic, but I've gotten so many compliments on this guitar. It's an awesome fucking guitar. Like it sounds way better than it should. It's one of those weird situations. It was like I think I paid like $1,200 for it, and people blindly think it's like a $5,000, $6,000 guitar. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, but just kind of lucky.
Can we
But
see
yeah.
it?
Sure, yeah, here it is. It's all solid
I
wood.
have to go soon.
All right, let's start jamming, everyone.
It's a basic looking guitar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice binding.
Yep. It's got maple binding, but that's really the only thing. And this is African mahogany. So it's a Pele. Back inside, it's it. But you know.
Nice.
I'm not as good of a player as
Yeah, but the mic is not really going to pick up
yeah,
how it sounds.
right. So
Have you seen a baritone acoustic?
yeah,
before?
yeah.
I
Oh
have
yeah.
one. I
have
really
one?
like it. Yeah,
Nice.
I love it so much.
Is it what is it like? Tuned to C or something?
Uh, B standard.
B.
Yeah. I have to go. I have an appointment. But
Okay. All
that's
right.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later.
Hey, bye, Claire. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Nice to chat again.
Yeah.
See, Ben, it ain't so bad. When we
What's
do
not so
show and
bad?
tell. More show and tell. That's what we need.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm not worried. I'm just chilling, just hanging. Hank, are you a guitar guy too?
Negative. I have a keyboard, but I don't know how to use it either. So
All right.
Oh,
I'm not a guitar guy myself, but I'm looking to get into guitars this year.
This year.
nice.
Yeah. So what would you tell a beginner, or just like, I'm listening to what you're saying and just trying to kind of put the puzzle pieces together.
Honestly, as a beginner, just get something that's easy to play. Like I would just get. I mean, I had my first guitar was just really super hard to play, and it's I would just get like nylon strings, a simple guitar to try to practice and learn on.
Yeah, that's good advice.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and honestly, probably start on an electric guitar. I think, I mean, Ben, nylon's works too, but like electric, at least the action's likely going to be lower. The strings are more flimsy. It's not going to cut the shit out of his fingers.
Yeah, it's just like also electric. You kind of need an amp, or you need to be attached to something to use it, I guess.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a super cheap guitar for my kids when they were younger, and it was so
Yes.
garbage. It like the frets were sprouted, and it was like would cut your hand, and it would go out of tune like every 5 seconds. So if you don't get a super cheap one for the first one, but some of those Squires, they're not so bad. Like some of the newer ones, they got the production value up, so they're cheaper, but they still are okay. But I got a kid version of a Squire. It was like absolute garbage.
Yeah. You got to get like the I don't think they have classic vibe anymore, but like even if you find those used, those are pretty good guitars for the money. $300, it's a decent guitar.
Yeah, and then if it's the Strat style, you can like put on a new neck, change out the pickups really easy, and you can get it.
So I got my daughter like a $50 guitar from a toy store, just like a mass-produced toy guitar, and that thing was the easiest thing I've ever played. I just I'd write songs on it and do whatever on it. Yeah, it was just really easy to play, and it sounded like crap, but it was just I don't know, just play wise, like moving your fingers around is just nice. And then like I also didn't.
Lucky.
Yeah, it also didn't bother me to like ruin it. So like I carved out symbols for like where all of the notes are and stuff like that for her to see. And,
that's perfect.
Yeah.
Cool. Like playing wise, like how much did you learn of the music theory starting out?
I would stay away from music theory starting out.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself, man. You either have it or you don't. Okay.
No, I know a lot about music theory already.
Oh, look at that.
He's got like a wooden guitar.
Yeah, he hasn't built it yet.
This is the kit. You can get a kit.
Yeah.
This is a Telecaster. I bought it during the pandemic, but I haven't finished it yet.
Yeah.
And I made my own symbol up there.
Nice.
Cool.
I'm hoping like I filled it's a mahogany, so
yeah. I was saying
I filled it in with some dark wood fill.
Yeah.
I want to put like a lighter color, either white or like an orange, lightly, so some of that texture shows through.
Yeah, I'd go orange, man. I don't know if I'd do white with that one. White's gonna look weird. It's gonna be like grayish.
Yeah, I bought the white, and now I'm like second guessing it. It's like, I guess it's a blonde.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd try. It's like a blonde, but I'm second guessing if I should do that or not.
You know what you could do is you could just clear coat it too, and then you have the wood grain. You know.
Yeah,
Or yeah, just stain it too. You could stain it.
Yep.
age clear.
Yeah.
Do that. Yeah, staining would be a lot. Yeah, I watched tons of tutorials on how to do it,
Mm-hmm.
and like the paint jobs, it seems pretty technical. So I'm nervous of my skill level not being able to hit it good enough.
Yeah. You also don't want to breathe in those fumes when you're doing that shit either. God. You'll be like you'll end up Keith Richards, dude. Like, you know, just
What
playing
about,
by muscle memory because there's no brains left.
what about like taking it to a auto body shop and just having them paint it? Has anybody ever tried that? Or
well, yeah. I mean, they could do that for sure. Yeah.
oh yeah, because I saw one that was it was like a sort of like an Olympic white, but it had like a iridescent purple finish on it. It looks so cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's where you go if you wanted something really special done. Just go to auto. They're gonna charge you
Probably
big time. You know.
The quality would be up there though.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth it. Maybe because this is my first build. Maybe I'll just half-ass it and get it done. And
I mean, I think it's worth it. You have a nice piece of mahogany there. Mahogany's not cheap. And the neck mahogany too, or is it roasted maple?
The back, yeah, it's mahogany, but it's a maple fretboard.
Okay. Huh.
And I think the pickups and stuff are probably not very good, but
yeah, slap some aftermarket pickups in there, and you're good to go. Make sure you got good tuners on it. I know you will. You know, and you got a good guitar for probably not a lot of money.
But it's funny, like you got a lot of other good guitars too. But it's nice to make your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you can give that let David play that one. Let him practice on it.
I'll sell it to you.
Maybe.
Why this year? Did you just decide that now, David, or you had that before?
I've had that for a few months now. Maybe a few weeks. The place I'm living next, they have a music room, and I'm planning on learning the instruments in the just to help. And like the guitar is the only one I don't know how to play. Like I play drum set, or I can. Play
it used to be hard to learn. Like you'd have to like track down. I don't know, like sheet music or like chord. Yeah, some like to learn you had to like buy books and stuff. And today you can just download an app and the app will just teach you.
Yeah. I have no idea how to do the technique.
Yeah, just get an app and it'll teach you. And like the app even waits until you play the right note. So like
yeah, right.
Yeah, it'll just be like stuck on there. It'll tell you what note to play and where it is. Yeah, there's some nice stuff there today. You showing us your books, Jared? Yeah.
Yeah, these are like I print out 1998 printouts from the internet.
Yeah,
right. I know. Yeah, you need. I still had to get a lot of those books, not like guitar books, but music books. But you could download them online.
You can get them online, just print them. Yeah.
Dave, once you learn how to play a G chord, a C chord, and A minor chord, you can play a lot of songs that way.
Right.
It's just like there's so many, right?
Right.
Even just all the major chords starting there, you'll be able to play a bunch of shit. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just start with chords for sure. Just learn some chord music.
So you said you played other instruments. What other instruments do you play? You said guitar. I mean,
I said piano. I kind of want to do my own show and tell. I just need to charge my laptop so I can put a camera in the other room. My piano's in a different room, so I'll get to that in a few 5 minutes. But yeah, so I played in the marching band in the drum line in high school. So I know a lot of the rudimentary stuff, and like a lot of the hard rhythms and the hard patterns, just because of playing a marching snare drum. It's really hard.
Is that how much different is that from like a kit set?
A drum kit that was completely different. Yeah, it's very different. Yeah, the techniques. You play
Yeah,
traditional. Yeah,
I played in a marching band too in military school.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, but I had a
Ben,
saxophone.
Ben, no,
Yeah.
you didn't. No, you didn't, man. You
Yeah, I did. I had a
your
saxophone.
bandana and shit. No way, man.
What?
I believe it.
I'm just breaking your balls, dude. Fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you play?
No, I played like in a marching band and saxophone there.
A
But yeah, we had the
saxophone?
drum corps and all that stuff.
Really?
Yeah, the drum corps is
Yeah.
cool. Drum
Cool.
corps is really cool. At least in my opinion.
Yeah.
What's your favorite sax solo in music? Rock
Man,
music.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Kenny G.
Why you have one?
Oh yeah, dude. Like Pink Floyd's got a ton of them, man.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I like Terminal Frost. I love that sax solo. If that won't move you, nothing will. God.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I played a tenor though, so it's not the same pitch, but yeah, you can still
You
do
know-
some stuff on it. Yeah.
Yeah, the
You know what
marches did?
moves me the most though is organs, right? Like I just like it's weird, man. It like I start to act like a little bitch when an organ starts
Like
playing.
big pipe organs, like the big pipe organs, or like the
Yeah, like the
They're cool.
church
Yeah.
organs, like the big ass ones that like have like a unbelievable resonance and shit like that.
that like you need a building to hold the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah, like
Yeah.
right. And then I like French horns.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Horns.
Yep.
Oh.
So, but like the beginning of you guys know you too, right? Hopefully. But
That sounds
Mhm.
familiar.
yeah, the
Sounds
beginning of
familiar.
where the streets have no name, like that organ. Oh my god! Holy shit!
Mm.
Holy shit, dude! So
Yeah. I know like basketball stadiums will have organs put in them. Sometimes. I don't know.
do they?
Yeah, there's one. I forget where.
Yeah, they do. Some of those sports halls have organs. That's true.
Yeah. They'll think it's like some audio recording, but it's actually someone that's playing it.
The old ones though, like the new ones, have no reason to do that anymore. But yeah, the older ones have that for sure. And they
Yeah.
get like some old lady or whatever to play the.
Ben, have you ever seen someone play the organ?
Yeah, my
dude,
stepdad was an organ player too.
I mean, it's unbelievable how complicated that shit is.
With
It's
all like
like
the pulls and the
yeah,
change
and the
yeah.
pedals. It's like, oh my god,
Yeah.
crazy,
Right.
crazy cool though.
It's, I don't know how to play the organ. No idea. It's
There's
beyond
very
my
few people who know.
comprehension.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyways, I'm a big Pink Floyd fan. Like, frankly, almost everything I know how to play is Pink Floyd. It's kind of ridiculous. But
Cool, yeah.
no other Pink Floyd fans here. I'm disappointed. I am so disappointed.
Oh, I like them.
Okay,
Yes, yeah,
good.
I've heard their stuff. They're good.
Okay.
Another Brick in the Wall, Money.
That had a little low point in the 80s, I think.
Yeah, there's still some good stuff. I mean, like, but I get what you mean. Yeah,
Wish
like
You Were Here.
once Roger left, it got a little. I don't know. I mean, I love David Gilmour. Don't get me wrong. David Gilmour's the lead guitarist. I think beautiful solos, etc. But you need Roger Waters complaining. You know, like his bitching through the lyrics. You know, you need that dark. Pink Floyd needs the dark aspect. It just does, dude.
All right.
You know, I'm telling you, like, I don't know. Yeah. I won't elaborate further.
Would you say Gilmore's solos? Would you say they're NI or NE?
What the hell?
They're definitely
What?
NI.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Gilmore's such a great example of someone who has the combination of those two primarily, like FI and NI, and you can even see the FI and the NI really in the sort of like the soul of time that kind of transcends that music. So yeah.
Do you think he's an ISFP?
Yeah,
or
I
something?
do. I do. Like an ISFP, like a what we would say in my system would be an analysis variant. So like so FINI. I mean he does have extroverted perception as well, of course. So is SE, but like it's doesn't seem like it's very well developed. I mean, you could say, well, he's a performer, it's developed, but I've gone to his concerts. He's very flat, like as a person, but he's very expressive through his instrument, which is interesting, Yeah, this is him. Like, I mean, I think this kind of just goes to show that, he gives like a highly subjective, clearly an introvert.
One level, one plane of existence, and his replies sort of came back from a different
He looks a bit EJ-ish.
plane of existence, and it's very hard to know what he was thinking. He certainly didn't show
got
any
observer eyes.
upset at the thought of being pushed out. And we've got a little bit of film of him somewhere in a dressing room.
He's got like those ENTP lips too.
At that time.
Yeah,
Ben,
so-
you don't know
One of
what
those
you're
first 5
talking
years of
about.
No,
Okay.
I have a guy that's like this guy's age. He looks just like
Dancing
him,
around on-
and I thought he was an
with
ENTP.
one or
talking
two of
about-
the others, and seems perfectly
don't know.
jolly.
Let's look at pictures of him younger too.
If you also look at the way that Gilmore puts his solos together, he'll do like
I guess
multiple
the other
runs,
thought I
and
had
then
was
he'll
when you
he'll
talked about
loop the
being
whole
very
thing
busy
together.
was,
Like he'll take the parts he likes and he'll loop it all together.
staggered when I read
He's
it.
not NE at all.
Before I did
Like
something
there's
like
no
that.
NE anywhere.
It's like it's sort of it has like a movement and a direction, right?
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
like it's not like that any boopy boppy music.
Yeah. Like I would say like Muse, like Matthew Bellamy, like that's NE there. That's like always something different, some different thing being used to get some different sound. So it kind of surprises you. Gilmore, the solos are great, but they're it's him.
He looks like an observer in this picture though, right?
Yeah, he's got those observer eyes too.
Yeah. So maybe he's an observer, like a ESFP, and he's tapping into his NI, and that's when he goes into the music stuff. That could be too.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he could be SC lead, and he could have developed both introverted functions. I mean, that could be true. One thing he doesn't have though is he doesn't have any any developed extroverted judgment. I mean, for Christ's sakes, he hardly ever talks. Like he has to be forced to talk. He's not good at ordering anything, which is why he was bossed around by Roger Waters, and resentful towards that.
Say that again. I didn't catch that. What?
Well, he doesn't. First off, he has a difficult time articulating things. He has a difficult time ordering objects. He's even admitted it himself. He doesn't communicate well. Like at all. I don't see JE in him at all. So he's not TE, he's not FE lead or even second. So that makes him a revisor. I think the best type for him is just blanket ISFP. You could say he's ESFP too, but
I still think that most people think of us as a very drag orientated group. Of course we're not. You can trust us.
And there's also that FI worrying about what other people think thing, or you know what I mean, like that sort of neurosis going on. So,
Jay, I feel you poisoning my mind with nonsense.
How's
Yeah, right?
it nonsense? How's it nonsense? Okay,
I
so
don't know.
all right. Well, let's talk
not-
about them. Let's talk
He's
about the
lost his
nonsense.
sterileness. He lost his
Well,
Yeah,
sterile.
no, we're sterile.
No more
But
sterile.
Ben, let's talk about this, right? Okay, so if you have a FI lead, right, and they become neurotic, right, or egocentric, right, they're going to be projecting their extroverted thinking. Why? It's because there's a conflation of consciousness, right? Like it's exaggerated. So the unconscious opposition rises up because it has to counterbalance the consciousness, right? So what we then see would be projections through extroverted thinking. So they would begin to feel what others are thinking, right? And they become paranoid about it. And I know this is true because I have an FI lead freaking girlfriend who it's the same thing over and over and over again. I mean, how many times do you need to observe it in FI leads to be like, yeah, that's their neurosis right there, right?
Sure. Yep.
Right. And then again, but I also think we should talk about with the types there being technically two inferiors in most people, because if that third is not developed, it's still inferior. So for example, if you have a delta, so like
It's a
FIN,
demon function.
right? Then the SI will also be something too that comes in and bothers them. They start to realize that there's no continuity in their narrative, right? So how's it bullshit what I'm saying? How's it bullshit?
I don't know how it's bullshit, but I also don't know how it's right.
Well, I mean, okay, so if we want to talk about like if it's right or wrong, I mean, you can't prove or disprove it. That's another issue.
Right.
With
It's not
psychology.
falsifiable. You're
It's
just
not a
making
sci-
assertions. Yep.
Right, but they're graded on what.
I mean, I
seems
get they
most
make
like-
sense to you, and I get you've developed an entire understanding around it, and that I get. Just to me, I have a different way of seeing things, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, well, let's look at the extroverts, right? When the extroverts get
Let's
neurotic,
check him out.
right? When the extroverts get neurotic, do they go on the attack?
The
No,
attack?
they
What are
don't.
we talking about?
No, but you guys aren't trying to. No, this is the thing. This is
No, we ain't trying.
well, Ben. Here's the thing. You got to also realize
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
For 5 years, Ben, I've had
Okay,
people
that's
come
what I
into
said.
my server and challenge me. Okay, you know this.
Yeah, I know.
Cause
That.
trouble.
Well,
and
you've
stuff,
got your
so-
own theory. You've developed
right,
your own
okay.
theory. You have your own classmates. You have your
Yeah.
own students,
Right.
and it's just a different way from how I'm looking at it. That's all.
Well, it's
Which is
very
fine.
Jungian. The way I'm looking at it is Jungian. Like I did not come
The
up
way
with
I'm looking at it is Jungian too. I can make the same assertions. Why not?
But why are we not understanding each other for both Jungian? That's what we have to ask. So
Because you've gone all in on this and built it up so to a degree where I'm seeing the outcome and not the process. And I've got the same thing.
If you're looking at outcomes and not tracing it back to the process, right? Well, actually, you're looking at outcomes and then you're tracing it.
I'm looking at what you're showing. I'm looking at what you're showing me, and in order for me to get to the outcome, I have to build up the process. And I don't see how your process is built.
How my process is built?
Yeah, and I don't think we can flesh this out here on one foot. Standing on one foot.
No, well, I get that, Ben, but okay. So if we look at just introverts in general, let's generalize this, zoom out, right? Okay.
Well, then you have to define your term. What do you mean by introverts? Because there's a whole bunch of different ways to look at introversion. If you're talking about Jungian introverts, then that's a lead introverted function. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Because someone with a lead introverted function could be very outgoing, could be very extroverted, even though they have a lead introverted function.
But we have to answer why that is. Is that a result of development? Because inherently
because it's not the same thing. It's not the same. These two definitions don't overlap. They're essentially different different ways of looking at what introversion is. So like big five introversion and extroversion is very
But
different.
We're not talking about that though, Ben.
Right.
We're talking about
Well,
Jungian.
so when you're making assertions about, okay, an introvert isn't going to be outgoing, that's like you're mixing the two definitions of introversion and extroverted.
But I didn't say that.
I know. Okay.
I said primarily when an introvert is outgoing, like, or they look like they are outgoing, it often is neurotically, because the introvert takes the object, right,
Well,
and it submits
no.
it to its view and understanding.
So that's
it's
the whole
protective of its inner world, right?
So that's the whole thing. You're conflating the two. Outgoingness and introversion are not contradictory, and there's no neuroticism around them. Outgoingness is something that someone with a lead introverted function could be comfortable doing. Like David, for example, is outgoing, but he's got a lead introverted function. Yeah, you are.
All right.
Okay. Well, but that's not what I'm trying to do here.
I know, but that's why when you ask a question like, when an introvert does this, what's the difference between introvert or an extrovert? We have to define our terms. We have to define what you mean by it, because what you mean by it is different than what I mean by it, and is different than what Jung means by it.
Yeah, I was thinking that like 30 minutes ago. Just that we don't have our terms defined, so it's like we keep saying.
Well, how are we defining this? I thought we were talking from a Jungian perspective.
I know, but
but the way you understand Jung is different than the way Jung understood himself.
That's what?
And the way I understand Jung is different from the way Jung, and so that way we have two different understandings of Jung.
Well, then okay. So then, if
because we're bringing other things into it, we're filling other things into it.
Interpretations have more weight, Ben, then we can't argue anything. Because
we just have to. We just can't.
So.
We just can't jump to the result so quick.
But I'm pointing to things that we can observe. So I
understand, but you're interpreting them as well, right?
Well, we interpret things we observe. Otherwise, we don't observe them.
We could point at the same thing that we're both observing, and we can interpret it completely differently based on whatever framework we're using, and that's usually what happens with people.
Right, and that's another difference between the extrovert and the introvert.
Because that's just a difference between people. Yeah.
No, because the introvert, right, is submitting whatever it is that they're observing through their framework, right? So that is biased by that framework heavily. Not saying that
I agree.
They can't be
I can agree on that.
But the extrovert is.
But even the extrovert has introversion, and even the extrovert has a framework, and even the extrovert, when internalizing something or being introverted in some way, is going to filter things through their framework.
Sure, but yes, I get.
And it's not going to be as nuanced a framework, and so it's going to come off very. And in a frustrating state when they do it.
Right.
But again, like, what's your data set, right? If you define someone as an extrovert and you're like, okay, this guy is extroverted and he does this, therefore extroverts are like this. Well, what if I'm not defining this person as an extrovert, right? Where's your data set?
Well, Ben, the very nature of the extrovert is suppressing the subjective factor. That's what makes someone extroverted. They must suppress the subjective factor. Generally speaking, I'm not saying they can't develop it. Sure,
they don't use it. They don't use the subjective factor to justify perceptions or judgments. I can get behind that definition.
I can also agree that generally speaking, I don't really see that unless in certain.
They will use objectivity, whatever that means, their perception of object in order to justify perceptions or decisions, or judgments.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. But it's the justification process.
But the inverse is true for the introverts as well.
Sure. Yeah, we can agree on that.
Right.
But then an EP, for example, though, he has an EP has subjective judgment and objective perception. And so there's a mix there. So you can't call him an extrovert because he's got an introverted judgment. that's going along with that extroverted perception.
Right,
So, like,
right. Yeah,
right.
we could talk about that. Ben, I get what you're saying there, but when we say someone is extrovert or introverted, right? This is also the argument. It's like, well, do they have both extroverted functions? You know, do they have both introverted functions? Are we talking that? Because that would be a true extrovert or a true introvert, right? But when we're talking about this is what my theory is built around. When we're talking about, okay, well, now you have, say, SENTI, right? Well, really what you're dealing with then is a revisor, regardless of functions, right? Because it's the extroverted perception plus the JI, and they're using both. And it's passing information seamlessly. Well, on that mode, right? Well, then you can also add a third one, right? And the three of them pass information. Now you have a balanced judgment with perception, maybe. Maybe you have a balanced judgment or perception with judgment, right? So it's like,
we lost you there, Hank, for a second. Welcome back.
No, no, you didn't lose me. I just disconnected because I didn't have anything to say about the guitars.
Oh, gotcha.
Now we're back on a topic where Hank can rule.
Yeah,
Hank,
we're arguing definitions now.
Yes, I'm very good at arguing definitions.
Yeah,
let's hear it, Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
But Ben, this is the thing, though, that's kind of true in all typology. We actually agree on more than we disagree on, but we're arguing like little nuances.
No, we're not arguing. We're comparing subjective frameworks.
Well, okay, we're not arguing.
I don't know what you're doing, to be fair.
Yeah.
They're comparing to subject frameworks and contrasting them.
That's right.
Well, Ben, how do you under stress, right? Under stress, how does that manifest for you?
For me personally,
yeah,
I will just go and procrastinate. I'll find a way to escape, like naturally. My bias, my cognitive makeup is going to try to go and dissociate from the stress, because stress is also like a feeling thing. It's also pressure, so you want to get away from the pressure, that kind of stuff. So it's cognitively, that's what my mind like wants to do.
And what happens to your relations when you do that? Like what manifests and how do you react to that?
What relations? What are you talking about?
The people who care about you, right?
Who are they? Where are they? What are you talking about?
Well, Ben, believe me, I can relate. Okay, all right, but no, but these are important questions to ask, because it's like, well, that kind of shows what you truly are, right? If we're talking about personality. So it's like, well, how do you react under stress, right? Like what manifests, like where are the
it also depends on the kind of stress. Like if it's a moment of crisis, so then I go into action mode. I go into solving it.
Sure.
Like and the stress will just I'll get through it. But if it's just like, pressure at work and driving and like just a whole bunch of stress, well then whenever I get downtime, I'm just going to go and consume. Just going to go and escape.
I know, but you're avoiding the question. Let me rephrase it. Okay. I always feel like I have to be like a lawyer with you, right?
All right.
Okay. All right. Okay. So when there is no way to fix something, right? Like there's no way out of a situation, like, or circumstances.
Right.
Then how do you react? That really is when you're going to see the inferior function.
Yeah, so personally, I would have to go process it and accept it. Whatever you're talking about, then go and like when David shoots me in the foot, I'm gonna have to like
what? Okay.
Call back. Come on.
I know.
So I'm gonna have to process it and get to some kind of acceptance. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And okay. Well, honestly, Ben, like you're just giving me nothing.
I'm not giving you what you want. You're looking for a specific kind of answer, and I'm not fitting in that box. I know.
Well, no, but you're doing it purposefully.
No, I'm not
No.
actually.
I
I'm-
mean, I
I
can
don't
tell
know what
too.
you want
Well,
me
I
to
just-
answer.
I
Why don't
just
you
do
tell me what you
help.
want me to answer and I'll answer it? How about
There
that?
you go. Yeah.
Well, no, I can
Do
give
that.
you specific things. So, like, one of the things with me under stress is I begin to manifest all sorts of weird fucking physical sensations, right? I go to the doctor neurotically, okay? Complain about things. They can't find anything, right? It's like lights bother me, get headaches, all these things, right? Like, so those are manifestations for me.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Okay. But you get something. You get something specific. You just don't not get something specific, you know? So it's like you're not immune to unconscious opposition, my man. That's my point. You know? It's everything that you've
Well, throw out
repressed.
more options then. Throw out more options. Tell me what I could answer that would be acceptable in your framework.
Well, no, I'm not. But the thing is, too, I'm not trying to corner you and go, "Oh, I got you." Like, I'm not trying to do that. Like,
I just don't know what you're looking for. Like that's my experience of with stress. That's how I'm not doing it on purpose. That's how I was just answering the question honestly.
I mean, do you pull away, go into a dark basement?
Well, let's ask
Like,
Hank.
like-
Hank, how do you
Yes, I
deal
want to
with
answer that
stress?
question. So when I'm under stress, I'm looking to win at the situation, and I'm pretty much gonna try new things. And if it's really important, I'll cheat to win. So I don't. But when I'm stressed, I'll just keep going harder at the thing.
Okay, so this is a perfect example of Jungian psychology right here. Okay, is that most people will give you just enough and in hopes that you take it, right? They hope that you take it because nobody's going to talk about the thing that makes them, wince in pain, right? And it's embarrassing and humiliating and all that stuff that's really difficult to navigate, right? So this is another reason, and this is a setup by me to showcase. It's another reason why it's so difficult to type people, because they fucking lie.
Yeah, if you type people this way, of course it'd be hard to type. But if you use the
I get what you're saying.
characters instead as a base, there's no lies. We could see everything.
Right, but that's my point. It's necessary to talk about these things in order to type someone correctly. People will tell you everything good about themselves, right? But they'll never tell you anything that's really deep and bad. That'll put their ego at risk.
I'll
It's
tell
true.
myself, but then it's just to be ignored because other people don't want to deal with it. So
Well,
that's why I don't
that's
worry
true,
about
too.
doxing. I'm worried about leaking secrets because there's going to be the only one person out of a million I would do anything with would be really predictable. So
Join up. There's a link in the description.
yes.
No, Hank, I see your point. You do have a point.
You could also type based on voids. You can type based on what the person isn't saying, what the person is avoiding talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing with you, Ben, is you really don't provide ever any narrative context to anything. So I mean, and never. And I've watched you for like, what has it been, 6 years now? So it's like, well, the thing that you don't have clearly
Is the
developed
narratives. I know.
is the
I'm
narrative.
processing like the narrative thing. I'm just really trying to figure out because I see it everywhere. And I
Yeah.
see people get stuck on narratives all the time. And I'm just like, what is this? Like, why are people getting stuck on these? Why do they have to force things into like a story?
Because
What is
stories
that weirdness?
make sense. They're easier
Yeah.
to process. But yeah,
But, like-
let me give you an example of something dark that people won't bother to get into, even if I leak it out. So, for example, I equivocate the goddess Eris and Rhea Katami, and I fantasize about having sex with them. But no one's gonna follow up on that. Even I have a bunch of people that want to dig dirt on me. They're not gonna go investigate, even though I point my finger, go look here. They're so afraid of it, they'll just go with the superficial garbage that just doesn't do anything to me. So
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the all your secrets are out because I know no one's gonna do anything with them unless they're
secrets?
obsessed with digging up dirt on everyone and using your secrets or whatever. But people are so lazy they'll just make shit up instead. So it doesn't make a difference.
I walked in and I heard some very fruity stuff.
It doesn't
What's
make
up,
a difference.
y'all?
What's
What's
up?
up? Welcome back. I heard you microwave some food and then bounced, so I guess you ate. Welcome back.
Kinda.
See there, that was narrative. That was a story. See?
What?
Yeah.
You don't need a narrative, Ben.
I'll
What
give
do
you.
you want?
Jared wants to say something.
Yeah, you microwaved your food and then crawled in your trunk and had a little tiny picnic in the trunk.
No, he can't open it.
No, I just
From
went
the
into
front,
the back.
you can't open it from the
Yeah,
front.
yeah.
He could open it from the
seats?
from the passenger seat, maybe.
Nope. So the reason why I got so upset at the Buick is because it only has one trunk opening mechanism.
Every
It's
time
okay.
My
we were just-
mechanism broke,
we were
meaning
just
that I
joking
cannot
about
open my trunk.
it. Yeah.
So, but
you can- he's
no,
saying you can access it.
I just crawling through the back seats.
What do you do when you're stressed, Jared? How do you deal with stress?
Disappear, hide, avoid,
Yeah.
Essentially, me too.
Yeah.
procrastinate. What else?
Procrastinate, hide, yeah, all that
Obfuscate.
stuff.
Try to consume some stuff to solve the problem, maybe.
What about you, David?
I'm quite. Think about it. What do I do when I'm stressed? Like what do I do? What do you mean? I act
Obfuscate.
like any other human. Yeah. You know, try to solve the problem or I need more like context. Like where am I? What's happening?
Well, I
am
mean,
at work?
everyone will get stressed from a different mechanism, right? Like we already heard how Nico got stressed from the techno Satan, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can fix this. It'll get fixed.
Where'd Jay go? Did he go microwave food?
I'm drawing up a blank. I don't. I
That's
think
not
I like.
possible.
I think when I get stressed, like I like black out. Like I just can't remember the stressful times that well. Like we're talking about like long periods of stress, or like a.
I wasn't my question. I don't know.
I want to answer in some sort of way. I just don't know how to answer it.
You mean you haven't slept processed this?
No.
No.
Well, there's different contexts. There's different like ways. There's-
What about the narrative stuff? Do you do the narrative stuff? Do you contextualize things into stories?
Yeah, definitely. No, it's always a story with me. I think it's not
Yeah.
always, but yeah, I'm always on some story. Like right now, I'm part of the. It's the summertime, you know. Like I've seen this story play out before, so kind of watching. You know, how the plot is going to change. If you're going to be the extra characters, or that's not what I mean. But
Who are all the NPCs going to be?
no. I'm avoiding that. Yeah, I feel all the DIs are like, yeah, everyone's an NPC but me.
Jay, David wanted to answer your question, but he doesn't know the context.
What do you
On
mean
the
doesn't know the context?
Well,
Yeah.
I'll let you guys talk here.
No, don't do that. Okay. I thought you were gonna like remove everybody from the stream. But yeah, what do you mean by what do you do when you get stressed?
Well, what I'm talking about is like, think of like the worst times in your life, right?
Okay, yeah. So
And
long, long
not only
period.
analyze what was going on with you, but also what other people told you about yourself. And we all have those. There's not a single person alive who doesn't have those, right?
Yeah, right. I have less of them. If I were to say, I don't have a clear enough pattern, but I do have. Yeah, I have some for sure. I definitely hide. I definitely do a lot of hiding from people. I definitely think that the thoughts I'll have won't be able to be handled by people, and I'll also like one of the times is like if I have people with me that will help me through the stressful times. That's very helpful for me. Is if
Yeah.
somebody else is going through the same stressful thing as I am, and we're able to work together on it. So yeah, I'll go to other people and see if they're handling the same thing. And most of the time, I do. That is where I go. I do realize that there's people having the same exact stressful thing as me somewhere else in the world, and that kind of helps me calm me down. It's like I'm not the stress isn't like personalized. It's like it's depersonalized. It's like, yep, I'm stressful. I'm having a stressful time. I'm having a hard time. You know, I'm 21. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
stress with just that. But like, hey, there's so many other 21-year-olds, and we all get told relax. You got so much time in your life to figure things out. I know, but that doesn't get rid of the bad, the stressful feeling.
No, it's horrible advice. But the thing is, like, what?
No, I think it's the right advice. It's like the future of the stressful. It's like as it gets older, it just gets better. So it's like something giving you something, having something to look forward to. I think it's also helpful. You know, having it end, so you know when the stress is gonna end.
But what happens when people give you that advice, but you never change?
They give me but I never change. So
Well, just in general, not you, but in general. So say that advice is given, which is very common advice, right? You know, well, there's other people in the world who are like you, and suffering like you, and have similar to like you, whatever. But that's just normal, right? So don't change. And then flash forward 20 years, and now those problems are even worse, and they're the same problems, and nothing was ever really done about them. And it could be all traced back to that bad advice.
I have a feeling you're talking about yourself here, Jay. What's going on?
Well, no, I mean, let's ask the crowd if what I'm saying is untrue, right? Because even if that is my story, that's a lot of people's story.
Yeah.
Especially when you get older, you realize these things. At 21, though, man, you don't have enough time to really test the truth of a lot of things. And I know you're not going to like to hear that, but it's true.
I'm very aware of that. Yeah.
I'm aware as well.
So, I mean, the things that change you are the things that that you find out about yourself that you don't like about yourself, that are absolutely true, and that are very difficult to change. And if you manage to change those things, well, then that's a big deal. But all this other shit is just, it's really just, yeah, like a Band-Aid. It's akin to just saying, oh, well, just take a pill. Everyone goes through this depression,
Yeah. Well, it's not easy. If someone's trying to say it's going to be easy, then screw them.
No, yeah, it's not going to be easy.
I don't want it to be easy. No. I don't respect people's stories when they tell me it's everything's just been good in my life. I have nothing to gain from a person like that.
Well, David, they're lying to you. Those people are liars.
They're
you
lying
know?
to themselves more than so I can't.
Oh yeah, they're to themselves, to you, to everyone else. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of those people.
Like I would never say everything's good in my life, but I would also never dump my trauma and baggage on people, especially not on YouTube like this. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right.
But
Yeah.
this isn't trauma dumping on YouTube. This is just having a conversation like a real.
I didn't say it was. Yeah, I'm just.
I mean, I'm not. David's not talking about how miserable his life is. I'm not talking about that. You're not talking about that. Hank isn't talking about that.
Well,
Etc.
we're generalizing that a little bit. Yeah.
I'm trying to depersonalize it. I'm trying to make it not
Yeah.
me. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ever been trauma dumping?
I mean, you talked about Techno Satan, so you did a little bit, but
Yeah.
it doesn't count.
Does not count.
If
We're
you
talking
have-
about real emotions here.
Yeah, not observer shit. That's not real.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, okay.
It's decider time in this. Finally decider time. Let's go. Talking about demon emotions. Let's go. This is my game. Yeah, no. I think Techno Satan, he's really my god, and I'm trying to get close to him so I can kill him. So
Oh, okay.
but now he knows that. So it's gonna be tough.
He knows, but he doesn't care. He could just respawn.
He can respawn. Yeah, he's got a
Got
respawn
extra
mode.
lives.
I'll just spawn camp.
You just have to make sure you score more goals on him. That's all.
Like, I don't. This is why I
Then
didn't
when
want to
the
talk about it. Oh my god. You're like, now you're using it against me. Like, it's so cringy. Stop that. I'm gonna start
The
sharing my screen
conversation.
playing the video game if you keep talking about it.
Let's do it. Go for it.
All right. Let me get it on.
What are you talking about?
Demon emotions.
Yeah, right. We're talking about that demon FP. You know how we're all going through some sort of painful experience. It's hard for us to process, and it's not going to be easy. And I'm getting really close to the mic, so I probably sound pretty loud. But here we go. I was laying back. Now I gotta scoot up to play my video game. But yeah, what's the narrative? I'm more interested in the narrative.
Yeah, I don't know how to process narratives and share narratives. I don't know how to do that.
The narrative of
Yeah, well, you have your object, and then you have the background. Then you say what the object's doing, and that's all you need.
Well, Ben, what's interesting is you do all three other things. You know.
What are the three other things? What are you talking about?
Well, like what I'm saying is like.
Here we go. Now we're playing
Rocket League.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
we
you keep talking. We're just gonna watch this as you talk. Go for it, Jay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well. All right. So like, well, you do notice things moment to moment.
It's so laggy. Oh no.
You do break
Yeah,
things
you
down
do.
into singulars and properties and make categorizations and stuff and distinctions between objects, right? You do find the causal links between the objects as well, but what you can't seem to do is run a narrative through any of that. So like that's all I'm pointing to. So like that's in terms of like what I've noticed about you longitudinally.
Yeah, I don't know if it's something I can't do. It's something that I don't see the point in doing. Like I don't see what it would give me. Like I could definitely make a narrative, but it would be bullshit. Like I would be so aware how much of a nonsense it is because narratives to me are just lies.
But you see, but Ben, that's unconsciousness right there.
Is it okay?
Right. Yeah.
Before
So
you-
Tucci's the same way. It's like he doesn't see the point because he hasn't developed it enough to realize that that's the fourth truth, right? You know, like there's truth in that, like the cyclical nature of things, right?
Well,
like how things
so-
develop over time is a truth.
So
Right.
it's not like I'm not hearing narratives, and like I see people arguing over narratives all the time. Like that's mainly what people argue about are just narratives, and it's just
Right.
it's like why? Like it doesn't feel like it adds anything. The opposite, it just creates conflict.
But because it creates conflict in you. That's why.
No, I have no conflict about it. No.
But it does, because I'd be willing to bet that absent thing from your psyche, you can handle the other things because I've watched you do it. It's part of your processing.
Right.
That narrative will turn against your subject. So it will. It does in everyone.
It does. No, because I see people telling me narratives. I'm like, that's not true. Like they'll tell me what the narrative is in my life, in my context. Like, tell me what my story is. And I'll be like, no, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Right.
And I it's because probably I'm leaving a void. I'm not telling my own story, but like I know whatever story I tell will just be subjective. It will just be my interpretation of the events in order to make me look the best or make me feel not guilty or whatever the hell people do narratives for. So to me, it's all just a lie.
Right. Because at some point in your life and in your development, you repressed it. So, it's part of like our one-sidedness.
I don't see you're doing it now. You're telling me my narrative, and like, no, I disagree. You're like telling me at some point in your life you repressed it. I'm like, no, that's not my story. Sorry, that's not what happened. You know what I mean? Like that's. I'm just using this as an example. Like this is an example of somebody telling me my narrative. I like this is an innocent example, right? Because you're making this assertion, but it's like, is that what happened? I don't know.
Well, what else could have happened? Like why?
Well, so that's the thing. I don't have a narrative to tell you on why I don't have narratives. You know what I mean? I don't have a narrative on why I don't have
narratives. Then, Ben, why do other people have narratives but you don't? If you didn't repress the narrative aspect of experience.
I feel like narratives are delusions that we are so surrounded by stories now. Like we have television, movies, so many stories over and over again, stories. Everyone is contextualizing things into stories, and we're taught and shown that that's how you have to see things.
What's the alternative?
Just
that's a good point, Hank.
just see things within whatever context you're in. Yeah.
But Ben, that's living with no recollection, though, right? So in other words, like in your world, right? Like there would be no there'd be no ability to draw from reflective data, from like reflective experience. There'd be no learning from history. Like it would be.
So that's not true. That's not true. I learn from history. I have reflections. I reflect on things. I just don't use a narrative to do it.
Well, you do, but you have axioms. But can you trace those axioms back to like their narratives?
Not to a narrative, but to like a sensory series of events. Sure, why not?
My question is, how do you truly know what he's actually doing? Like you don't really know what this guy's thinking.
Well,
you don't know.
I'm trying to figure out what.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm not trying to say that. Well, first off, Ben agreed with me that is the weak point, right? He agreed with me.
I don't. It's not a weak point. It's something that I don't do, and I'm trying to process why people are so obsessed with it.
Yeah. What does Ben do instead of narratives?
Like I'm not using narratives to justify things, and I see a lot of people using narratives to justify things.
Do you use destroying facts, or how does it work?
Yeah, so facts for me is also something that I'm just like, what the hell is a fact? What does that even mean? Like, who decided that's a fact?
So pretty much, it's pretty much my index of stuff in the universe. That's what fact is.
For you, yeah. For me, I don't see that as a fact. I see our subjective natures and everything.
Yeah, I see my subjective nature and everything too. That's why I said it was an index of the thing in the universe, not the thing in the universe itself.
I see. So like I have data. I can use data, but for me, data is not facts. There can be errors in data. Yeah, data can have errors in it, and you just have to find peaks and statistical significance within data. But and I think that's just SE.
Yeah, that's SE.
Yeah.
But
Or
I don't,
one
I don't
one
see how
aspect of it.
this is going against the point that I'm making, Ben. Like it's if anything, it's
I
like,
wasn't talking about your point. What was your point? That it's a weakness? I don't see it as a weakness. I see it as a strength.
well, it doesn't matter how you see it, right? Like, of course
Sure it
you're gonna not see it that way. You don't even really know what it is.
I see the benefits of it, but I also see the benefits of not having it, and I would rather not have it than have it.
I don't yet see how it's not a narrative too.
What do you mean, Hank?
Well, maybe it's a kind of no narrative or something, or I don't know. But we go. But I do know if it's not just randomly destroying facts and they have something to do with each other, then I would say it's a narrative still.
Hank, are you saying that him not having a narrative is a narrative? Is that what you're
Yes.
No, because it had to take time for me to see that everyone is just really getting hung up on narratives. I'm like, okay, because I'm pretty blind to what other people are doing. I had to actually process other people to see that they have narratives, and then I'm able to be like, okay, now I know I don't do that. I'm not doing that. Whatever that is. I see arguments, like people, whatever conflict is going on in the world, every side has a different narrative. And to me, it's just like, well, your narrative's wrong here, here, and here.
Yeah.
So, and your narrative's wrong here, here, and here. So it's like, what's the point?
Yeah, and your narrative's at your objective.
I don't have a narrative. I just have details, and I just know that what you're saying is not accurate. It's not historically true or whatever.
Yeah. So the narrative that you have objectivity. I talked to a lot of people who claim that.
No,
But
I don't.
we're not.
My narrative is that narratives are subjective, and I don't have
you're
objectivity.
Not subjective, right?
No, I don't have objectivity. I'm just trying to stay away from this subjective side.
How is that even possible?
It's not possible, Hank. I don't even know what point he's trying to make here, because it's not even possible.
I disagree. It's it's my modus operandi.
But Ben, you're not as objective as you think.
I agree. I am super subjective and delusional. I fucking agree.
Well, no, but that's not what I'm also trying to say. I get that you're trying to be as objective as possible. I get that, but when I'm also saying,
no, I'm just trying to see my subjectivity.
Well, that kind of is your subjectivity, in my opinion. Is it's kind of trying to find that sort of universal ideal form, that thing that can't be broken down any further, that axiom that explains everything. That's where your subjectivity lies, and you'll always run the risk of that becoming mythological, because it is.
No, I disagree. I absolutely disagree with your assessment. I think you're absolutely 100% wrong. I don't know where you're getting this from.
Yeah, but Ben, you need to realize that that's just your model, though.
What model? All I'm getting here is just projections. And
but Ben, no one's attacking you.
No, I know no one's attacking me. This is an energy dom thing. I know no one's attacking me. You guys are talking about my energy dom story, and I'm not doing that.
What?
Yeah, well, you see your model as objective, and I see my model as my model.
Why do you guys keep saying I see my model as objective? Where are you guys pulling that from?
Because you reject your own subjectivity till we press you on it and said, "Oh, I don't do narratives."
I don't know what that even means.
Bro,
I just see myself as.
Bro doesn't want to create, or doesn't feel the need, or doesn't need to create a story for himself. He sees himself as he is, and that's what he's trying to say. Other people can come in and say, hey, that's technically a narrative because that's what you're doing and that's your story, quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, okay, well, it doesn't matter because he's not using a narrative as a tool.
As a
So-
justification. Yeah, thank you, Nico. You're absolutely right.
He is using.
Oh yeah,
a narrative
Nico's got it.
tool.
Nico's got it.
No, because that's a narrative of objectivity. That isn't also a narrative.
Okay,
I see you guys are trying to wrap your head around this. You guys are trying to process.
Everything can be narrative.
got it.
Everything can be made
Okay,
into
okay,
a narrative.
I got it, and I've talked to a lot of people that claim objectivity when they don't actually have it because no one does.
I'm not claiming
Objectivity,
objectivity.
bro.
I've never once claimed objectivity.
When you claim to not have a narrative, then you claim that you just see things how they are, which isn't possible.
I don't
You
see
just
things
can't
how
think
they
about-
are. I don't see things how they are. I just don't have a narrative. I just don't contextualize things into a narrative.
What do you contextualize things into?
There.
It's so funny. Ben, don't freak out, okay? You've been really
No, I'm not freaking out. I'm just like trying to figure out how to get you guys unstuck on
Here's
your
the thing:
perception.
if you claim to not have any
But
context, you're claiming to see things how they are, which you can't do.
But Ben, this is another example of that inferior coming out because you're using your consciousness to defend your position here, right?
I'm not trying to defend any
without
position.
understanding what you're actually defending, and I've watched others with this same thing do the same thing. So it's like
I'm not
and
defending a
everyone-
position. I'm just trying to tell you that like what your assessment is not accurate. Like you're
But you
you're
agreed
talking
it
about my
was.
subjective side, and I'm like, no, that's not
But
my subjective
It's
side.
it's a
I'm sorry.
binary thing. You either have to use context or you see things as they are, the numina direct. So which one is it?
I don't see things as they are. I accept that things just are, and trying to contextualize them
right
into
do
a
do
narrative.
that. Oh, but you don't try to contextualize it into a narrative. What
I
what
don't try
narrative-
to contextualize it into a narrative. That's right. I allow
you
things to just be as they are without saying that I see them as they are.
Right. So things are just what they are,
Right.
as they are, right? Generally speaking, for you, right? Like that literal thing is that, right? And I can classify it into this type of thing, right? And that's as far as I could reduce it down. Okay, I also said, yeah, I know that you can find causal links between objects. You have an understanding of causality, right?
Yeah, and I've got no
Alls
problem
I
with
said-
causality. Yeah, no
All
problem.
I said was that it's lacking narrative context, right? And when I'm talking about that, it'd be your and I, so it'd be universal constants, right? You reject a lot of this stuff, okay? So in other words, if someone brings up a universal constant about your life, you don't fucking remember it. So how is that?
No,
not
I do remember it. I do remember universal constants about my life. Why not? I just don't put them into
Name one.
narratives.
Name a universal constant about your life.
Use him for himself. Or
Well,
if
I've
he-
named
or he
I've named
wanted
a
to.
bunch already. I've
No,
talked
no,
about
but
how
I'm talking. No, I'm talking about, because we're talking about NI right now. I'm talking about constellations, Ben. Like actually make all the connections. Why that's significant? Why that transcends time?
yeah, like
could do-
physics, for example. I'm heavy into physics, and it's not just about my life; it's about universe and stuff like that. But then I also realized that it's just a metaphor. It's a way we process the world. It's not accurate to the world physics, right? Physics
That's
is
correct.
like science is an externalization process. So you can check that something works. You can like predict results and externalize it and be like, okay, yeah, so this theoretical framework is good at externalizing, no problem. But you
Yeah,
can't
but
use
Ben-
it.
but
You
Ben,
can't use it to internalize anything.
But Ben, you didn't take physics and
Well,
tell
yes,
us
I did.
anything about why it transcends anything, right? So, for example, like you're talking about what it is, what it's useful for. That there's nothing else there. Like you're not talking about
Yeah,
how
there
it
is.
interconnects all things, right?
Yeah, there is like the how energy and how you can calculate things on an energy basis or on a motion basis or something like that. Hey, what's up? How's it going, man? Welcome.
That's again.
Hey.
That's again. You went straight to how you can use it at like utility. It's how it's pragmatic. That's JE. That's not PI.
No.
But Ben, I'm not.
I just feel like you're not getting it. You're not getting it. That's all.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
you're
not getting it.
No,
I'm
you're
not getting either. What do you contextualize things into other than the narrative?
The truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is, and you must bend to the power or live a lie. Sure,
No,
I'll
truth
agree
is
with
just a feeling.
that. For you. What are you saying, then? TML. What is your name, by the way? What should I call you?
That's Muhammad. But just call him
Muhammad.
TML or Machine.
Yeah, my name is just Muhammad, one of the most popular names in the world at this point. But yeah.
I think David Wood nicknamed him Media Muhammad.
Do you see the world through narratives?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're asking me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think the world is I think history is more reliable than science. And I don't think that they're the same thing,
Yeah, it's just weird with history because, like, depending on who you talk to, it's a different story.
Yeah, for example, you could subject science to history. Yeah, something happened. You dropped out and came back in. Fiery.
But Ben, it's the same thing as saying, well, facts don't matter because you could distort facts. So
I didn't say that, and I don't see how it's the same thing.
I know you didn't say that, but I'm saying that like anyone else could also say that, right? Well, things can always be distorted. Doesn't mean that they're not true or there isn't a true narrative. There always will be a true narrative.
Well, no, because you decide to include things into the narrative and you decide to exclude things into the narrative and you decide to contextualize what you include. And then you decide to attack the narrative of someone else and things like that. Yeah. So, I mean,
The only absolute true narrative would be God. That's
oh my God!
that's
No,
my
please
belief.
don't do this. Like so for example, this is more. This is very, very zoomed out and broad, but right, like, spring leads into summer, summer leads into fall, fall is followed by winter, and then the cycle repeats. Is an example of a fucking narrative that you can't break. It always happens. Doesn't matter.
I don't see that as a narrative. I just see that as the rotation of the Earth and the influence of the sun on the Earth and the axis and all that stuff.
It is a narrative.
It's the result of a deterministic process,
which is a narrative.
Yep, it's a narrative.
No, it's not. Not for
What
me.
is it then?
It's just a deterministic process.
Well, okay, why is it deterministic? Who determined it?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
like,
can read it.
we're
You can
trying-
do
we're trying to
things.
I mean, I can write it. I can write it out in terms of equations for you if you want. It's not like
What do you,
the equation. The equation
okay,
will tell me what.
you're trying to give like a mechanistic.
Yeah, that's right. Mechanics. It's a mechanic.
A narrative is applying a
Can
theme
do
to
that,
something.
but it doesn't take away from the fact that it is a narrative that everyone experiences, right? So it's like no
Sure,
matter
I
who
just
you are-
don't. I just don't perceive it as a narrative like you do. I get that you see it as a narrative. I don't see it as a narrative. I see it as a mechanic.
It's a perception issue.
I see
Yeah,
it as a mechanic. Yeah.
Well, Ben. Also, pretty much everything's life cycle is a narrative. Okay, like I mean, it goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
How anything transforms.
I get that you perceive the world through narratives. I get that.
No, I know you do, but I'm just saying that. Like,
no, you do.
I know I do.
Yeah.
I do. But I'm just saying that, like, you're trying to say no, it's not that, and then try to do it your way. But it's like you don't need to do that because it is that thing. So I don't know, like, what we're arguing over at this point.
Yeah, I'm willing to allow it. So instead of a narrative, he uses a formula, a mathematical formula, kind of. Is that
POV intuitive?
I mean,
trying to
for
figure
the
out
winter, spring, summer, and fall thing, yeah.
Oh yeah, so Modulus. You see, it's the Modulus 4, rather than the units going through the calendar kind of thing. So,
but like I do see people need to obsessively contextualize things into narratives, otherwise things don't make sense to them. I see that.
I'm going to contextualize it right now. All this is 3 intuitives trying to figure out a sensor. That's all.
Right.
But I mean, if say, you know, Binyamin were to view it through his own lens, no, it would just be it would essentially be just a sequence of events. You wouldn't need to throw a narrative over it. You wouldn't need to summarize it. And that's how he views things, and he knows that that's not, and he knows that that may or may not be how the world truly works, and he understands that he's subjective. That's what he's trying to explain.
That's exactly it.
He doesn't throw a narrative over shit. He doesn't need to, and that's not how he sees the world. Is there a narrative to everything? I certainly see it as so.
You can make a narrative for everything.
It may be my problem.
See it as so, but that's again my observation of the world versus his.
This may be my problem, but I see a equation as a summary.
We could do that for every other form of truth, right? Ontological truth. We could do it for that. So, like me and Ben could look at a thing. He could say it's one thing. I could say it's another, right? We could say that these causes lead to these effects and these outcomes, and they're totally different. Sure, we could all do that. We're never going to fully agree on everything. That's true, but there are certain, as far as narratives are concerned, there are just certain universal constants that, like, we all experience. So it's like to try to argue those is ridiculous, in my opinion. And then as far as like axioms are concerned,
are you guys interested in this? Like, are you guys want to dive into this? Because I did okay. So I did it. Can I stop sharing your thing? I'm gonna unmute you for a second. I can see Jared's. David, can I share a video?
Yeah. I don't care. I'm doing a pointless video game.
No, it's not pointless. It's fine. It's like it's good background visuals. It works.
It's working. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna share it. So I actually messaged you, Mohammed, with this, and maybe we can watch it here instead because it actually ties into this. So here, I made a mechanics video on narratives. How's that?
Oh Christ! All right, let's watch it.
All right.
Being so meta.
I don't know. Let's see. Can you hear it?
Narrative and worldview mechanics.
Yep, I hear it.
Yeah, that worked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Narratives and worldviews create supporting loops, like how a magnetic field will induce an electric field, and vice versa. All narratives and worldviews are originally sourced in reality. However, both are abstracted from reality in order to be contained in consciousness. Once abstracted, we can see how, on the one hand, narratives inform worldviews and justify actions, and on the other hand, worldviews project onto and evaluate narratives, potentially elevating or corrupting consciousness.
Okay, so let's stop on this one here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like here, I took the John Wick thing, right? Like they killed his dog, so that in the narrative, he is now justified in order to go and kill all of the people who were involved, like all of the henchmen, everyone who's involved in this dog killing, right? Like that's a narrative, right? And then yeah, the same thing. Like the world is a certain way, but you can put on these glasses and see the world differently. That's a narrative.
it's debatable whether the world is a certain way or it's all perception from the agents.
Well, I mean, from our subjective point of view, it's all perception. But if you believe in a world outside of ourselves, then you believe that there is a world that is a certain way.
I know, Ben, but we're
I
talking
could believe it, but don't have access to it. But I could believe
Right.
it.
We have access to it only through our own subjective experience.
Exactly.
Right.
So
which
we have
is
faith,
true. Which is true.
Right. Which is true. Yeah.
No, we
is-
don't know if it's true because we don't have access to it.
But the thing though is this is already being a bit conflated into something that it's not. But let's see where it ends.
Well, I mean, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the understandings that I have is that perception basically is duality, right? So that is one level of understanding. That's not at the level of, thoughts. And I think thoughts are the residue of consciousness, obviously, right? But they don't really contain, stories within them. Like for example, right? Like you could have information, and then you have like knowledge based off of that information, which is a coherent like structure based off of the information, and then you have how that knowledge is organized. Right. So like rhetoric is not exactly logic. You know what I mean? Right. Right. Like these are two different levels of understanding. Now, what I would like to say about it is that, whether we look at the world through glasses, right? Not all like, first of all, there's a difference between a filter and filler. Right, like I like to distinguish between those two things, and there's also like the same as a difference between a window and a screen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm talking more about a projection here. Like I'm trying to match the picture to the text, right? So on the other hand, worldviews project onto and evaluate narratives. So your worldview will project onto the narrative in order to evaluate it, potentially elevating or corrupting consciousness.
But Ben,
This
before
Muhammad
you
guy
go
speaking my
on,
language.
though, Ben, right? Someone's worldview is not just created by narrative. Not
Exactly.
just narrative.
Exactly.
So there's other aspects.
And so narratives are created by worldviews, and worldviews are created by narratives. Like it's a cycle.
Well, but yeah, okay, go on.
Yeah. Okay, let's do the next one. It'll just play.
The ego may also attempt to protect itself during both worldview and narrative construction, including, but not limited to, confirmation bias.
I'm going to stop here just so we can look at it.
I know. Ben,
what?
Not always.
So these are the tricks of the ego, right? So you have confirmation bias.
You're talking about a neurotic, introverted perception here. But but it's okay, fine.
Yeah, so
perceives all things for
like,
the most part.
Ego is is trying to self-protect in certain ways when it's creating narratives and worldviews, right? When it's trying to create them, it protects itself. So confirmation bias. So if someone makes an assertion or has a worldview or something, they'll try to reinforce that worldview in order to protect their ego, because admitting that they were wrong is painful to the ego.
Right.
So there's also laziness. You can take the complicated, truth, or just a simple dismissal narrative or whatever. Like, and I've talked about this before on how that happens. Right. And so, yeah, I don't know. What did I write? I don't remember what I have here. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. Nietzsche. That's from Nietzsche.
I can provide a good example of this.
Sure.
My car breaks again. Techno Satan, whatnot.
Right.
Okay.
That's the simple.
Now I go. Okay. Now what happens is when I blame my car breaking on Techno Satan, I allocate that problem to forces I cannot control, which in reality, but then reality will come around and tell me, okay, well, you allocated it, and now You're feeling less responsible for having to deal with it since it happened outside of oneself. And then I'm like, okay, yay, I feel better. Yay, I'm not mad anymore. And then anything else that will happen that involves technology that messes up, my doing or not, can be blamed on Techno Satan. I'll feel better.
Yeah.
That's not the reality of the situation, and I know that.
Yeah, so
And-
that seems like it's bridging to these two. So it's also here avoidance of emotional pain or trauma. So there's like comforting lies and unpleasant truths, and so like you're taking this comforting lie not only because it's simple, but also because it's comforting.
I know, but Ben, I think you know that this use of narrative, right, is not the same as what we were talking about before. But go on. I want to see where this
Sure.
goes.
Okay. And then personal beliefs about self. People who see themselves as an angel, their narrative will also paint them as an angel, and they won't be able to accept a narrative that doesn't.
This
Right?
is all true. This is all true
Right.
stuff. But this is all neurosis. Like,
Okay.
that's
Well,
what-
these are tricks of the ego. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go on.
Okay.
Individual narratives and worldviews are one thing, but we often strive to form a collective consensus around them. Our zealous consciousness against false narratives and worldviews originates in either a fear that we are delusional and the resulting pain of self-delusional acceptance, the fear that delusions may justify immoral behaviors, or that they could corrupt the tree of knowledge that we hold so dear.
Anything on this?
Oh, go.
Keep going, Ben.
Yeah,
Okay.
keep going.
I mind if I have something to say about the neurosis?
Sure, go for it.
What I was gonna say is an example of neurosis is saying that it are two sides of the same coin, saying things are exactly as they are 100%, or that there's a narrative to everything, and essentially not attempting to see the other side. That's a form of neurosis in I believe, and this is my neurosis, is that the lines are blurred between two such things, meaning that that's you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to describe there.
No, yeah, you had a good point in there.
I think I understand what you're trying to describe too. I think you're probably right.
Well, let me try to put this on you guys, because it's like how I was saying about how I trust history more than science, right?
Mhm.
I naturally also trust memory more than expectation.
And like simplifying that,
Yeah.
that's just meaning he
Yes,
trusts what's happened.
Yeah,
Would you say, like Muhammad? Would you say that if science had more history in the sense of what happened, would you trust it more?
Well, I think the history is what makes it non-trustable, right? It's the fact that it's changed, right? That they've changed their story.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what's problematic about it.
Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down there.
Yeah. That makes sense too. Ben,
And
why do you get rid of the video?
Yeah, and
No,
I
it's
know my
here 'cause we're
memories
talking.
aren't. I know my memories aren't real, but it's just that I trust them more than what's coming up next in the future. That I'm like, I don't know what that could be anything.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. But like if you see patterns in your memories, then you can sort of use those to predict the future.
Right. Yeah. But those are the same things that we've had those passed down to us, and those are all narratives, right? So, for example,
For me, they're not. I get for you, they are. But yes.
Okay.
It's like, you go and create a theme, and what in your memories. Like, for instance, the theme that I got from my memories is emotional, like emotional and reactive outbursts against things that are external, fear of change type shit. It's like, okay, that's the narrative I picked up. But the thing is that there is that narrative could always be wrong. And okay, so do I trust data? Okay, well, the data that I collected can also be wrong. I might have missed something, which would line up to, okay, well, knowing this, I can't trust anything, and I know I'm going to be going off of my biases whenever I talk, for the most part.
Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely see in my cognition that when you said narratives could be wrong, my interpretation is narratives by definition are wrong.
Why would you assume that?
And you know that, and again, that can come from,
Are you still talking?
Just two separate perspectives making an interpretation.
So why would you assume that a narrative is wrong?
Narratives are wrong versus narratives could be wrong.
Narratives are construction.
Versus
It's an interpretation of
data
events.
could be wrong versus data could be, is right, or, whatever. Yeah.
Well, how can data be wrong if information?
There's
right?
always a nice, fun little duality to things. But again, that's me emplacing a narrative onto reality. Somebody could come along and say, no, things come in threes or whatnot.
Right, that narrative that things come in threes.
You just never
it's just
truly know.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that I can come to appreciate about life.
Right, but again, it's taking
Despite
a word.
how much it can piss me off
The thing we
sometimes.
need to be careful about here is it's taking a word and
I'm sorry, guys, if I
applying
kept
it to
talking.
all this other shit that is not
No, you're
even
good, you're
related to it. But it's like, well, of course, we all have delusions, but Ben is calling all delusions narratives, and that is
No, that's not
true.
what I'm doing.
Well, the question is, like, how do you feel
I'm
emotionally?
calling
about
all narratives
things?
delusions, but not all delusions narratives.
How does that make you feel emotionally?
I went on a whole monologue
Sorry, Neurojack was
and
trying to say something.
got owned.
No,
Yeah.
you did well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Neurojack is just trying to say something now.
Yeah, I just want to ask, like, if you believe that that's true about the narratives and stuff, how does that make you feel emotionally if you take that to be true?
It doesn't make me feel anything.
So you have no emotional attachment to the things that you're saying that I believe this to be true, but it doesn't make you feel any way about whether things are true or not?
Yeah, no, truth isn't a feeling.
Truth is truth. So wait, y'all heard that?
Wait, guys, we get back Ben into a corner right here.
Yes.
All right,
Why
back me
would
into
we
corner.
do such a
Ben,
thing?
no, Ben, if I say I feel a certain thing, right? You can't.
Okay, why do we need to back him
deny it.
into a corner?
So how are you going to break that down? That is a truth. It's
What
it's
that you
or-
feel a
it's
certain way?
organic.
That's fine. Yeah, it's a subjective truth. Like
It is a truth. So it's like
Yeah,
you
sure.
can't say that
I can
all
accept that.
feelings are false.
I didn't say feelings were false though. I can accept that you feel a certain way, and I accept that that's true. If I know that you're good at detecting your own feelings and your perception has this feeling in it, like the chemicals that are happening in you, you're able to label them and identify them. That's fine. What's wrong with that?
Let's write that.
the chemicals.
Yeah, your neurochemicals are producing a feeling.
You think that feeling can be reduced to chemicals,
To a mechanic, yes.
reactions.
To a mechanic.
Okay. Well, what about intuition then? Can that be reduced in the same way? to
Yeah,
the physical?
everything can be reduced to a mechanic. 100%. That's what I believe. Yeah, for sure.
And God
Ben, that is like,
and God made it, and God made it that way.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Ben, you just hung yourself with like rope that you found somewhere. I don't know, but okay, go ahead.
I'd say that's a pretty stark opinion for sure.
Because Ben, that
everybody's
itself is
worldview is wrong.
Which opinion?
Yay!
Which opinion is pretty stark? Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Well, just that well, the way I heard it was that feelings are pure mechanism.
Okay, so there's your experience of the feelings, and then there's the feelings themselves as a mechanic.
Right. So so that's why it's bigger, right?
Right. Sure.
Ben, do you think feeling as a function is illogical?
No.
Well, I don't know if you guys ever heard that Frank Jackson, the Mary whole thing where she's in the room and she's locked up, and then she's got she learns everything about color, and then she goes outside and sees red for the first time.
Right.
So Plato's world.
Yeah, so she knows about red, but now she's gained the experience of seeing red, right? So Frank Jackson asked a question: is that experience knowledge?
Yeah, it is.
Hank, how do you feel about narratives versus truth?
So
I'm adding it back.
I'll go on my catchphrase again. Truth is just a feeling, and if you apply something to called objectivity, well, there's no way for you to prove it because you're stuck in your subjectivity. So all we can do is come to an agreement. But
I can't prove it to you. I can prove it to me.
We can experience something, but that doesn't make it objective.
That's fine. I can't prove it to you, but I can prove it to me.
But
I can share it.
Ben, you can't. By the way, the other thing too is mechanics eventually falls flat too, because the thing is everything sounds good and there's symmetries and there's these connections between the facts and stuff like that. But where it begins and where it ends is so fucked up. It's unbelievable. Okay, so
plus we have Gauss's incompleteness theorems.
So here we have a question we can try to answer. If we can go through it, if anyone wants to. What do you think narratives are good for? What's the function of a narrative?
War. What is it good for? Well, there you go.
That's definitely a function. Definitely before the U.S. goes into war, they develop a narrative in order to teach the people.
But Ben, that's not the only.
That's one of them. Go ahead. Answer the question.
The way you're using narrative is wrong. Like, this is not the same narrative we're talking about. You're talking about propaganda now.
No,
wait, hold on.
Propaganda is a narrative. It's the same thing.
Yes,
it's in the same category.
If you're not going to answer, I will answer.
But it's a false narrative. Propaganda is a false narrative.
All narratives are false.
But not no.
Just answer the question. This is an easy question.
False. That's just. Oh my god.
It's an easy question. Are you going to answer it? Or should I answer it?
Go for it, Hank.
So narratives are good for understanding. So if you want to explain a thing to someone else, narratives is what you have to format things into.
That I agree.
Otherwise,
yeah.
they won't be able to interpret it correctly.
Right. So narratives are useful in order to communicate a story.
Yes.
And in order to get other people to share your narrative.
Yeah, propaganda understanding, because otherwise you have I guess alternative just a bunch of distorted facts which could be interpreted however they want.
Well, exactly. And like Hank can speak on this, but like really the truth is this: if you have no emotional attachment or emotional interest in the truth, then what good is the truth? Because it has no effect on you. So I mean, what good is the truth just for the sake of it? You know what I mean? Like, is there any?
The truth has effect on you. You can deny it all you want. The denial of the truth is delusion, but eventually you'll have to face it. Otherwise, you'll just keep suffering from denying it.
Yeah, which is why we have a whole bunch of truthers coming with our facts to push their nonsense.
Well, I'd like
Because
to
they got the truth, so they don't have to care about the facts anymore because they got the truth somehow.
Yeah, I'd like to distinguish three things, and I think it'll help because I think that narrative is getting confused with the word propaganda, right? So, I mean, in that sense, there's three different aspects, right? And one is style, right? The other is the technique, and the other is the function, right? There's three different aspects to narrative, isn't it?
You could break it down that way. Why not?
Yeah, like style is based on the cultural setting, right? The that's one aspect of it.
Yeah, there's definitely some really nice stylistic ways you can share narratives or craft narratives. You can use some nice words. You can use some imagery. Yeah, there's definitely a style to it. Yeah.
And then technique is another thing. The way you deliver the message is totally, matters, right? And then
what's the difference between technique and style then?
Well, I think technique is modulation within, and style is modulation across different themes and cultures and across.
Okay.
You know what I mean, right? So that's the only with my rudimentary kind of way I've mapped these things out.
Okay, and then the third one?
Well, style, technique, and function is what I mentioned, and function is what is being described here, right? So function. So the reason why somebody delivers a narrative, right, in a particular technique and style, is also important, right?
Right. So like you just had a stream today with two different narratives. You had the Christian narrative and the Nietzsche narrative, and they were at odds. Right.
Yeah, but Ben, just because two narratives are at odds doesn't mean that they're untrue.
I believe both are untrue.
Well, you believe, but how do you know? How do you know that they're not true?
It's an interpretation. It's been abstracted.
Yeah, he feels it.
Well, but that's the thing is like, so how do you know anything without any sort of mediation? I mean, even your eyes don't see everything 100% accurately. Well, it's an interpretation.
They see things as the way eyes interpret things.
Right.
There's no such a thing as color. Yeah.
So there's no such thing as truth, right? That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just.
Okay, so go ahead and say that there is a such thing as truth.
I do believe there is such a thing as truth.
And is that true that you say that?
Did I believe that? Yes, it's true that I believe that.
And why should I believe that you're real and you're here and that there is truth?
You shouldn't. You'd believe what you want to believe.
Okay.
Like my modus of operandi works for me.
Isn't that a narrative then? Isn't that a narrative that you're saying? So.
No.
This
a
is
narrative is just another form of pattern.
Ben, you don't have to invite me back on your channel again, but I'm just going to say this.
No, say it. And you're always welcome back. Say whatever you feel.
I've had these fucking arguments with the same people over and over again. You're SETI, you have any NI inferior, you have really no way to make the connections that you need to make. Everything can be broken down to some sort of axiomatic form, and your causal relations are really just discrete like moments, whatever like that, and everything can be tied together, and it's loosely, you're missing the alpha, you're missing the omega. Like, it's just...
Yeah,
I understand you're frustrating and you're trying to contextualize it in order to dismiss it.
Are we in the midst of a SP? Is there an SP in this term?
Bruh, whatever.
He's trying to dismiss it, so he's putting it into whatever framework he can in order to dismiss it, and I get that. That makes sense.
Ben, I'm not dismissing you, Ben. First off, you agreed with a lot of my observations earlier, if you remember. Okay? What you're doing now is precisely what you made the video about. But you're doing it about PI, your PI. That whole video is actually a projection. It's not.
And you're doing the same thing.
I'm doing the same thing, then we all do it. So we have nothing to argue about.
Yeah. So let's not argue.
Is this enough evidence to show that I'm not NESI? since I actually understand what he was trying to present.
Can we?
Wait, so what was Benjamin's video about? I missed that part. What was your video about?
Well, we're right at the beginning of it still. We're going to continue if you guys want to. I don't know.
Yeah, let's go back to the video.
I got to pee, but we'll continue. I want to
All
see
right.
the end of it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
wait
mean,
for
yeah,
it to
we
look up.
feel
There's no need to argue about this shit.
Well, I don't feel like I'm arguing. I don't know. I feel like I'm just.
Well, either way it goes, Ike. I know the tie-dye guy. He's getting all frustrated.
That's Jay. That's how he is. That's how he is. That's okay.
Like,
He's just feeling very psychedelic today. He's,
let's just shoot that down. What the hell are you trying to argue? You're doing the same thing. So shut up.
Let's take this off for a second and just say hi to Chris. What's up, Chris? Welcome.
Hey, Chris. How you feeling?
I'm feeling okay.
Okay.
Nice. And Neurojack, have we met before? We've spoken. It feels like I've spoken probably on Mohammed's channel, right?
and I just wanted to come support the stream because I thought the conversation was interesting.
Oh, welcome. Yeah. Okay. All right. Jay's back.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, who is Rocket Leaguing? Who is that was playing Rocket
That's David.
He's adding some Zoomer content to our chat.
Sometimes, respect for consensus as an inheritance from the gurus, scholars, and innovators of history might cause the ego to attach identity to these harbingers of truth, despite their human limitations to actually know truth. And thus,
Hey,
narratives and worldview.
Oh, shit.
What's up?
I was like, hey, can you do me a favor and like put the Rocket League under there? I'm getting real distracted, bro. I'm joking. Continue.
Okay. Just create supporting loops, like how an electric field will induce a magnetic field. Fractures in group consensus are the result of conflicting loops with other conflicting loops. The interference patterns between different streams of consciousness are ultimately expressed through time, with each stream at its own wavelength and intensity.
So this is what you were talking about before, Jay. That like that this is the narrative that it has these cycles, and you can predict the next stage in the cycle.
Yeah, but I want to see what you do with this before I agree with you.
Okay.
Narratives can be a way to communicate a worldview. Dialogue involves comparing opposing worldviews and opposing narratives in an effort to try and determine reality from schism, where oppositional consensus and personal consciousness collide.
So I don't remember what I put here. Okay. Yeah. Whatever.
When blame, accusations, and vilifying the claims and members of competing tribes, we may even descend to justifying division and atrocities.
Okay, so this is all true, but this is really propaganda, false narratives, stuff like that. I mean, you're really
So it's wait, hold on. So it's true, and it's also false narratives and whatever else you said. So how's that?
It's an evaluation. It's a true evaluation of how false narratives collide. I guess.
right, but we weren't talking about false narratives, Ben.
Well, I'm arguing that all
saying
narratives are false, and I'm just using the.
Are you saying that humans aren't tribal?
No, who's saying that?
Well, he's describing, tribal reality of being a human, and you're saying, well, that's a false narrative, right?
Oh, Jay. Right.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept the premise that all narratives are false. It's not really a big deal.
Ben, what you're talking about a lot here, which is interesting, is like narratives from like the shadow, really. Like it's not there's this whole video, there's no.
So the video is not trying to go into the nuance of somebody's life story and their narrative. Like, I'm not reading an autobiography here. I'm looking at the
Right.
mechanics of how narratives work and interact in their extreme states.
Okay. Well then that's fine. The video is
Right.
true. In their extreme states, they're like this, just like
Well,
in
So,
any
but in the nuance,
state.
Well, hold on,
so
hold on.
in the nuance,
Go ahead,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, I just want to make this point.
No,
I don't know who's talking, so that's why I'm talking over everybody. I apologize. Whoever was just talking other than Benjamin, tell me one thing that you think is true, really quick. Just give me like one thing that you think, oh, well, nobody could debate possibly that this is true or not. Just give me.
One thing that's true. One thing that I found to be true and consistent through time would be the axiom of Maria. Are you guys familiar with that?
No.
Okay, so
No. Hold on. When you tell me without using a narrative to make your point.
I don't think I can, especially with this one. I don't think I can.
Oh, well, so hold on a second. So you're saying that narratives can be true? Okay.
But,
All right, let's go ahead.
But that's what I've been saying this whole time. I don't know if you're mistaken.
I mean, I have one here.
I know. I think
it was true.
Yeah.
I've been saying it. I've been arguing that narratives are true.
No, I know. I know. I don't know who's talking. I'm saying you could have been the guy who's a great. So okay, now the person who just said 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, the person who just said 1 + 1 = 2. Explain to me without using a narrative why that's true. Go ahead.
It just is. I don't have to explain it to you. It's just true.
No,
narrative.
I exist. I exist.
No, you have to
I
find
exist.
the
That's true.
successor to get from 1 + 1 to 2. Yeah,
I don't need to explain it. Yeah. I exist. That's true. That's now beyond that.
That's a narrative. There's no truth claim in that.
No, that's not a narrative. It's just true. I exist, and
no, it's
the
not.
world.
No, how could you? Okay, how could you possibly prove? How could you possibly prove that you exist? Go ahead.
I think, therefore I am.
And God said, I am.
Well, I mean, it's quite obvious that he exists. But what would be a better question is,
no, to myself, my subjective self. It's not obvious that you exist, Jay. I believe that you exist. Like, that's not truth. But from my subjective self, I exist.
I can.
The fact that you exist is a
I
belief.
Benjamin, so I
who the
believe
hell
he
are you
exists.
talking to then? If I don't exist.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I
you
have no
could.
idea.
You
But,
could.
like, I do believe that there is a reality, but it's a belief. I'm aware it's a belief.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%
Well,
believe
I mean,
there is a
you're
reality.
telling narrative. You're telling narratives. Go ahead. Let's continue with the video. So.
Sure.
But Ben, don't you exist after you die as well?
I don't know. I've never been dead.
Yeah,
Well,
and this is not directed at anybody in particular. I think I'm really going after Psychedelic Man, but I can't see on the screen who's talking, so I apologize.
Of course, I'm the psychedelic.
Yeah, Jay.
I always get attacked everywhere I go. Don't worry about it.
You always perceive that you get attacked everywhere you go. You're not getting attacked.
Ben, I do a lot of the attacking too. Okay.
All right,
and
fine.
I'm open
Sure.
about it. All right, finish your video.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Oh shit! It's not pulled up. 1 second. I was playing it.
It further grows when as atrocities. When an enemy is vilified, it only ensures that we ourselves become the villain to those that we vilify. It further grows when, as a collective, we are faced with our own narratives and worldviews in opposition to and allied with the narratives and worldviews of others.
Mm-hmm.
We are faced with a test of humility to let go of ego and let go of these looping delusions. Any narrative or worldview that ends in catastrophe rather than enlightenment and progress must be scrutinized with extreme prejudice and responsibility. A narrative or a worldview that justifies a delusion must always be in essence in direct opposition with truth. When the truth is revealed, those that cling to the lie will be caught in the spotlight of truth.
So I got a few things here. So Stalin, ours is just a cause. Victory will be ours is a just cause. Victory will be ours. Right.
Right. I get where you're going with this, Ben. It makes sense, but a lot of it
I get,
is.
That's fine. I just like presenting. So
yeah. No, I agree with you, but I think that the way I would frame it, instead of that it's related to narratives, it's really related to a person's a personal shadow kind of merging with a collective shadow.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
So, anyways, go ahead.
So Mao Zedong comes along and he says, not to have a correct political point of view is like having no soul. Right.
That shadow.
Yeah. Mussolini says, if relativism signifies contempt for fixed categories and those who claim to be the bearers of objective immortal truth, then there is nothing more relativistic than fascist attitudes and activity. From the fact that all ideologies are of equal value, we fascists conclude that we have the right to create our own ideology and to enforce it with all energy of which we are capable. We have Mr. Mustache Man here. The best way to take control over a people and to control them utterly is to take a little of their freedom at a time, to erode rights by 1,000 tiny and almost imperceivable reductions. In this way, the people will not see those rights and freedoms being removed until past the point in which these changes cannot be reversed.
Mm-hmm. Don't touch my privileges, mean Mr. Mustache.
Right.
Don't touch my privileges, so you can. And
we have Gobbles here.
Almond milk on you.
He's he's an officer. If you repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it, and you will even come to believe it yourself. So I see that in people who tell narratives. The more they tell the narrative, the more they believe that is what happened and that is the truth.
But Ben, what's interesting too is there's truth in all these lies.
That's okay, but it just takes one lie to corrupt the whole thing, to make it miss the mark.
No, I get that, but and the reason why there's truth in all these lies is because we're looking back at them and realizing that. So there's your narrative truth, because we know the narrative, we know where it started and what the outcomes were.
We can see, they're caught in the spotlight of truth. We can see their delusion in their narrative.
Right.
Like Stalin here, that they have a just cause, right?
Yeah.
Just war thing goes back to like ancient Egypt, where they were come up with a concept, how do you justify a war for a very long time, and I'm just saying that, like, I think it's important to keep that in mind, because we're kind of looking at political statements, but I think people separate political versus like personal, and I think that you can't really. I mean, morality and ethics are always linked, in my opinion. Like, and I think that's kind of the hard part about like what we're looking at things. People read this stuff that me and Mr. Mustache and Goebel said, and they extrapolate that out. Well, this is just about politics. No, it's about how do you subvert someone's individual will to make them do things as evil that they think is good. I mean, that's really what it's about, in my opinion. But
how do you justify your actions, really? How do you justify what you're doing? And I don't see the subjective narrative as any different. Yeah.
Narratives and worldviews not only make claims and interpretations about the past, but also about the future, allowing for the possibility of the ends justifying the means, and often create self-fulfilling prophecies. And so the truth about the delusions of conflict is that they are the cause of the conflicts they produce.
So this is a good contrast here. We have Abraham Lincoln saying, "Sir, my concern is not whether God is on our side. My greatest concern is to be on God's side, for God is always right." So,
self-fulfilling prophecies are BS, because I would have used one to get in some Till Swan already. It's BS. But okay, continue.
Sure, I understand.
Well, self-fulfilling prophecy only works when other selves fulfill it as well. So it rarely is a self-fulfilling prophecy in a vacuum, I would say. Self-fulfilling narrative, maybe.
Self-fulfilling narrative, yeah.
But at the same time, we must be wary of the complacency caused by other delusions. For example, although peace and progress must always be partly a self-fulfilling delusion, they must never be so naive and delusional that they fail to prevent catastrophe.
So all that is required for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Obvious quote, long quote. Propounding peace and love without practical or institutional engagement is delusion, not virtue. So you brought up Hegel earlier there, Mohammed. Complacency or self-congratulation can imperil our security as much as weapons or tyranny. A moment of pause is not a promise of peace.
Right. But those are narrative truths, man.
Those aren't narrative truths, but they're self-fulfilling narratives. So like believing in peace it's naive, right? It might not happen, but if we didn't have anyone believing in peace, there would never be peace.
But Ben, there never is peace.
Yet.
No,
but we're still striving.
But Ben,
Sure there is.
Think about it, right? When there is peace,
there's relative peace.
There's always something simmering beneath. It's never peaceful.
Are you quoting Nietzsche? Are you quoting Nietzsche right now? Are you saying that all is war or whatever? Like, what do you mean? There's never peace. What does that mean?
Well, if you look at the peacekeepers of the world, right? They might prevent smaller conflicts from happening, but they never prevent the big ones, right?
So,
and the reason why is because a lot of times preventing that small stuff is actually
I think you're missing the point. So let's get away from peace. Okay, fine. There never is peace. But the point was like you get these famous people who are like, oh, I always knew I was going to be a famous actor, right?
Yeah.
And then they eventually became a famous actor. They followed their dream. They followed their narrative, right? They were absolutely delusional. Everyone was probably right when they were saying, you like so much competition, you just have to have a lucky break, blah, blah, blah. But eventually they ended up making it. So who ended up being right? The one who was delusional with their narrative. But there's like thousands of other people with that same exact narrative and they never make it anywhere, right? So like you need to chance making it. You need that delusion. You need that narrative. And then that narrative fulfills itself.
I know, but you're
so like everyone wants to get with Teal Swan. And so, right, Hank is not going to get there. It's a delusional narrative, but maybe someone will.
Right. But the thing too is like you're taking like a dissonance, like a collective dissonance, and you're just saying, well, it's all narratives, which it's not necessarily that, So
sure.
Well, what is it necessarily then?
Well, I mean, I could say this whole video here is a combination of not just like false narratives, but also false axioms, false observations.
Okay, well, give us the correct ones then. Go ahead, I'm waiting.
No, but you see, I'm not going to fall into that trap because it's like I'm pointing out. You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
No, I am. I'm just saying, give me the correct axioms and stuff, and we'll get to the truth.
There's never going to be an answer.
No, you're the one saying that something's false. Well, give us a comparison. Give us a standard by which to evaluate your claim.
I didn't say the video was false. I said him using narrative, the word narrative, to encompass something that's greater than all those things. It's multifaceted. It's not just that one thing. That is untrue. I didn't say what he pointed out inside that was all untrue. It was clearly true.
I know.
We see the truth now because narratives have truth in them.
So this is my personal perception of the mechanics of narratives. And it's how I see it. And it's going to be limited to my own perspective, but I'm still sharing my perspective, right? That's what got us here, is because I feel like I was being misunderstood.
Yeah.
Right?
And again, I'm just saying, like, if you have a better perspective that you think is closer to the truth, like, just share it with us so we can benefit. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, throughout this whole chat, I pointed out the 4 truths, right? There's 4 different ways to perceive truth. They're all connected to the cognitive functions, etc. Right? Minus the attitudes, just at an energetic level. which has been missed over and over and over and over again. So I'm not going to keep repeating myself.
Okay.
It's multiple, Ben, and you know I have said it multiple times.
Sure.
This equals this truth. This equals this truth. This equals this truth. There's 4.
Okay. Well, my
So,
question my question is, how do you truly know that it is 4? What about 1? What about 10? What about 2?
Right. He's sharing his worldview. He doesn't know. It's the way he's interpreting the world, and that's
What do
fine.
you mean? Of course I know why. Because I mean, again, it's taking philosophy, it's connecting it to energetics. So energetics underneath the function. So if we look at, and I don't know you, I don't know how much you know about the cognitive functions, but if we look at extroverted feeling and extroverted thinking, right? Tear them apart, right? Underneath them, they're extroverted judgment, right? Underneath extroverted judgment, you have the extroverted attitude, and you have rational orientation, right?
Yeah, this is.
But no, it makes everyone like their eyes.
So where does that what is that school of thought that you're quoting? Is that Pythagoreanism or something? What is that?
He's essentially distilling everything down into 4 truths, which I
know, but it sounds like it's it sounds like math related, or it sounds like psychoanalysis related.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to figure out which one.
It's a way to perceive our cognition. It's a way to divide our cognition into functions, and it's sourced in Jung started.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out what's the school of thought called, so I can look into that. I've never heard of this before. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is it?
Jungian typology.
It's Jungian.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we're looking at things from a Jungian standpoint, right? Okay, that makes more sense.
Right now. Jay is doing that.
I would say that I am, yeah.
Okay, so you're a Jungian essentially. Okay, I was just trying to understand what your perspective is. That's all.
Yeah.
That's his self identity. Yes.
Well,
so basically follow Jung for more tips on truth. So basically, you're saying if you want to be a truth seeker, you need to become a Jungian, essentially.
He didn't say that.
I'm not saying that. And by the way, Ben, I saw that passive aggressive remark you made.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, Jay, this is Jay's false narrative. Yeah.
Yes, it is 100%.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure you know that didn't get past me.
Good. I'm glad you caught that. Perfect.
Yeah.
Claire, what do you say about this? Do you process the world in narratives?
What do you think?
Is this I think this is Hank's Discordian channel.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm not really following. I don't know what the context is that you're talking about. It just sounds like you're arguing because you like it.
Oh, I see what you're seeing. Okay.
Wow, a lot of passive aggression going on in this Jungian circle here. I like it.
No, it's actually an OP circle, and I'm kind of like the outlier.
No, there's more non-typology people here now than there are typology people here now. Put it that way.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's factual.
What does OP stand for, by the way? I don't.
It's another school of Jungian typology, which I'm sure offends Jay because he doesn't consider it Jungian, but whatever.
But Ben, stop with the passive aggressiveness. First off,
that wasn't passive aggressive. I was just trying to get back to the topic.
Okay.
All right.
I like the passive aggressiveness. Turn into active aggressiveness, please.
All right, I'll keep going.
Would anyone behave without justification? Regardless of how twisted our minds, when challenged by reality itself, we would falter before any lack of justification. No matter how far we fall, our justifications must eventually land on our narrative and worldview interpretation before acting.
So yeah, self-justification is a treacherous servant. Sure.
Surely, nobody would accept a narrative or worldview where they are painted as the villain. However, when faced with being projected onto by this narrative or worldview, there is a choice in how we respond.
That's just the devil looking at themselves as an angel, and mistakes were made not by me. Sure.
Yeah, and generally speaking, this is true, right?
Yes.
For like in terms of dissonance and shit like that, and neuroticism and all this shit, right? It is.
Okay.
But we could also say there are people who live their shadow. Like they accept that they're the villain in the story too.
Well, here, this is this next part here. Yeah, you're jumping ahead. Okay, it's a little bit difficult to wrap your head around, so we can pause afterwards to try to understand it. But so
If it is true,
here, if it's true that we are the villains, and if it's false that we've got true that we're the villains, or false that we're the villains.
true that we are the villains, we can either accept this narrative and actively redeem ourselves, or reject it and keep our current state. If it is false that we are the villains, we can either accept this narrative in order to make concessions, or reject it and prove our character through actions.
So I'm sorry we fought. I hate it when you're wrong, Jay. And I'm whatever Gotham needs me to be. It's like it's okay. I will be the villain, right? I'll still do what is right, and whatever they perceive me as, that's on them, right? So we're not really the villain. It's false, but we'll accept that. We'll prove our character through actions, right?
Yeah.
The difference between
or
accepting
not.
truth.
What's that?
Sorry, Ben. Or not. Some people really just accept that they are the villain in the story, and they live that. They live their mean side.
I would like you to point me to somebody who is like that.
Oh, right here.
Criminals.
If I wasn't a villain, I literally just wouldn't be.
Other than Hank.
No, I think a lot of criminals are like that, to be honest.
They still justify their actions. They don't do it without justification.
They do justify their actions. But what's kind of interesting is there's this like nobility on the other side of it, though. It's like it's interesting.
Like the whole Robin Hood narrative, right? That's a justification for Robin Hood's thievery.
I mean, well, no, Robin Hood was a hero. Like he wasn't.
And okay, that's the narrative. That's right. But like from his perspective, from the perspective of the king, he wasn't, right? That's the thing.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
And rejecting a falsehood.
So yeah, the difference between accepting a truth and rejecting a falsehood
is not in the actions. The results are the same. Therefore, this is solely a differentiation on the level of narratives and worldviews.
All right. I don't know if that went past you guys, or I can keep going. So here, like if you accept the narrative and actively redeem yourself, or reject and prove through character and actions, like this is the same. You're redeeming yourselves or actions. Like this is where you want to be, right?
It is also important to keep in mind that it is generally false that anyone is the villain unless they are villainizing others. If only everyone would stop vilifying and prove character through actions, narratives and worldviews would no longer hold power over us.
Here we have Dalai Lama guy. Anger and hatred are the real enemies that we must confront and defeat, not the enemies who appear from time to time in our lives.
But can't time change the perception of a villain?
Sure.
So if that's the case, then well,
it doesn't. But it won't change the objective fact if they were actually a villain or not a villain, right?
Well,
like we can all believe that some guy in history was this saint and savior and amazing character, even though he wasn't that in history.
Well,
but we can.
Sounds like we're talking about noble savages.
Well, because the thing is, we're seeing the outcomes and the effects were actually positive as a result of the wrongdoings.
Like
right?
that Batman movie with Harvey Dent, right? So Harvey Dent was a villain in reality, but they used him, they propped him up in a statue of him because they needed a white knight. So they used him, they twisted his narrative in order to use him. Yeah.
Well, and it sounds like we're talking about noble savagery too, because you're saying like, well, some people are not noble, but they're bad guys in some way, but savagery is sometimes justifiable.
Y'all should really watch Primal by like Gennady Tartakovsky or whatever the name is. This tackles it very well.
Well, have you ever guys heard about the archetype? Sorry, go ahead.
That essentially it is all about perspectives, and It is all about perspectives, in that the cycle of hatred can be a very destructive one, and running
Well,
around
so
with
can
false
love.
facts or false
So can
narratives.
love though. So can love.
What? What's up? What?
The cycle of love can lead to hate. Hate leads to anger.
Indeed.
Anger leads to suffering.
They all lead to each other, I believe.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can give a. No,
Well,
I'm not going to give a.
have you guys ever heard of the archetype of Jehovah, Satan, Lucifer, and Jesus? Have you ever heard of that before?
Never heard of them. No, never. But I don't
totally.
I don't know how useful they are though. They sound kind of useless.
Ben, you think fucking archetypes are useless?
What? I'm just trolling.
Okay, I'm like because honestly, after today, I'm not sure. Sometimes, okay, I'm going to check in more often with you. I swear.
Do you guys use any kind of?
He's right in his eyes.
Is there any kind of device that you guys use to measure people or anything?
Yeah, so Jay used to use voltology.
Years
Yeah,
ago.
what does that mean? What does that mean?
Knee meter, probably.
Voltology is looking at body language and physical micro expressions and trying to map that into some kind of category in order to type people. Yeah.
Right.
One
I did
thing,
I did that for a few years, and then I kind of realized there was holes in it. Although that model, which is CT's model, is eerily accurate, to be honest, all things considered. So it's
yeah,
like
one thing I like in regards to that question that was down there is that there is a concerted kind of paired off with the sort of megalomania of our time. There's also a kind of anti-hero syndrome where people have this kind of false humility.
Yep.
And so the anti-hero is kind of somebody who thinks they're bad even though they're benign, and that is the kind of malaise of what we're facing. Is we have a lot of people that are engaged in a sort of token rebellion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
don't talk about Hank like that. He's right here on the panel. Okay?
Oh no, my rebellion is not token. I just don't have enough power to actually do what I want to do yet.
No, but I completely agree with you.
Still, but
No.
once I have enough, I'll hit the switch and say, "What the hell happened?"
But like that itself is also like a form of narrative, like the anti-hero or the
subterfuge.
So tell me I'll be an anti-villain because I can play nice.
You're just the best, Hank. That's it. There's not that's your narrative. You just dominate everyone. There's no point arguing with you. You'll just beat us. That's how it works.
No, someone will beat me.
Someone will?
Absolutely.
Eventually, the phoenix will rise out of the ashes.
Ben, do you think that the hero's journey is a false narrative?
Yeah, I believe it's a narrative. I don't believe that everything fits into narratives. It's an abstracted narrative. It's a narrative that is consistent across our stories and literature. It's not necessarily a narrative that is consistent in our personal lives, but it does match up with several people's personal lives. How's that?
I guess I'll take it.
Sure. Okay. See, now who's passive aggressive? I think that's the end of the video anyways. There's nothing more to it. So
well, anyways,
all right, guys. Holy crap. What is that mic?
Neuro, your mic is getting your mic has distortion. You got to come back in.
Nero's mic is getting
Jay thought it was his mic.
Is it better now or no?
A little bit.
Yeah, a tiny bit. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I just want to ask what CT meant. What was CT?
Yeah,
Oh,
got nothing from that.
Jay left. He left. We got no more Jay.
You know what I'm
No
talking
more
about.
J.
It's like CT something, typology, voltology, something.
Yeah, CT, cognitive type is what it's called. Yeah.
I never heard of any
How
of
You want
long
to look
has
it up?
J? How
Yeah,
long has he been doing that?
Jay.
Yeah, that's his thing, right?
Yeah, like at least 10 years.
All right, guys.
Muhammad, I just gotta cry over your beard. I'm so sorry.
Wait, he cut his no.
No,
He got his
no, my beard
mustache.
is still here. It's
Okay, all right.
yeah, it's still attached to my face. Yeah,
Okay,
I
cool.
just shaved my mustache off. Yeah.
All right.
I see.
Yeah, it looked pretty different, but it is what it is.
It'll grow back. It's okay.
He gave it to me.
Yeah.
All right, gamers. I'm gonna pop off. I'm gonna head out. I had a lot of fun in this. I had a lot of fun
Thanks
in
for coming,
this
man.
team
I appreciate it.
discussion. Wow, I learned quite a little bit, and this has helped further my understanding on how. It's really furthered my understanding on perspectives.
Nice. Good luck with your trunk.
Indeed, I'm gonna just take it. I'm gonna figure it out with a calm heart and tranquil mind. See ya.
All right, bye.
Bye, Nico.
Thanks for coming.
Have a good one. Whoop.
All right.
What do you think, David? Were you listening to the discussion?
Oh, yeah. I was here the whole time. I was listening to a lot of it. Thank you, Claire, for meeting yourself. I heard everything. You just want to hear like some thoughts that I have?
Yeah. Share your thoughts because you weren't talking during the thing.
Yeah,
You do the narrative thing. You know you do the narrative thing.
I know. Yeah, no, I know I did the narrative thing. I feel like as the time went on, we were like changing what narrative meant, maybe a little bit, but also, I mean, it's okay. It's okay to change. It doesn't. I don't think it's just. But like, I like the video. I did watch that video whenever it came out. So I have seen the one that you made on narrative and.
Right. Yeah.
Thing. I'm trying to like put the whole entire last like 2 hours into like a quick snippet, and like the thing is, what I'm gonna say, like Claire already said it. Like he already said what he already said it. So I don't want to say it again. But if you know what it is, that's
already
good.
condensed the last 2 hours into a short little sentence.
Yep. Yeah, he did. He's so good. I was like, that's it. That's about it. You know?
Yeah.
I don't have much to say. It's just, having the same. Someone said like having the same conversations over and over again. I feel like that's what's happened on this channel. Like somebody comes on and they have their argument, and then at some point they talk about I've gone everywhere and I've had the same conversation with the people. So like it doesn't feel like they're ever resolving whatever they're trying to argue about. It's really they keep running in circles, some sort of cycle.
And I'm the exception because I have an end goal.
You are the exception, Hank. You have not said that. You've gotten to that point at all. Nope.
He just leaves when we talk about guitars.
He's not a guitar guy. He's a hat guy.
He's a hat guy.
Yes.
I have a keyboard, but I don't know how to use it. So.
Yep.
Not a keyboard guy yet.
Oh yeah, I should show my keyboard. Should I show my keyboard?
Yes.
Sure.
Hey, you want to see my keyboard?
Yes.
My keyboard. All right,
It's a MIDI controller, not a keyboard.
Oh, Chris has got a keyboard. I don't think we've spoken before, Chris. Nice to meet you.
It's a keytar.
Yeah, no, Machine and Nerdjack told me to come over here.
Nice. Welcome.
Thank you for listening to them.
Yeah, I've just been kind of listening because I didn't catch the beginning of it. I didn't understand exactly what was being talked about, so I was trying to listen. And
So the whole thing was that Jay couldn't believe that I don't process the world in narratives, or not that it was a void in me. It was like it's like something that I'm repressing or something like that. I'm repressing the narrative side of my psyche. Is what he was trying to say. So I
I mean,
pulled up this video on how it's
I can understand how that can be hard to understand, though, because I mean, like, as someone who processes everything through narratives myself, so like that's difficult for someone who processes everything through narratives to understand how someone can not process things through narratives at all. So
Yeah, I think Ben believes in abstract properties that just exist and you just have.
No, he just called me out on it. He's like, I noticed that you don't talk about narratives ever. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I don't. So
I see nothing wrong with that. It is kind of a foreign idea to me, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
Right.
But wouldn't that just mean like blindness? It doesn't really mean anything else other than that.
It could be blindness, but like I'm seeing it in everyone else. Like I'm seeing everyone else doing it, and I'm seeing people get stuck on it and having it destroy their lives even.
Yeah, but you can see that, like a blind person can see that other people are seeing. I guess they could, or at least they have an idea.
Right, sure. Yeah, the blind person would be like, oh, all these people are stuck looking at these pictures on the internet and they're not living their real life. Yeah, yeah. Sure.
But it's not, it can't be the same because I don't know. Still, like, I just don't see why that would mean that it's wrong, because it would just mean that that's like the way you're operating is just with that arrangement of however you are.
Yeah, but I mean, like, so the contrast between me and Chris, for example, so if Chris is only processing the world through narratives and I'm not doing it at all, like, so logic would suggest that there is a proper balance between the two that should be struck. You know what I mean?
Should, though?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm throwing that out there.
Oh.
Or it's just, it might just be a different modus operandi, like a different way of being.
I think that's what it is. I think it's just a modus operandi because, like, I mean, honestly, I think I see narratives as very, it's a very natural thing for humans to see the world through. I think it's a big part of language because of the fact that we have memory, right? So our language and our ability to process language is entirely connected to our concept of memory, and the fact that, like, whenever we speak words and stuff, we're reaching back throughout our entire history of that word and its meanings and everything else like that. So like even just like the usage of a word like love carries with it a narrative, even if you don't think of things in narrative terms, I think, right? Does that make sense?
Can you ask that question again? I was listening. It's just I didn't get the.
I'm not trying to argue with you or anything. I
know.
I'm just saying that I think that I guess the reason it's hard for me to understand how someone could view the world without any narratives at all is because our very concept of language and communication is tied to narratives. Like I said, like even like something like a concept of like the word love. The word love. There's a great scene in the movie Waking
like even
Life.
a sentence structure is tied to. There's like an object subject.
Have you seen Waking Life before the movie?
Have I seen what?
The movie Waking Life.
Waking Life. I might have.
Yeah, it's a great film. It's Richard Linklater. It's all done rotoscope animation. They shot a bunch of stuff in DV and then rotoscope the whole thing. And there's this scene in it where this girl is talking about, whenever I say the word love and those sounds, those vibrations come out of my mouth and they hit your ears, and it brings to mind like all of your various, like what love is to you is built upon like all of the things that have been associated with that vibration, that term. Everything in that happens in that moment, you're taken through an entire narrative of what love is.
Yeah.
So I mean, so that's the reason why it's difficult for someone like myself to imagine not seeing the world through a narrative in any sense at all, because I don't see how I could even like understand language without it, because every word, everything like that everything I express carries with it the weight and the overall expression of all this time and all this my life up to this point. Like the words have definitive meanings, but they also have personal meanings, and those personal meanings are necessarily backed up by, you could call it history, but they are nonetheless narratives.
Right.
our perspectives, and so I mean, but I can see how you can still look at the world in more objective ways and not attach a conscious narrative to everything. But how do you avoid
Right.
how do you avoid narrative being a part of your constitution overall in general whenever without losing your ability to communicate almost. I mean,
So we talked about this. Yeah, we talked about this last stream a little bit on the different ways we think, and one of the things people had a hard time with as well. I think David also resonated with this way of thinking. Is that my also flow state? Taylor thinks this way. My way of thinking is prelingual. So I think in things that are non-lingual, and then afterwards I have to translate them into some form of language, and if the word love doesn't work for you, I can change the word. It doesn't matter. I just have to translate it. I have to translate it into a language.
That's a mind-blowing kind of way of thinking. I don't even know what to say to that, man. Like, that's crazy. I mean, I'm not doubting you one bit. Once again, by the way, this is
Yeah.
I'm just hearing what you're saying. And I'm like, wow, how do you do that? I don't like my brain just goes
right.
Like
Yeah, it's a different cognition. It's a different cognition.
Completely different, cognitive mode. Have you seen the movie? Another movie, I talk in pop culture, but have you seen the movie Arrival?
I like Arrival.
Arrival it's about aliens, sort of, but it's about aliens that they literally they teach this woman their language, and their language does not include a concept of time in it. And therefore, by learning the language, it rewires her brain where she suddenly stops thinking her memories become unlinked to time.
Right.
And
so yeah, language can be used to transmit thoughts and can be used to, and therefore I can add those thoughts to my, whatever it's called. I
was just trying to use
palettes.
that. I was trying to use that idea from that movie as a way to try to understand what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. But my way of thinking is also prelingual, schematic, but I had to compile it into a language for it to make any sense.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, I agree with the thought doesn't have to be like a lingual thing. In fact, in the textbook of cognitive psychology, the definition of language said that language can communicate thoughts, feelings, ideas, or sensations. All the 4 letters. It said exactly that.
Oh wow, nice.
So thoughts are different from language. Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the thing is that
I'm defined that way, but I don't. All of my thoughts.
Sorry, buddy.
All of my thoughts involve language. Sorry, Machine. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. No, I was just gonna say that no, I brought Chris and Neuro here. They're very talkative, and I love that about them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You're welcome back anytime. Yeah, bring in whoever you want.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. They're stepping up and talking. I like to listen too as well. But the thing is that in terms of the meta narrative, you know what I mean? Because there is such a thing. I think Jung describes it in the way of history intersecting with our memory.
He brought this into consciousness of the public consciousness. Jung did, for sure.
This kind of idea that our memories themselves are disjointed, because you create kind of like to borrow a term from another French science concept, is the idea of morphogenetic field. That places have a sort of memory, and you could recreate an experience that resembles a sort of meta narrative, and that occupies a space and time that is kind of disjointed in terms of its relation to the regular timeline. So there's
I was processing that with like fairy tales and fables and stuff, where some societies survive better because they have certain fairy tales that are able to, like Chris was saying, give us an intellectual landscape. So like the idea of Little Red Riding Hood not trusting someone in a disguise, things like this, is good to teach children as a narrative because it gives them a thought landscape to help them navigate the world. Is kind of. what you're saying?
Absolutely. That's a brilliant. I really appreciate your ability to articulate things in such an intelligent way.
You're too nice, Chris.
I'm being very sincere.
But it goes with two concepts that are very, very fundamentally philosophical in their nature, which is time and the mind. And those are basically quixotic concepts that are essentially ineffable for most people, right?
Yeah. It's like, I mean, even like okay. One of my favorite TV series of all time is a really show that most people think is really stupid and silly, but it's called 12 Ounce Mouse, and it in fact is really not a very dumb show. It's actually a very, very deep show, very esoteric show. It has a scene in it around, I think it's episode 6 or 7, where the main character falls into this like portal thing, and in this portal he has this like inner monologue thing, and he talks about how whenever I remember something, I go back through all of my thoughts and all of my experience and everything, and to a certain extent relive that moment. And in that way, my mind is basically time travel. Is basically capable of time traveling. It travels. It works. It almost like it kind of gets into quantum mechanics, and it's a very deep show.
Yeah.
But
I think Claire might be similar to you in a way. Claire, do you hear what he's saying? Is that how you work too? You're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah, I partially zoned out. Because I started thinking about I'm getting too stimulated.
That's fair.
So if you want to like summarize.
Okay, just keep talking. So Chris was talking about how he connects words to all of his experiences in all of time.
Yeah.
Something like that, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I see kind of, I mean, to a certain extent, like, I mean, I really find this fascinating because like I've long held like a kind of a viewpoint that one of the things that separates us from animals is our ability not just to perceive language. It's not just language, but language's connection to time, and how time and our ability to have memory and history attached to language. And that's kind of the thing that, like, because even animals can communicate with each other, but they don't seem to have the ability to contextualize the way a human being does, right? And we contextualize through our memories. And so like the technology of language is like by far, I think, the most powerful technology that exists. And that's the reason why, I mean, there isn't any technology we have that exists that does not depend on a language, a programming language, something like that. It all requires a method of communication. Communication is
information. Information.
And so, I mean, I'm just trying. I fully believe you about what you're saying, how you don't processing through narratives. I'm just trying to understand it because I think it's fascinating. I've never even thought about it, and I've thought about thinking of things in those terms before. So.
Have you guys ever heard of capitalist realism with Mark Fisher?
No.
He's got this very interesting theory where he's talking about like how capitalism affects our notion of memory and how like we relate products to a time period. Right? So the sense of nostalgia, for example, right, that we have for certain products, basically ties together the subjective with the objective, because we're attaching memory to objects. You guys get what I'm saying, right?
I completely get what you're saying. I don't really see why it has to be tied to capitalism, because like I think that would happen even without capitalism existing.
Well, it's like how we were talking about like Office Space. Like how Office Space is not a real experience, but it's an experience for millennials to feel what it was like to work back then in a cubicle job. You know what I mean? It's a fantasy based on a real experience. But that was just pretty much recent, right? But like the recent past has become nostalgic, right?
Yeah, I almost forgot about that conversation because everything else happened at stream. But that was something I really did want to go into, because like that to me, that realization I had on that. I think that there's something really to that the fascination that Generation Z and late millennials have with shows like The Office and Friends is directly tied to the fact that those shows are set in places that don't exist for them anymore. It's like almost anthropological to a degree. It's to them, like The Office is like Narnia. It's a fantasy world. It's something that doesn't exist for them. They don't have third places either. They don't have places like the Friends coffee shop, right? They don't have these mutual gathering spots, and there's this yearning for that.
It's cultural, it's locational, and it's temporal. It's time. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Narnia or Lord of the Rings, that they're almost a modern commentary on the past, right? They couldn't exist without that.
Yeah, it's an analogy. It's an abstraction of the world, an analogy of the world. But like the narrative links, it's trying to make a narrative commentary on the world, leaving it to us to apply the narrative.
Absolutely,
yeah. I mean, there are some words that I'm glad that I didn't like that exist, and I can see how you would have to have the thought before creating them, like projection, for example. So like I see it all the time and everywhere, right? But that word never existed for a long time. People didn't have that communal understanding of projection, and now that we have it, we're able to solve a lot more problems, interpersonal problems, because we can detect it, and you know what I mean. So like there is a pre thought to the word.
Right.
Yeah, I always laugh at the word trending, because what it means is like just recent, but also like been here. You know what I mean, right? So it actually like it's actually a pretty vacuous term if you investigate. It's like trending. Like does that mean it's like, you know what I mean, right? Or it's kind of like the other term, the new normal, right? It's like, what is the like? How can something be normal and new, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would say it's re-normal. Like we did a running average on it again, and here it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, normal is just whatever's most common, right?
Currently, yeah, the new normal, like right now, because what was normal in ancient Rome is different than what's normal now.
Although anytime people are using the term the new normal, they're usually talking about something that's actually not that common. They're talking about something that it's more aspirational. It's like something that they want to be the new normal.
Right. They're trying to normalize it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to normalize something. Yeah. It's not really normal. Whenever it's a new normal, that means that it's not normal. It's something that they want to be normal.
Yeah, it's a code word for normalization for sure.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah. It's because there was a TV show, there was a sitcom that came out like, I don't know, some years back called The New Normal, and it was specific. I think it was about like a gay couple that was raising like a
right, and the show was trying to normalize that lifestyle.
That was raising like a boy that was straight or something like that. Like, and then they get the idea, like this was the new norm, but that's not. I mean, yes, that exists, that happens, but that's not. It's still not the standard or the normal mode of families or the state of society in general. That's still an outlier. So I mean, it is a weird thing anytime someone says the new normal, because like they're not. A new normal would be something that is completely become pervasive and so pervasive that we don't even notice it. That, I mean, the internet you could call a new normal compared to 20 years ago, before the internet was what it is today.
Yeah.
The internet is a new normal.
The internet is now normal. Yes.
I like movies like 8th Grade and Hereditary.
Those are good movies. Yeah, they're great movies. I think Bo Burnham did a great job. 8th Grade. That was really good.
Yeah, that really is really impressive. But it's like, because it's like it's not nostalgic, but it's like creating presenting a familiar situation to everyone, but in a way that like you understand it from more perspectives and more deeply, and with feelings maybe you didn't have. And then Hereditary is like that too, I think, where it's like this family, like just generational trauma, just shown in this like crazy way that it's like, everyone's got freaking generational trauma in their house, but then like watching it happen, like play out in this movie is like, I like that, because it's like it's becoming more familiar with things that are like real to you by seeing it.
So
Seeing
I
it
like
in another context or in another family, like stepping
yeah.
outside of it.
since
Yeah.
we're on this topic of nostalgia and things like that. I have a quick aside type thing. I woke up yesterday with like this kind of like weird stroke of inspiration. I wrote this song that I don't know what to do with because it's like this cutesy little like weird pop song thing that it's not at all like me, and it's been kind of like rattling around in my head for like 10 years, but I never really wrote it out or did anything with it, and I finally did that like about 2-3 weeks ago, and suddenly I had this and the premise of the song is like a girl singing to a guy like asking him to be her Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's very corny, okay? And I suddenly had this stroke of inspiration. I was like, what if instead of like that just being a song, what if it was part of like, what if I made a musical? My daughter currently is a theater geek, and my wife literally went to school for theater. She's a theater design major. And I myself have always been I've been trying to I've been a screenwriter and written films and trying to be a filmmaker for a long time. So I had this.
Really? Is there anything publicized that you've done?
I can point. There is one short that got made in Brazil. That got made in Brazil that is on Vimeo. If you go on Vimeo and you search, I'll see if I can find the link real fast. So if you go on,
Cool. Yeah, if anybody wants to promote anything, just let me know in private chat, and I'll give you a chance.
I also have a channel too that
Okay.
but that's not a big deal. Anyway.
Yeah. Drop it in chat, and I'll
bring this video I'll bring this video up just so you guys can see it. But if you want to watch it, it's a 25-minute little like psychological horror thing. But anyway, regardless, I was trying to say, like, I had this sudden stroke of inspiration. I was like, what if I made a musical that was literally about 90s nostalgia, like about kind of framed around a love story about two kids who both grew up. The first movie they ever saw was Star Wars, right? But it kind of starts out with like their memories of that, and then it cuts to them right after they just saw Rise of Skywalker, and how devastatingly awful that movie is, and it kind of like, and then it kind of jumps back and forth through time through their relationship, and uses like pop culture references as kind of like as various like milestones and points and stuff like that, and kind of uses like the framework of the evolution/de-evolution of Star Wars and like what it means to people and how it used to mean a lot to people, and now I think because of the oversaturation of it, it means very little to very few people anymore. And using that as a framework to kind of explore the idea of nostalgia and how pop culture, like things like that, affect in time to their lives. I mentioned that just to ask this panel, like if any of you guys think that's an interesting concept, if you think that's something that would be, something that would you go see a musical like that? Would you? I mean, a lot of people won't go see musicals in general, but I mean, like I said, like I have a daughter.
I mean, yeah, if you pull it off, well, for sure, yeah, why not?
I mean, I was just curious just to give like
it's interesting.
Kind of a pulse read on like if anybody thinks that's an interesting idea at all, because sometimes I have these ideas that I get really hyped up on, and then I realize like sometimes later that nobody else thinks it's a good idea. It was just you the whole time. So I was just before I dived head first into trying to make something like this, I thought maybe I could ask a few random people that I know Machine and Hank, but I've never met Claire, David, and is it Benjamin?
Yep. Yeah, that works.
If I'm not saying it right, please.
No. Yeah, it's whatever you say is right. Don't worry.
Okay. I just thought our new show. We are talking about.
Yeah, we have this here.
Mini series. We're talking about doing a mini series as well, but yeah. I think there's a lot of interest. I'm really interested in and I'm really interested in like what you're talking about, like thinking in a prelingual way, because I guess we do all think prelingually in the sense that, you know, because I think about this like I have a 1 and a 16-month-old daughter, you know, and one of my I have two daughters, and one's 16 now, and the other one's 16 months, and whenever the first was born, I didn't think about this much, but then I think about, but whenever Juniper, the smaller one, was born, it suddenly like I was talking to her and like, you know, I'm playing with her and stuff like that, and it suddenly realized to me, it suddenly dawned on me how, you know, that a baby has no concept of, when they're born, they have no concept of language. You know, they don't understand the words. They hear sounds, but they don't understand the
But yeah,
words.
but like you said, it's built into us, language. It's like there's a structure. Somehow it's structured.
Communication is there's
not all
language.
not all the words have been invented yet from their brain. Like they don't understand all the different words and all the different concepts or whatever.
They just that blank slate concept of seeing this baby,
right,
and seeing her start to make, and you can start seeing her making those connections between, like, you know,
right,
between like daddy, like the her hearing the term daddy, and then her connecting it to me, and her seeing me and like and saying like that's my daddy, you know, and you see those connections start forming, these synapses like start, like, you know, and it's absolutely fascinating to me, and from a, you know, what we are as humans, and what, you know, if there is anything that's truly, and I believe there is, but at the same time, I'm also open to believing there's not anything really special about us humans, that we are maybe just like, you know, overly advanced apes or something like that. I mean, that's possible as well. I think that we're more than that, but I choose to believe that too. It's not something that I believe because it's a definitive fact. It's something I believe because I choose to believe that, and so I really am fascinated with ideas like that, and
yeah, I did a little presentation on this topic.
Oh, nice.
About the philosophy of language.
Right.
You know, and
where
yeah,
can we find it?
Yeah, I'll try to send it to you guys. You know, I know you said you sent me a message, but I didn't receive it. So
it's all good.
yeah, try to send it again at themachinelies0@gmail.com. You know, so that's my email that I posted on my channel there. You know, you can find it under the links of my channel. So you may have sent it to the wrong email, you know, but yeah, I can link you with that presentation I did on the philosophy of language. But yeah, I was talking about Quine.
Yeah, I have the machinelies0@gmail.com. Yeah.
So you sent me an email?
Yeah.
Okay, I seem to have not gotten that. I don't know.
I'll try again.
Post it in the Discord, Machine.
Yeah, maybe I'll look in my spam there, but yeah, I'm not seeing the email. But yeah, try sending it again on look for your email.
Post the Discord. I'd like to see it again myself. I think
Yeah.
I've seen that presentation of yours, but I'd like to. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
which
I did two distinct presentations, one on philosophy of math and then another one on philosophy of language. It's like a little two-part series I did, you know,
Nice.
the language one is the one I watch, but it's been a
yeah,
while.
the split was kind of with this image here. You know, I could show you guys real quick because it kind of breaks down a lot of what I presented here with this kind of image here. You know, it's got you know, the philosophical tradition kind of split in half, and what it shows is the difference between Plato and Aristotle. And so the Western philosophical tradition is kind of split between math on the one end and science on the other end. So you know, math is basically based on this concept of idealism that comes from Plato, and then language is based on this idea that's linked to ideas like logic and grammar, which actually come from Aristotle, and also rhetoric, right? So, you know, so symbols, I think, rule over language, you know, in kind of a interesting way. And
So you're
also,
talking about like a Western culture influence or just a
are
global
symbols not
influence?
language though?
Well, it's like language is sandwiched in between two things. One is symbols, and then the other is the meaning of words. And Quine presented this theory that he calls radical translation, that he said that if you give two linguistic interpreters two different the same set of lexicographic terms, they would actually come to radical different translations of the words. And so he said that basically you can't separate language from meaning, right? And then he also linked logic to all these other concepts because he was studying under Carnap, who's a famous analytic philosopher, and they studied and broke down like logic and the meaning of like symbols, right, and how symbols could be used in relation to meaning. You know, that's a lot of what symbolic logic is, and it's the same language that was used to develop the coding for the computers, right? Because all the computer is basically a program of logical processes, right?
Yeah.
That's basically switches that are based on information that's in symbols, right? So that's what the code is, right?
So
They're
speaking
extremely
for
advanced
myself,
calculators.
I might not be perceiving myself subjectively correctly, but I don't process the world in that way at all. Yeah, but it's interesting that he might. But for me, I don't have a complete link between thought and language. That link I have to make. If that makes sense.
I'm curious. Like, I wonder though. I believe you entirely, like, from your perspective, but I wonder if you really have to make that link, or if you just perceive it as you having to make that link.
I do, and it's not a difficult link to make. Like, it's not something that it's like we do it naturally all day, or I do at least. I don't want to project onto you guys, but
Well, I mean, but in that sense, I mean, if that's how we're talking about something that it's so natural that in that sense you could say that's how we all operate.
So I can't say that, right? Because I know my
it doesn't sound terribly
okay, Chris. Okay, so studying Jungian typology and the way different people operate, I can definitely say that we all process things differently. We all have different cognition, and so I can't, like, if I look at my cognition and how I process things, I'm not allowed to project that onto you. Like, that's not how you process things. I can't do that. I have to see right in order to see the world through your eyes. I have to actually see it through your cognition.
Let me put it in a more a more ideo like syncretic form. Just as math is to science, logic is to language, right? So these are two different processes,
right,
or tools that we use, or ways of thinking, you can call it, right?
Right.
That are radically different from each other, and they employ radically different tools to those ends, right? In terms of math, uses a science or a theoretical form, and then language uses a logical or a grammatical form.
Right. So I don't differentiate as well between math and logic. Like, math and logic for me are one and the same.
Well, I think they're different in the way I described what their function is used for, right? So we can say they're the same, but like in reality,
so I'm going to push back a bit. So logic is used for math, 100%. Is math used for logic? Maybe not necessarily. So maybe logic is a precursor to math. Maybe.
See what I mean, though? So you had to distinguish. You just made a clear distinction.
No, so yeah, but yeah, you need logic for math. Math doesn't work without logic. So you need so logic is a precursor to language and math, is what you're saying.
Well, no, maybe I would have it differently, but I'm just pointing out that you've made a clear distinction, right? Which is all that I wanted to say, that there is just a distinction, and the way I described it is on the basis of the functionality, right? How we basically use those things in the common parlance, right? But yeah,
right, yeah, that's nice. No, it's nice to think about that kind of landscape as well, because like I personally don't pay attention to that that landscape, so it's an interesting thing to start processing. So appreciate that. Thank you.
For sure.
What about other communication?
like you communicate with body language and symbols and
Yeah, that's an excellent point. That's another aspect
Right.
of what I was gonna say is that language
Nice.
is that communication is greater than language. Is it not right?
Yeah.
Claire?
Yeah. Really nice.
Communication communication is greater than language, but do they? But are they not? I mean, even when a baby, a blank slate, even in their prelingual state, in the sense of language, in like what we think of as language in terms of words, they still are communicating via language, via like body language, via like like their faces, like those. It's still language, even if it's not lingual in that sense, isn't it? I mean, this isn't like some pre thought of philosophical thing. I'm just thinking.
Yeah. So from what I heard, I'll ask you a question, and I think maybe you can sort of do a mathematical conversion to see how it applies to you. So basically, what you're talking about body language and nonverbal communication, what Claire and Mohammed were talking about. So you're communicating something that's beyond language. Now you could try to put a language to that, right? You could try to describe that nonverbal communication in a way using language, right?
Yeah, like here's
but
an
it's still
example.
prelingual. It's
Like here's an
prelingual.
example. You go take out the trash and your brother is there, right? And your neighbor and his wife are outside, and your neighbor's wife winks at you. Right now, now you interpret that as she's trying to get with you, right? Your brother interprets that as, like
Intentions,
what the
yeah.
hell is going on, and your and your neighbor's husband, your neighbor's husband interprets that as something is going on between you two, right?
Right. Yep.
That's a super specific example. Machine.
Reading into intentions. Yeah. It is specific, but it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah.
It's a good one. But I'm just saying, is this something that happened to your machine? Because that sounds.
No, you pulled it out of thin air.
No, I heard it. No, I heard it on the radio. To be honest, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So where did he get it from?
Yeah. The person was describing how proof is non-existent. How the same evidence could be used for proof of different things, right? So that's what he was.
Yeah, right. So different interpretations of their intentions. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the intention was something though, right? What was the intention of the winking lady?
We'll never know.
Right. But I guess like people are just guessing at the different intentions.
You can actually ask her with words, and then you could clarify it. But yeah.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe she won't tell you.
But like,
Maybe
so all
not.
of that stuff, if you believe it as
could.
true, is a narrative.
I said it could be clarified, not that it would be. But it
Oh,
could
okay.
be
That's
clarified.
yeah. I agree.
Benjamin, do you think you have stronger pre-lingual communication or understanding?
Communication, no. And I think Hank would agree with me. His prelingual communication, body language, interpreting people's emotional communication to you when they're that kind of thing. That's difficult for me to process personally. It doesn't mean I can't do it, and it doesn't mean I need to stop trying, right? Like now that I know it's difficult for me, it means I definitely have to put in effort there and try to see what other people are seeing, right? I'm not gonna like say I'm stuck and give up on it.
I trained mine a lot so I could see it. It's just some people tell me I should expect stuff that doesn't come my way, and they don't know why it doesn't come my way,
right.
And I do, and I explain to them, and they still don't understand it still.
And I honestly think that everybody struggles with it. Like it's not easy for anyone to do completely. Some people are better at it, I think, but I think everyone has to put in an effort into it. And the thing that I don't do is don't put in any effort, right? I just completely ignore it. I don't even see why it's important until I like, oh shit, I cognitively understand that I need to put in work there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think there's the value in like the way that your perception is going to be plain like in a good way. It's going to be like, if there's a branch, there's a good reason for it, and like I'm just.
Yeah, but then you come off as untrustworthy, or people don't understand you, or like all kinds of stuff. Like communication is communication for a reason. Like you need to communicate the stuff. Someone needs to hear that message if you have the ability to say it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're also making sure that people are communicating in a trustworthy, consistent way because, you see.
Yeah, David, can you interpret for me?
If someone has to communicate to you in a way that they can't be using all this extra stuff, then you're making them have to. Like,
right. So I'm imposing that on them. Yeah, that's not right, and that's not
Right.
good. Yeah, I shouldn't impose.
I feel like
yeah.
that's like that's where projection comes from. Is that's like you're forcing responses from other people back onto you.
No,
right?
no,
Like,
I think that's
like
that's
that.
not the way I'm intending what I'm saying. I'm saying like because people are projecting and stuff so much, there's all this the language, like the way we communicate isn't very like it needs to be more clear cut a lot of the time. And I'm just saying that like if you're, how do I say it? When I mean by when I say force, I'm just see how the way I talk, right? You're making me make like boundaries around
right.
Trying to say more clear.
Also, but what I'm also seeing is you have some prelingual thing that's going on there, and you're trying to put it into words. Like you have something there that you have, and you want to communicate it, and you're trying to figure out the words to say it. So like whatever that is prelingual.
Yeah.
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 Maybe it's like prelingual. It could just be like a visual image. Sometimes they're kind of hard to put into words.
No, but he does have a point. He is saying something, right? And we still haven't been able to receive it yet.
So you're basically like the way you worded it is like you have to try harder. But I'm saying because of the way you're making it so that like other people have to like
put in effort.
Try, yeah, they have to put in effort too, which is like I'm trying to say that like the how that's functional.
Yeah,
the purpose that's functional.
Well, I mean, does it though? I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding what's being said right now, but like, as far as I can tell, we're all six of us having a conversation where we're all understanding each other. We're all having a cogent conversation, despite the fact that even if the way your mind, Benjamin, works is different, you're still nonetheless able to fully communicate with people whose minds work differently. They're completely compatible systems of belief, of thought, obviously. If they're not the same, or at very least, if our perceptions and it could be my perception of my mind that could be off as well. I might actually be thinking the same way you are, and just thinking of it and just the way I perceive it as though that I am thinking of in words, whereas in fact I am really thinking prelingually and then translating it into that. It's very easy to see either way. Either perspective could be equally true. We're all communicating just fine.
Right.
It's not like
Yeah.
I don't feel like anyone really needs to put in any extra effort in this situation. This isn't
Yeah,
like
I see what you're saying. It's not
like you're speaking
things,
Latin, and it's not like you're speaking Latin and I'm having to,
I see what you're saying. So what happens is we all have a way of interpreting the world, and just interpreting the world. We all have our own way. And then when we're trying to share that way of interpreting the world, we're sharing with someone who's interpreting the world differently. And so what we have to do is try to make sure that they can interpret what you're saying from the world and not from you. And that's kind of what we're always trying to do to find objectivity.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, we do. I mean, that is absolutely true, because even if like, let's say, like, I can't say this. I'm not trying to speak for everybody here. I'm saying, like, let's say besides you, Benjamin, all five of us, like, we're all saying we're on this one cognitive type wavelength, and you're on this different or perspectively cognitive wavelength. we're also communicating just fine without having any issues. And yet, nonetheless, each and every one of us has a distinct viewpoint and distinct history of the world that has influenced the way we. I mean, even when you yourself, Benjamin, even when you yourself take like those prelingual, the way you process prelingually, and you hear someone speaking to you, you nonetheless have to take those words and run them through a filter, I guess, per se, a filter, a translation filter, whatever you want to call it, that translates it into something that you understand. But at the same time, you're doing that through your own learned experience and your own, like, if you had grown up and the word, I don't know, the word love or trash or whatever it is.
So so generally what I do is when I hear a whole bunch of words like, I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
So generally what I do when I try to hear all of someone's words, so you had a whole bunch of words and I didn't know what you were trying to pass on to me yet, right? Is what was happening. And I have to wait it out. I have to wait until you're done talking in order to know that I've properly received the message, right? And what I just did was like, hey, okay, I got your message. I know what you're talking about. And so 100% I have to interpret it. But what I'm looking for on my cognition, right? And I'm not saying this is your cognition. I think other people here might be similar. Is I would be looking for contradictions between what I hold in my information database and between what you are giving me, right? And so far, all of those words don't mean anything until I get what you're trying to actually give me. And then I'm like, okay, I see where that might contradict or where that might agree and what I might need to push back on you in order to show you that I've understood or to further the understanding, right? And so I think that's kind of, just the whole process.
No, and I don't think, I guess, like, if I had any conflict with anything you're saying there, it's not with what you're saying at all. Is the only conflict I can think of is that I don't think it's as different from the way I think as you are perceiving it as being. I think that they're still very similar modes of thought, even if there are subtle differences. I don't know if there are differences that are extreme enough to like differentiate them from, to really differentiate as a completely separate mode of thinking. I think that it's nuance, really. It's a nuance. It's a nuance.
Can I bring David into this for a second?
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, were you hearing the whole conversation so far, or you're doing your own thing?
No, I've been listening.
All right, nice. So he's talking about our cognition and how he doesn't think our cognition is that different. Can you tell him your observations on this subject? Yeah, the cognition is different between people or similar? How different is it?
It's very very different. I'd say, like, I had a recent. I was at a dinner table with a few people, and in the system that I use, it was able to like really clearly define that there's like two types of people, and in the OP system we call them observers and deciders. And the way that their minds are processing information or the situation is on different wavelengths as each other. So I was at a table with 3 deciders from 3 different generations and 3 observers from 3 different generations. And even though that they were from different generations, they had completely different experiences. They gone through different things in life. What I was still seeing, and of course I had to look for it. If you don't look for it, you won't see the concept that I'm pointing out. But they were really acting pretty strictly within their cognitive ability. They weren't not. It's what they weren't doing. They weren't. So like we were cognitively, like, the cognitive psychology is what I'm trying to get to. Is that, like, the words, we will use the same words. We have the same language. We have the same, way of speaking. Like, a lot of it can be commonly understood, but there is depending on what kind of like side you're on, you're going to take the words in a different way, or you have words that are like loaded in your mind. So, if you want to get me to talk more, you got to say David, because that's my name. There's a lot of loaded energy behind David. But for you, for Chris,
it doesn't really mean much to you, but it means a lot to me. It's my name. It's like there's a lot behind that. And so that would be like, you kind of take that, and if that's for every single word or every single like concept or idea, it gets really hard to actually know. But yeah, there's a lot of different I'd say people are processing stuff in a lot of different ways, and you can kind of categorize it.
Well, no, I would say that every single person processes things in a different way, even if there might be similar in some cases. Every single person processes things in almost completely different ways, just because of the differences we have as people. And thank God for that.
Right.
Even if you don't believe in God, I think that's a good thing.
No, I agree. Yeah,
It's
100%.
I appreciate, and I'm appreciative of the fact that there is someone like Benjamin and David and whoever else that does think in that different way, because if everyone just thought the same way as me, then there would never be any progress or anything, because it requires first of all two things. It requires, well, one of the primary motivators and primary movers of progress is conflict, and I don't mean conflict in like a war sense, but I mean in intellectual conflicts, intellectual friction. I mean, you could even like equate this to sex. Sex is friction, right? Sex is friction that reaches a point that ultimately can
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you have to. But go ahead.
Well, now I'm sex. What's going on here?
But I'm saying, and the most primal. I'm trying to relate to the most primal human thing way I can. Right? I'm trying to take it to the most basic human level. Is that friction between two different people who are nonetheless communicating and nonetheless getting along? We can have a pleasant conversation. We can get along, but by having different beliefs, like your different perspective is going to, in many ways, it's going to affect my perspective and give me new ideas, new perspectives, and my ideas give you new perspectives, and it spider webs out and creates this entire thing until actually new ideas, new things crystallize from that. Without people that think differently, without neurodivergence or neurodiversity or whatever you want to call it, the world is dead. Yeah. If everyone could really be made to be conform to the same exact mental patterns, then like what's the point? What are we doing here? I think the world would die out. I think human civilization would die out without some degree. That's the reason why so many of these streams devolve into drama streams, is because people they're looking for conflict. They're looking for conflict because they're looking for friction. They're looking for something that sparks new ideas. Even though a lot of these drama streams don't do anything to actually engender new ideas, but nonetheless, it's still more stimulating than watching a bunch of people just getting along and agreeing with absolutely everything everyone was saying.
So you've just doomed my channel. We're all agreeing here. That really sucks.
Oh shit! Damn it! Fuck.
You're you. I don't agree with anything you said.
Okay, cool.
I think that's what Claire's saying. That's what Claire's saying. Where we have to do work. We have to do like effort to like disagree. You want us to disagree. But I could just agree with everything you're saying, and then that's a lot less work for me. I don't have to. I don't want to argue you. I'll just agree then. Yeah, isn't that right?
Yeah,
but you do agree. You did agree, David, on what he said, like about different forms of cognition being necessary.
Sure.
Yeah, you think everyone should be just like you, David?
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, everybody should just be your cognition, and the world would be a better place.
I've had this exact thought so many times, and it happens in like the Rocket League game. I was like, fuck my teammate. They should just think exactly like me and would be like locked in. It's I have thought. Yeah, everyone should think like me.
Do you see how that's wrong though?
I don't think I could do. It's not right or wrong. I'm saying like that's what my brain tells me is like. That's what
okay. Yeah, you're being honest. You're being honest and open about what your brain is telling you. But are you able to self-reflect on that.
Yeah, I can step outside of it. I'm like, this is dumb. This is stupid.
There you go.
Why am I?
So
why
you
am I
do
thinking
agree with
this
him.
way? It's like
Right.
the
So you
default.
do agree
it's
with
the
him
default
fundamentally.
program. Like that's
Well,
my
yeah,
default.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, conflict is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, and it creates it's not just uncomfortable, but it creates intense discomfort at times. Like being challenged on anything, especially competently challenged on your ideas or beliefs, is going to be an uncomfortable experience, no matter where it's coming from. Especially if what is being said is, kind of make sense to you a little bit. It's like it like makes you take pause, and and it makes you feel outside your comfort zone and stuff like that. But that's important. Without that, I mean, if you want to look at it from an evolution, if you want to look at it from the evolution perspective of apes evolving into man, it required if that which I myself have doubts about, just because I think the fossil record doesn't fully. I'm not saying that the evolution is wrong. I think it's true. I just don't think that the way we historically perceive it is exactly the right one. I think we still haven't.
But something like this is inconsequential, though. Like
I don't think we've gotten
for this
it right
kind
yet.
of conversation,
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? Like, so
You're
what? Some of us believe in evolution. Some of us don't believe in evolution. We can still
Okay.
talk about
Sure.
the topic.
My
without
point is,
yeah.
evolutionarily speaking, in order for adaptation to occur, in order for something, you have to have something to adapt to.
The environment. You adapt to your environment. Yes, 100%.
Yes, or
yeah, we had this conversation too on Mo's channel. We had this conversation on Mo's channel. He brought in a good thing to watch, and one of the points was that our human environment has become so different in this day and age that we are evolving to different types of people are evolving to be more adaptable to this this condition of the world. Yeah. So environment changes 100%.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's all really I meant. It's just that human progress requires us to adapt, but in order for us to adapt, we have something to adapt to, which requires conflict, which requires something different to, we have to encounter something different that we have to adapt to, and we have to figure out a way to thrive within that. And environment being social or land-wise, whatever, like in just IRL.
Yeah.
I mean, I relish conversations with people who think differently than me. I do.
Yeah, 100%.
I had to learn that. I didn't used to feel that way all the time. I used to be, when I was younger, I was very much, like a lot of people are, where, things like that, if it made me uncomfortable or something, then you avoid things that make you uncomfortable. You gravitate towards things that feel home-like to you or whatever. And it was really through the process of when I was doing screenwriting and stuff like that. And my partner, the director that I was working with and stuff, and I would write these things that I would think were brilliant, and I would send them to him, and he would send me this list of criticisms that would be really cutting and harsh and stuff like that. And at first, I really resented it, but over time, every time I would take that advice and take the criticism and implement it, it made the script better. It made it better every time. It refined it. It gave it more heft. It gave it more. It made it leaner and meaner, and it made it, it improved the work. And therefore I learned over time that those different perspectives, those people that are telling me, they're telling me now if they're just telling you no, everything you're doing is shit, you should stop, that's not helpful. But if someone's telling you yeah, okay,
yeah, that
what you're doing is there's some good things here and here. This is shit. This is shit. This is shit. It's giving you constructive criticism. That's invaluable to me as a writer. And I find the same thing in terms of life with people. I find that it's invaluable to me to find people that you can still communicate with. You can still find common ground with. But at the same time, you have different perspectives, and you learn from those perspectives, and that's what ultimately facilitates growth.
One of the things I noticed too is most people don't want to hear other people; they just want to hear what they have to say. Really, the conversation we're actually listening to is what we're saying. We're not listening to anyone else.
Right? Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I consciously make a conscious effort to try to not do that.
No, I'm not saying you are specifically. I'm just saying, like, in general, like me too, right?
No,
I'm
yeah,
not saying,
you're right.
yeah,
In general,
that's all I'm doing, right?
Just like with what the Line and Fight Club, you know, like where like they're at the meeting and like like the he says something about like, you know, when people think you have cancer, they really listen to you, and she cuts him off, says, instead of just waiting for their turn to speak, you know.
Yeah,
like that's there's a real deep, you know, cutting truth in that. A lot of people aren't listening to anything, and I see this on panels all the time, because you'll actually see like someone talk and make all these points, and the next person jumps in. They don't address or say anything about anything that was just said. They just go back to whatever they were saying like an hour ago, when the last time they got to speak. They're just waiting for their turn to speak.
Very
they
meta.
don't even like, bother trying to contextualize it. They don't bother trying to say like, oh, let me go back to this thing I was saying before because I didn't get my thought out. They just go right back into it, because the whole time they were just like on pause, just waiting to like spew whatever it was, you know. And
Your mom is a
that,
narrative.
I see that all the time in panel versus in other books.
What's that, Claire?
Sorry, I said your mom is a narrative. That's what I had to say multiple hours
Oh,
ago.
thanks. Okay.
I'm just bringing it back.
All our moms are narratives.
Hey, you know what? My mom is a narrative.
Is that the drama?
Damn fine one.
Are you bringing the
Damn
drama,
fine
Claire?
narrative.
All right. Okay. Eric, do you guys know?
All right, I'm gonna ban you, Claire.
No.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
You moved him to the bottom of the barrel. Now he's holding us
Denizen,
all up.
welcome. Welcome. Have we spoken
Yeah.
before?
No.
All right. Well, welcome.
Denizen came over with me from my stream. I was
Nice.
doing a stream, and then Machine, he said he had to head over here, and like so we were like, well, let's go over and talk to the people on this panel. So
Welcome. Well,
Yeah,
Chris,
Denizen-
drop me your channel too, because I'm gonna try to jump on.
yeah,
at
I'll
some point
drop it
as
in
well.
private. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure,
You like
thanks.
Larry David? You like Larry David?
Yeah.
Are you like Larry David at all?
Yes.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Have you seen Terrence Howard?
Yeah.
You see him? What he's been doing lately?
Yeah. Yeah.
You think he's a dumb piece of shit?
No, he's
not a piece of shit, but he's dumb.
What did he do?
Yeah, he's pretty dumb. He's pretty dumb. But yeah. I feel sorry. I as someone who's dealt with up close and personal with mental illness and seeing people that are going through elements of psychosis and stuff like that, I do think that he has had a mental break, and he is literally he needs serious help.
What did he do?
Terrence Howard he's came up with a theory called Terryology.
Yeah.
And basically
The guy-
Terryology is
The
just
guy
like
from Hustle and Flow that looks
Yeah,
like
the guy from Hustle and
Cuba
Flow.
Gooding Jr. Correct.
Yeah, the Cuba Gooding Jr. wannabe that was in Iron Man, the first Iron Man. Yeah, that guy.
Oh,
that's the one.
Okay.
yeah. So do you agree that 1 × 1 = 2?
No.
Well, no, of course
No,
it doesn't.
he's conflating instances with multiplication. That's where his theory falls apart.
It has like
he really is saying that 1 × 1 = 2.
Yeah, that's
Well, that
the theory.
explains that explains my math and language point perfectly. I think.
Well, so like, did he? I wonder if he just had a brain injury where he's seeing everything like like this skewed this way, so he sees the plus sign and the multiplication sign is the same thing or something.
No,
I have a question.
I
have a question for you, Mo.
He's also
He's
saying
more-
like a 2, or like the square root of 4 is 2, so the square root of 2 is 1.
Who's saying that?
That's Terrence Howard. He's like built this whole.
Oh my
It's
god.
called
All right.
Terryology. I'll put it.
I got a question for Mo. Just trying to remember what it is. Oh yeah. So if language is based on logic, so then why can we have paradoxes when using language, but not when using math?
There are clear mathematical paradoxes.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, let's say I don't understand the question
Yeah,
because there
right.
are.
What are the mathematical paradoxes?
David just mentioned one.
Have you ever heard of Cantor?
That's not.
It's
Yeah,
not really
that more goes into my philosophy of math presentation, which I maybe I should send you both of them. You know, so yeah, I'll send you guys both of them.
Yeah, I'll watch them for sure
because
yeah,
it helps
Come over.
contextualize it. Yeah.
Yeah, paradoxes is an interesting place in philosophy.
Yeah, like for
A little
example,
dive in there, yeah.
like for example, Cantor said there's two different types of infinity.
Okay.
Infinity is a mathematical paradox.
No, it's not. Absolutely not.
No.
Okay.
No.
I just
Infinity is not a number.
I just did a Wikipedia search. Okay, this is Wikipedia.
There are degrees of infinity. I think the way they proved it is they used something called a infinity tree. It's an interesting mathematical framework, but there's no paradox there. They just showed that there are definitely levels of infinity that eat lower levels of infinity. Yeah.
There's bigger infinity. There's smaller. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson explained that one time. I don't remember.
I didn't. I don't watch him. Sorry, he's not in my box.
Not in your box.
Where did those infinities exist?
The infinities, they
Zeno's
exist within a
paradox.
mathematical framework that has been proven true through rigorous mathematical proof laws.
And where does the mathematical framework exist?
Well, I mean, all in our minds. If you want to get to the very bottom of it, like I'll skip a few steps. It's all in our minds. It's all like consciousness.
So they're not real infinities.
They're like, if you believe in if you believe in the reality, and if you believe in mathematics as a fundamental basis of reality, then yeah, you could make that argument, I would say.
Like there are different like sizes of infinity. Like think about all the natural numbers, and then think about all like the real numbers.
That sounds like dogma to me, like religion.
I mean, seriously, have you ever heard Russell's paradox before, though? That's a prime example of mathematical paradox.
Well, it's like, do you think math is invented
look it up.
or discovered? Right? It's a question, right?
Yeah, I do think it's discovered. I do think it's discovered. We need to be innovative.
You said it was, but you
discovering
said it only exists in the mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to get down to it, then yes, that's the only thing I can prove. But I believe that there's other things than the mind, right? I believe that there is a reality outside of the mind. I believe that there is a reality more true than our minds can perceive.
Yeah,
but yet
But
we
isn't
can
all
describe
reality-
it perfectly with mathematics.
No,
Yeah.
I don't believe that at all. No, I believe mathematics, though, is part of reality. I don't believe it's separate from reality.
Yeah, I'll let this run. If anybody
I
else,
believe
has
reality
anything
is
on
in
this.
some kind of unity as well. Yeah, so
That makes sense to me.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. The Russell's paradox thing is the idea about sets, and there's a paradox that exists within it that if you can create, like, in math there are things called sets. Sets of numbers, sets of sets of.
Yeah, by the way, I have a cognitive think tank, and one of the things we're doing is set analysis. So
Okay, so you already know all about that. I
yeah.
No, they're
So,
analyzing it, so they don't know about
but
it.
that's a mathematical paradox. So.
No, we're analyzing cognition using these mathematical tools, but we know the mathematical tools.
Right.
Right.
But it goes back to the question: is that you said that math only exists in the mind, therefore it's invented, yet you said it's discovered, right? Because something exists outside of the mind.
I personally am on the side. If I were to like the story I tell myself, put it that way, is that it's discovered. That's how I feel when I see it. That's everything of my personal experience.
That's your narrative.
Right. Sure. Yeah, that's definitely a belief. It's definitely a belief. I mean, I've put it together carefully. I don't think I'm wrong, but I mean, it's like a few of the axioms are that there is a reality, right? That is an axiom that you need.
I can easily understand that, though, but because, like, okay, so math is something that can be discovered, but our alliteration of it, our actual, like, our ability to our system of symbols and the way that we interpret it, that is invented, even if math itself is a fundamental fact of the universe that is discovered. It can kind of be both. It can be both invented and also discovered, because
it's descriptive.
because of the way we describe it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Also, the way it's discovered is we have to be very innovative and creative in order to discover it, but it can't be just discovered out of the blue. It has to attach to the tree of mathematics in some way. It has to be held up and proved by previous mathematical axioms, right? So like very basic axioms, we don't challenge or question at all, even though they're only in the mind, like 1 + 1 = 2. These are like very basic axioms that we really don't challenge. And so using these things, all of math, all of the new discoveries fit into the previous discoveries. And so that's how I feel it's discovered, because it fits. I don't know how else to say it.
No, I understand. I understand entirely, because I mean, okay, like remove the concept of 1 and 2 from an object. You have rock and you have other rock, and you put both rocks together, and now you have rock, and now you can easily now you attach labels to that. And you say like, well, I have rock 1 and rock other, and if I have both these rocks, I use the word both in that sense is
right.
non-physical. I have these 2 rocks together, and therefore there is more than one rock, or more than just rock. So therefore there is something rock, right? So like, I mean,
yeah. So in mathematical terms, right? So
right, it only makes sense.
Mathematics is a set of the universe. Like mathematics is inside the universe, right? The universe and reality is above mathematics, but within the universe there is this mathematics which we can perceive with our mind, which we can ascribe to an existence. How's that? Because like all at the end of the day, all of existence and reality is a figment of our imagination. It's our interpretation. Like it's not what it really is. It's the way we understand it, the way we perceive it. And so mathematics as well, I believe it's out there. We just have to conceive of it in some way, and that might be limited. But so far, it's the one thing that we just keep discovering by using the tools that our cognition was constructed to use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a perfectly valid argument that math is entirely made up.
Yeah, I agree. That's a valid argument. I don't believe it, but it's a
valid argument, and it's one that like you can't really easily like argue with, because it's
no, it's fine. It's a valid argument. It's not. You don't even need to argue with it.
I
agree.
I personally do believe in math. By the way, okay, I'm not one of those.
Yeah,
people,
that's okay. Yeah,
but
I believe in it because it like
I've heard that argument before, and it's hard to argue with. It's like, well.
So this is one of the things we can differentiate. We can differentiate between an externalizing process and an internalizing process. Math, we can externalize. We can use it to create something and predict the outcome of that thing. So if I can use math in order to tell you that this bridge will fall if I put 1,000 kilograms on it, then let's go and see that. Let's go and put it on there and see if the math is right. And the math ends up being right? Yeah. So like the externalizing process of mathematics, we can verify. The internalizing.
The
internalizing of it, the way that we understand it, that has to be subjective. Yeah. That has to be something that we can't be sure. We can never be sure about that part. Yeah.
And the only real problem comes whenever the math actually doesn't work, like with gravity, for example, or
so far it's consistent. Like physics is consistent.
Well, no, I mean gravity is not fully. Gravity, the mass of gravity does not fully add up.
Yeah. So what so the math works, the theory maybe doesn't work. So there's a difference between math and theory. Yeah. Because math works in so many other areas. And obviously we're doing mathematical approximations of reality is what we're doing. Right.
I'm just saying that like when you get down to the nitty gritty of the mass of gravity, like it comes a point where the math actually breaks down. Like have you ever
so far the most successful theory of gravity that like just we can't see it break down is the theory of general relativity. Like that is just an insane way to conceptualize the world that absolutely matches what we're seeing in reality. And like just the way that space and time get bent, like it's hard to wrap your mind around. And I can understand people being like, no, that's not true, because I don't want to invest the time required in order to understand it. But from a physicist perspective, like that's how we're able to make GPS work perfectly. is because we
No,
understand
absolutely.
general relativity. Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Well. Here's the thing. There's a difference between a model and a theory, right?
Yeah.
A lot of theories are used in order to predict things. They have predictable. They have a higher predictability. Power, but then there's models, and models have a higher explanatory scope, but they lose in predictability as theories have in
Right.
terms of explaining
You're exactly. You're
yeah,
describing the
predicting.
internalization process of a model versus the
Yeah.
externalization process of putting that
So I'm
model to
drawing.
use. Yeah, because we
Yeah.
can invent any model we want, and then when we go to try to use it, it'll just die. Like let's take a model that the world is made of fairies and fairy dust, and then that's our model of the world, right? And then we actually try to apply that model, we'll see that it breaks down pretty fast.
Yeah, so the math used to explain things is different from the math that's used to predict things. That's one aspect of it. And then there's another aspect of it where
Oh,
a
no.
person who invents something
It's the same
is
math.
gonna what?
It's the same math. The math is the same. Just the problem is when it predicts something, we don't know how accurate the prediction is. Right now, general relativity is very accurate in its prediction, but the model
No,
itself
because
is the math. The model itself is the math. And so when
neither
there's a problem,
models nor theories are complete explanations, and yet they look at things through two different processes, right?
Right. So like
So
you take
they're
the
distinct.
yes, yeah. So you take the prediction, the mathematical prediction, right? You have input and output, you have a mathematical formula, and it predicts things accurately, right? So now the problem is when I go and take that model and I'm like, oh, this is the truth. That's internalizing it. And that's when you make a theory around it. And then the theory ends up being false, right? But the math is the same. It's just how accurate is it at predicting reality, and how true is it when we're trying to internalize it?
Right. Have you guys ever heard of have you guys ever heard the fact?
But that doesn't. Here, hold on a second, Chris. But that doesn't underlie the or change that there's a radical difference between theoretical math and applied math, right? Because one is used to make technologies, and the other is used to develop theory.
Okay. So theoretical math is like, okay, what's the largest prime number we know, right? We don't like that kind of stuff, like stuff that's not connected to reality.
Exactly.
Right,
See, this is what I'm talking about, right?
Yep. Yeah. So that's all theoretical math. It's all true. We can all eventually, like, all of the time when we try to apply these theoretical maths, we don't know where in reality they apply. And a lot of the times we wait until like we run into a problem, and then we discover that there's already a theoretical mathematical framework to describe this phenomenon, and we apply it and we see that it works, right? So like theoretical math has its uses, and it ends up in the end, a lot of it won't. A lot of it will never end up being proven.
Yeah, and the difference is falsifiability. I mean, and the scientific method. I mean, that's a clear difference, right?
Yeah. So scientific method is about externalizing. It's about that. Yes, it's about proving it in application. Yeah, but the math is the same.
I just posted a couple of links just to something I think is fascinating about the fact that we don't actually fully understand how bicycles work. I think it's it's only tangentially connected to our conversation.
What about bicycles do we not understand?
Right. Check out these articles, man. I just posted two of them from these are reputable sources.
I can't see a single thing in a bicycle that I wouldn't understand unless like we're going to subatomic particles.
It's complicated, but basically
you completely understand centripetal force.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. You completely understand gravity.
I mean, to the degree that we understand it today, yes, I understand it to the degree that physicists understand it today. I'm a physicist.
I mean, physicists. Some people still argue over these things. They still argue over lift.
No one's arguing about general relativity right now. There are some things that I think we should be arguing about that we're not. But no one's arguing about general relativity. No one's arguing about the standard model. No one's like, those arguments have been put to bed. And I think like we should definitely question them. We should definitely question these ideas. But like we're not arguing
general relativity.
General relativity works, yeah. But we're like questioning that theory. We haven't run into a problem where general relativity hasn't solved it, like for gravity. So until we run into that problem and we need a new framework and a new theory or a new math, then general relativity is just going to stay. Like there's nothing better.
Okay, so like this is according to CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting News, an article from 2016. But it talks about it. Literally, this is the title of the article: "The Science of Cycling is Still Largely Mysterious." And basically, what it says is that in reality, we know precious little about how bicycles actually work beyond the basic mechanics of pedal turns gear that turns wheel. But it's the physics that are really fascinating and somewhat mysterious. The forces that keep a bike going, the variables that make one bike better than the rest, why a riderless bike seems to feel safe, ride and ride straight, and what the best design really is. Quantum physicist Michael Brooks summed up nicely in an article when he wrote that forget mysterious dark matter and inexplicable accelerating expansion of the universe. The bicycle represents a far more embarrassing hole in the accomplishments of physics. So
it's really weird. Okay, so I used a program to engineer things called Maple Sim or whatever. It was a stupid program that I really fucking hated, but we were forced to use it in school. And there's definitely other programs there. But anyways, this little world of Maple Sims uses differential equations and physics in order to simulate an entire world the exact way it works, right? And so what you do is you end up inserting objects into this world and inserting forces and motors and all this kind of stuff and having it completely render that thing. So you could definitely 100%, like I've designed more complicated things than a bicycle in this world. So you can definitely design the bicycle, and the bicycle is being run on mathematics and it works exactly like the bicycle works in reality. So like, I don't know where possibly we could look at a bike and be like, I don't understand that. Like the math understands it, right? The
we
math
don't know why the math works.
Right. Well, maybe
Same
we don't
thing
know
with
why the math works
electricity,
perfectly,
too.
but the math works, and so the math understands it. So our inability to understand it is our inability to understand the math. That's it.
Well, sure. I don't doubt that it's like that the failing comes on the human level of being able just not being able to play in gravity or how a bicycle works. That's not my. I'm not saying that it's not.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just refuting that idea. It's just but maybe there's a point there somewhere.
But I'm just saying that quantum physicists
That we don't understand how these things work. That was the point.
Yeah,
and then you claim too, which surprised me.
I still don't agree.
Quantum physicists said that the holes in our understanding of a bicycle is far more troubling than our lack of understanding in how quantum physics works. I just think that's a startling quote.
Listen to physicists argue about how airplanes work. They still don't they don't even agree on that.
They don't.
No, we understand how airplanes work. We understand how lift works. We understand. Yes, it's 100% true. Yeah, I know from personal experience that I can completely design an aircraft and lift based on mathematics and understand it. And
yes, we know the expected outcome of certain things that have already been done.
No,
but the fundamental principles are still under debate right now among people who specialize in these fields.
I specialize in this field.
You're
there's
a
no
physicist.
Debate. Yes. Yes.
Okay. How many degrees do you have in
physics? I can't tell you where I work, but I can tell you that I'm in Israel and I'm a physicist and I know how planes work. How's that?
How many degrees do you have in physics? From what university?
So the university I went to was, I don't want to share like personal information. Sorry. But like the university I went to was, you can look it up. It's the only university in Canada with a nuclear power plant in order to do labs. And when I was there, actually back in like 2003, something like that, we had Iranian students there. And like, there was no question about Iran at the time. There was no nuclear program at the time. And just a whole bunch of students. They were all Persian people. They were like really cool people. And we hung out and learned engineering physics together at this university. And I knew all of these. No, yeah, this is really weird. It's really weird. I'm looking back and I'm like, oh, so like what I did was, as an alumni, I went back to the school and I asked the dean there. I'm like, hey, whatever happened to those Iranian guys? Like, was that something? And he's like, we don't talk about that.
They're gone. Yeah. Well, to be fair, that was a much more interesting answer than the question I asked.
Yeah, really, for sure.
For real, for sure. No question, no debate there.
Anyway,
Yeah,
it's a good
yeah,
talk.
I'm
It's
close to
very
Canada
stimulating.
too.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I'm close to Canada too, so it's made me 10 times more paranoid at this point. All right.
I guess Detroit is close to Canada. I didn't really think about that.
Michigan, yeah.
How do you survive in Detroit, Machine? Like every picture I see of Detroit looks like a still from The Walking Dead. So like, I mean,
Well, if you go to certain parts of the city, I guess it's like that. But there's a lot of like if you go downtown, it's pretty nice, and if you go on the surrounding areas, it's basically surrounded by Dearborn, and so yeah, there's a lot of I guess it's not as bad as it's shown in movie. It's not like RoboCop or anything.
okay.
Isn't it that even the criminals have left? That it's so
Yeah,
the
pretty much.
infrastructure is so
Yeah,
dusted
actually,
there that
yeah, there's
even the
almost no
criminals
fun.
aren't even there anymore. So
Yeah, there's like a
it
bunch of
looks really bad, but you're kind of alone.
yeah, it's like tea shops and stuff. It's pretty chill, honestly. Like it's not like a criminal, really place. Like really, there is a lot of
rejuvenation
unfortunately.
programs going on there too.
Yeah, I mean, there's like food deserts and there's a lot of like liquor stores. There's a lot of people on a lot of drugs, and there's a lot of homeless people. But generally, the crime is limited. I guess. There's also like prostitution. But yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not ideal. But when I went to Chicago or
Chris'
New
eyes
York,
lit up.
if I go to Chicago or New York, I mean, it's not. It's just as bad and even worse. In some pockets of those places.
No, I mean we have the same issues here in Dallas, so don't yeah. There's no reason to. I'm gonna explain that. I get that. I just swear like I've seen more post-apocalyptic looking pictures of Detroit than any other U.S. city.
Yeah, some of it looks like parts of Ukraine.
Yeah, there's not that many like like construction projects and buildings, and actually what happened is like a lot of people left, so there's just not that many people around, and there is a lot of like white kids with like trust funds and shit that like move in and stuff, the dilapidated.
Yeah, they're paying them to do that.
Yeah, they move into gentrified areas and shit. Yeah, it is
they're
what it is.
deliberately trying to gentrify certain areas.
Yeah, so it turns into like a hipster like pocket, like there's a bunch of like hipster like fucking like enclaves and shit. Yeah, that's what Detroit is. That's why there's a lot of drug use here, and I'm talking about like heavy duty psychedelics. Like there's a lot of that here. It's just a history of that here.
Is there any cheap farmland
Is there a
out
lot
there?
of meth there? Is it a big meth problem in Detroit? Or
Yeah.
like pills?
Yeah. There's a lot of farm here too. You go to like just like 20 minutes away. There's tons of farmland. Like Michigan's like there's tons of like most of it's rural.
Yeah.
Well, I should know if meth was like it was prevalent there as it was pills and shit.
Yeah. Plus, there's the lakes. Those lakes are beautiful. It is what it is.
I was looking at some property up there by the lakes when the C word was still happening. So
yeah, if you go to
probably
the
a little bit lower, but it was affordable even on the lake.
Yeah, if you go to the Upper Peninsula, there's still areas there that the greatest natural beauty I've ever seen. And I've been to 2 or 3 different countries, so and I've seen lots of natural landscapes and some of the most beautiful stuff in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And some of it's in Canada too. In the northern part of Michigan and in parts of Canada where it's surrounding the lakes.
Yeah, the lakes are nice.
Yeah, they say it's a large percentage of the world's freshwater is in those lakes.
Yeah, there's so much. Yeah, I used to go canoe camping with my dad up in Algonquin, which is like northern Ontario, and just like take a canoe for like I don't know 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and you go like just from lake to lake. It's like a highway. You can get really far into the. You do portages and stuff. Like you got to jump lakes every so often, but yeah, It's interesting. It's like a highway.
Yeah, I love canoeing and stuff. That stuff.
Yeah. So like you'd go out like a week and
Yeah.
end up in the middle of nowhere, bears, everything.
Yeah,
Well,
I
at
mean,
least you know,
I
well, at least you know
live
the
pretty
moose
close to
before.
where you guys talking about.
I don't mean the guy moose. I
I've
mean
been-
actual moose, actual animal moose. Like, at least you don't do those there.
Yeah, moose. Yeah, lots of moose.
I have lots of friends that live in Alaska, and like they have to deal with moose all the time.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. You see them. You just stay in the canoe. You don't get out. You don't go close to land. You just keep going. You just let the moose do its thing. Yeah.
Have you had a run-in with a bear?
I saw an article once when I was over there where a motorcycle, like moose kill cars all the time. They kill a lot of people in cars. It's like hitting a truck when you hit a moose. But I saw one where like this specially designed motorcycle hit a moose, but the guy survived. He cut straight through it. It was like this specially designed blade-like motorcycle. It was weird.
That's like some Mad Max shit right there.
Yeah. But it was like a news article that showed the
that's
motorcycle
like
and
serious
shit.
Mad Max shit, like a bicycle that can just like slice straight through a moose. Dear God, it's like.
I think the guy was paralyzed from his waist down, so we shouldn't laugh too much, but still.
He didn't come out. Okay, he said.
Yeah.
Okay,
but he lived. He lived.
But in terms of like of hospital like badassery stories about how you got paralyzed, I mean that's got to be like well I had like my special moose splitting bicycle like crashed over moose.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure you can look it up and find it.
But that moose definitely didn't make it. So
yeah.
I mean, at least on your tombstone, you got something to write there. died as he lived, splitting moose in half. I mean,
Is this you?
Salute.
Hey,
yo, what's up, Taylor?
If it wasn't, it's too late for me not to porn bomb you.
Oh my god. I know your voice. You're good. How you been?
Same shit, new day. Yourself?
How's the drama slut?
You know what? I took a couple days off from drama slut. I reached 3,000 subs, and then I just took like 3 days off.
Yeah, I was there when you reached 3,000. That was fun.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
you were. And then I fell asleep.
I respect your ability to embrace that drama shit, man. I have to remove myself from it. I can't.
You're good at it. He's really good at it. Yeah.
No, he is. He embraces it
Skillfully so, and not afraid to admit it.
He integrates it into himself, into his thing, like in a way that like I admire. I really do.
Yeah.
Because like I can't do it.
I appreciate it. I don't know if it's a good skill set or a bad skill set, but I'm going to carpe the diem.
Like
It definitely
people
makes
like
you a
me are
bad
jealous
person.
of for sure.
Definitely makes you a bad person, but nonetheless, I still admire.
And I'm okay with being a bad person.
I know you are. Yeah. But you're
Once
not actually.
again, one of the things I admire.
The thing is, I'm going to call you out.
Not avoiding
I'm going to
it.
call you out. You're all talk because you're actually a good person. So.
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving Flo shit. I mean, I've been on this.
I can see he's a good guy. So.
And speaking of good guy moves, Dennison, you've been unblocked on my channel since the day after I blocked you, just so that you know.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But I do appreciate, that. I think you're the only person I've ever blocked and been like, you're blocked, who's actually like, adhered to that. So.
Yeah, and there was no hard feelings, and I respected your decision. I was gonna engage in any way that I could, and you made it clear that was none. So
I can tell you guys, like with my channel, the only thing that will ever get you blocked is going ad hominem against people that aren't on the panel. That is my one golden rule for panelverse shit. Like I cannot stand it or take it when people go on other people's panels and then start making fun of their family or people that aren't there. And
You see, Taylor gets that all the time. He made a whole video of it. Like, no problem. He's like, oh, they talked about me here. It's all public. Yeah.
It's a large part of what people do on YouTube, unfortunately.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not. But if you're on, if it's about something that happened on a panel, that's fine. Like making a video about somebody else's panel, but that doesn't bother me. I'm talking about about people that aren't part of the that aren't putting themselves on panel, that aren't
in bad faith and stuff.
And then like attacking their family members that they just happen to like maybe wander by or something like that, like shit like that, man. Like that stuff just that pushes my buttons. Like I will nothing will make me block you faster than that.
And I have sort of a soft prohibition on going real world or going family on my channel. It is soft because, you know, sometimes you got to play ball back, but I do make a decent attempt to not let it go there, to not be the first move, I suppose.
I mean, call me a retard or
I do all the fucking time, man.
I know, right? And I'm saying do it all day long. But to talk about my wife, my daughters, like that, like you know, then done.
It looks bad on him, not on you. It's you don't have to do anything. It just looks bad on him if he's going to do something like that low. 100%.
But, I mean, but he doesn't. I know Flo wouldn't do that kind of shit.
No, he wouldn't. No.
Flo's a stand-up dude. I like.
No, he's a bad guy. You don't know that.
Fuck your
Not
families.
that passive aggressive either. I can tell you from experience.
I mean, and I'm not talking about yo mama jokes either. Yo mama jokes are exempt. You know, like that's fine. You know, saying oh yeah, that's not what your mother said last night. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about people that aren't even trying to be funny.
He just called you a retard. You accepted it, and we know what you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which one is the authority? Is this a paradox?
It might be. We might have reached a paradox. At which
Is
point,
Chris retarded? That's the paradox.
The panel verse at some point is going to fold in on itself. It's going to hit a singularity point where it's just going to start folding in on itself and become like some other. You know, it's going to become.
This is your prediction.
Self-aware. The panel verse itself is going to become self-aware, and then we're all fucked.
This is your prediction.
Isn't that what's happening to the universe?
I'm just talking shit, dude.
No, maybe. I know, maybe. I'd be interesting to see it play out. Yeah, why not?
So here's the thing about smart, dumb motherfuckers is they hear you say something and then they try to use that. They try to construct a new boundary wall there, right? Like, okay, so you said this one time. Now you're obligated to play on this side of the wall.
I know. You said you were a bad motherfucker, so now you have to be bad.
Who? Me?
You.
But as a bad motherfucker, that gives me the lenience to be good when I want because bad motherfuckers lie. So I can still play on both sides.
No, you can't because you're good.
Good at being bad.
Chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
You need to get
Good at
yourself
being
a,
good too.
you need a replica of the fucking Pulp Fiction wallet. You know.
Bad motherfucker. I actually have one of the backgrounds I use sometime is it's a negative photo of an AK-47 that's got the front hand grip. It says "bad motherfucker" on it, and that actually was one of my guns back when I had guns.
It's the one that says "bad motherfucker" on it.
I almost bought one of those on like one of those cheapo like it popped up on those cheapo like Temu type sites like before Temu was around. I can't remember what it was called. It was like one of those sites like that. It popped up on there. I almost bought one once. One time I didn't because like I know all that sort of.
Well, like an engraved wallet from China.
Yeah, it was like an engraved wallet that was an exact replica. It was the picture was just from the movie, so you know it's not gonna look like it. It's not gonna look like what you. It's probably gonna be spelled wrong and everything.
It has spelling errors on it.
It's gonna be spelled bad with 2 D's, and it's gonna say Mothra instead of mother. But you know.
Is this your prediction? Sorry, I'm just joking.
I thought what would have happened if I bought it, but like I actually bought one once.
I didn't say hi to Tiago, by the way. What's up, Tiago? Welcome.
Oh yeah, hi Tiago. I barely knew. I'm
Yeah, I just lurked in, didn't say anything. I was
it's all good.
in the conversation. How are you guys doing?
No, yeah, 100%. Like that's a good etiquette. And before you start talking, listen to what people are actually talking about. Yeah,
Gaining points just started. That's cool.
Yep.
Sorry for my voice. I'm kind of sick, actually.
Same here, man. I if not for cough medicine and stuff like that, you'd be hearing like a much different voice than me. I've been coughing up. I woke up coughing like a motherfucker this morning. Just like
Ben, throw that up real quick so I can quit sharing it.
Oh, what are you doing? All right, let me. What are we doing here?
This is what I was talking about. Bad motherfucker.
Oh, in the hand, yeah.
That was actually one of my guns, and it wasn't a tacky Timu thing either. Wicked Grips is a company that make limited editions, mostly grips, but sometimes 4 grips like that.
Badass, dude. It looks cool as shit.
It was dope as shit. Whichever sheriff has it now, congratulations to them. Actually, no, I traded that gun for I traded that one off before the raid for a badass.
Are you trying to compensate for me calling you good? We know you're badass.
No, I was just trying to. I thought you called me bad.
Okay,
That's my good guy gun. That's why the sheriffs have it now.
Okay.
Messed with his
Sorry, I'm
street
giving you
cred.
shit, Taylor.
He just proved you wrong. That's what he just did.
Yeah.
I'm a huge second amendment proponent, but I've never owned a gun. And a lot of this because I'm too poor to own guns because the guns are too expensive. and his guns are fucking expensive as hell. I don't understand how all these people have guns because like I don't have I don't have money for rent most of the time, let alone a gun. But
Get an IT job.
But apparently my grandfather died not too long ago, and I'm gonna inherit a couple of his guns.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
And then my wife's family, whenever they pass, like apparently we're inheriting a whole safe full of guns. So
one of the things about guns is that they're a good store of value, and I actually part of the reason I justified at the beginning buying so many guns is because they are a good store of value, like better than. And if you don't have enough money to buy land or something, for instance, or a business, then what are you going to do? You can buy silver, you can buy guns, but
so you should open up a business instead of Birch Gold, like Taylor's Guns. Invest
I don't
now.
know. Even if I get my shit expunged, I don't think I'll be allowed to have that gun store. I bet the ATF will find a reason not to let me have that. And I wouldn't want to deal with one.
I know that it, my wife's family, they own some they have some like antique guns that aren't even like one of them is like a Tommy gun. I don't think it works anymore, but like it's an actual Tommy gun from the 20s.
That's pretty cool. Does it? Yeah. Does it work?
I don't know. I don't know because I've never seen it. We've been told about it. We've been told that
okay.
oh yeah, you're going to inherit all this stuff, and like I'm just like, okay, what am I going to do with a shit ton of guns? I have no idea.
That would be dope.
Make a museum, man. If you get a Tommy gun like that, that's pretty cool.
I'd fire it.
Nah.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you keep it in as an antique type thing like that, I think it's legal. But if beyond that, I think it gets into some gray legal territory. So I probably keep it as a display piece. I don't think I would try to use it or something like that.
But pull the trigger at least and hear the pin click. If it works, that's pretty cool.
That's time in a lifetime away from now. I don't know when that would ever happen. So I'm not.
Well, I mean, if you're going to inherit it, why not pay them a visit and be like, hey, can I see your gun collection? Like, I've never seen it before. I'm interested in why you collected it, where they came from, where did you get this piece, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I wish I could, but her family, even though they accept me in the sense that they accept that I'm her husband and like that they father of their grandchildren and stuff like that.
Right.
I've yet to be invited to actually visit their home. So
is she listening right now?
Probably. She probably hears us from the other
Well,
room.
here my suggestion to her would be that if these guns would ideally be sorted out and placed before the death, so that you don't have the state getting involved in the estate. You know what I mean?
Right. No, that's true.
Because right now, probably none of them are on paper, or a very small amount of them, and they don't need to be on paper.
Like one of her distant relatives was in the mob, so that's where it came from. So.
Oh wow.
But you understand my point, right? My point is to keep the state out of these things as much as possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
They might have registered it though, like as an antique.
They may have. They may have it. Her dad's like a super genius accountant. So like I mean he knows all that kind of legal. So he's probably he's got them like locked in like apparently a very expensive gun.
Man, it sounds like you got a lot to learn before you inherit this stuff. Like I would
right.
Yeah. Like what is this stuff? Where's it from? What's legal? What's not? Figure it all out.
Yeah.
But you're in the right state for it.
Yeah. Texas is a good state for it. They're in Colorado, but I'm in Texas, so.
Oh yeah, you're
Man, I
gonna
don't
want to
know.
move those things out of Colorado before then. Whatever. Good luck to you.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
like if I went through all the trouble to collect guns and I had a Tommy gun, like there would be no better compliment than someone coming and being like, "I heard you had a Tommy gun. Where's it from? Can I see it?" Like that. Like that's pretty badass.
I don't know.
Like,
It also might be invasive. If somebody had done that to me, I'd be like, "Who the fuck are you? Here, I'll show you the Tommy gun."
do you have a Tommy gun?
Keep
I
the
never did,
change,
no.
you filthy animal.
Then I don't care about you. I'm talking about his. Yeah.
I had a PS90.
What is that? Oh, okay. Yeah. Handgun.
It's like
No, it's a bullpup.
isn't that one of the guns from like from GoldenEye?
No,
No,
it was
no.
in some games. I don't.
It's in Splinter Cell.
I used the
And
negative in the
Ghost
army.
Recon.
Splinter Cell, that's what I'm thinking of.
It's the personal security device.
I was a negativist in the army. I used a negative.
I mean the ones the ones my grandmother was about to give me for my grandfather's stuff. He only had 3, but one of them was his actual. He was actually in World War II, and he had one of those World War II pistols. Those like those Walthers, like those little tiny ones. Those little tiny guns like that. And I've shot it before. Like I used to do target practice with him back in the backyard. We used to do that when I was a kid. And stuff like that. That's why it's. I mean, I didn't ask for anything from like from his estate or anything. I was just like, I'd like to at least, that was like one memory I had with my grandfather that really meant a lot to me. And she was like, oh, of course you can have those, and I just haven't gone in there to get them yet. But but it's like one of those really small little pistols. You know what I mean? It's like really tiny, but
A Derringer.
It's a Derringer or it's like a Walther or something like that. I can't.
Probably a Derringer.
Probably a Derringer. Probably so. You're probably right. I know very little about guns. I'm not a gun expert at all.
I don't know much about handguns. And I looked up some handguns when I was looking to buy one, and I found one that was really, really cool. But it turns out like I didn't know this at the time, but it turns out like they use it in John Wick 3 or something, and it's like super expensive now. But like it was a pretty cool gun.
Yeah, like the ones he had they're probably worth money, but like and as much as I need money right now, I couldn't. It's not the kind of thing.
No. Don't tell them you'll sell them. Don't tell them that.
No, I won't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I sold them. Like I couldn't.
Right.
I couldn't deal with that. Like it actually had meaning to me, not because I love guns, but because that was like some of like the like my favorite memories of me and my grandfather. We go out in they live out in this big property out in the middle of rural Texas, and like they had this big giant backyard, and we used to go back there and set up tin cans and he'd show me how to hold it and shoot the guns like that. And I have a lot of memories of that. So it's something that it's one of those few, like, I mean, when he got COVID got him like so many other people. So
That sucks,
even
man.
though
I'm sorry to hear that.
Even with the vaccine, he had the vaccines and the boosters.
I had this guy at work that doesn't believe in COVID. He's like, COVID doesn't exist. I'm like, you shouldn't say that.
Me.
Yeah, that's you. Because like some people actually lost their lives during that time to COVID, so it's like pretty insensitive. Yeah.
Pretty insensitive.
Yep.
Well, I mean, he was
more or less insensitive if somebody dies to be like, oh, they died, and whatever the institution says it was is the truth, or to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I give enough fucks about this to second guess the institutions that have a perfect.
I knew that would trigger you. I got you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just surprised that you want to have this conversation on your channel.
No,
right now.
I don't actually want to have the conversation.
Are you
I
sure?
wanted to see you go off. I wanted to provoke you. It worked. Sorry, man.
It seems, he doesn't want to. Yeah, no. I think COVID actually happened. I don't see any reason to believe otherwise.
That's okay. You can believe.
Look at that. Look at that. It's out of the bag now.
Oh man, you shouldn't have said that, David.
What? What is the? I didn't think there would be a different view other than that. I didn't think that someone would think.
I didn't think so either. But yeah, you got to be.
What does that mean when you say you think COVID happened or you think it didn't happen?
It's probably still happening, just a lot less. But like, if you're gonna,
the virus is still here. Yeah, the virus is still here. Yeah.
I have a cough
We
right
just
now,
not wearing
and it might be
masks and
COVID.
stuff. Like,
It evolved really fast. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, COVID, like, it was that time period where even if it was fake, We said that that's what this is when it was happening. So
All viruses do that though. They evolve to survive. So like the flu is still around. It's been around since forever. But it used to be deadly. It killed like almost all the world. But like now, people
Right.
it evolved to survive. Yeah. And the
Yeah.
first SARS epidemic, we were so scared that almost like we were scared that was gonna break out, but it was just so fucking deadly. People died almost instantly. It didn't spread. So it didn't even have a chance to survive. It didn't have a chance to evolve. But COVID like hit that sweet spot where it can just be spread, hit everybody, and almost not kill like a huge percentage of people. That it can evolve and just survive.
yeah, it's just.
I think
not-
lots of people were killed by
It was
the treatment, and I'm not talking about the shot either. I'm talking about the fuck, what's
The
it called?
vaccine.
incubation,
No, that's not what I'm talking about. The respiration help.
the ventilators.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other treatment definitely it certainly fucked me up. So
Oh, yeah.
can't.
Sorry to
did
hear
you
that.
have other
I didn't
than-
believe any of that conspiracy stuff about
Well,
the
It was a crisis, and no one knew what was happening at the time. Like I do believe that nobody knew it, and we all really fucked up everywhere.
They knew in
Ever since
Wuhan.
I got the
Yeah,
shot,
maybe Wuhan knew, but we didn't know. Like the rest of the world didn't know what it
Ever
was.
since I
Yeah,
got
there
the
were some
shot,
pretty
I-
scary videos coming out of Wuhan
I have
in
chronic
early
vertigo.
December.
I'm dizzy all the time now.
Oh, that sucks, man. Sorry to hear that.
So I know something. There's definitely something about it.
Yeah.
Something about it definitely was going on, but I don't know what it was. But it is,
No, like I'm sure maybe the treatment was. I don't know what happened to you, man. I'm sorry that happened, but like
I mean,
the world was.
It was just the Fauci ouchie as people call it. You know, I got the second dose, and then on the way home I got super dizzy, and it just never stopped. And since then, I have fallen enough times to have broken 6 ribs or 5 ribs, and 5 ribs and 6 teeth. Sorry. So,
Do you feel like that's due to COVID, the vaccine, or both? Or so I'm assuming your treatment that you're referring to is the vaccination.
I mean, it happened. It started the day I got the second dose of the vaccine. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Damn.
Right.
Sorry,
Yeah.
man.
That could be coincidental. It could not be. It's hard to know. Yeah. It's hard to
Yeah,
know.
it could be coincidental. It could be.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
YouTube and the CDC would like you to know that the vaccine is completely safe and effective.
Yeah, they would. They
Yeah.
like you to know that.
Well, obviously, it didn't have time to go through
Except
proper testing.
when
Like
it
that's
comes to
obvious.
Transmission.
It came through
or
fast as hell.
Getting getting COVID.
Yeah. No, it came through fast as hell. It obviously did not have time to be tested. Anyone who was promoting it and saying like it's great didn't have the authority to be saying that. But I mean, like, I understand their perspective that okay, we have something that's killing people out there. Like people were dying before the vaccine was
Oh
around.
yeah,
This is a
I'm
chance.
like-
Maybe it'll work.
I'm
Maybe-
a pro vaccine person. I'm a pro vaccine
Yeah.
person. I'm not an anti-vaxxer by any means. I
mean, I like if you don't need like right now, I wouldn't say anyone should get COVID vaccine. Who cares? Like it's not deadly anymore, so don't get it.
I willingly took it. I didn't. It's not like no one forced me to. I didn't do
Flu
it.
vaccine too. I never take the flu vaccine. Like maybe when I'm older and maybe I'm at risk, maybe I'll start taking the flu vaccine. But right now,
Yeah, I don't take the flu vaccine because every time I get the flu vaccine, I get the flu immediately, and I'm sick for like a month. So
Can I suggest that maybe we just sidestep that word a tiny bit? Maybe
The
not.
vaccine
Maybe
word?
some-
you don't
the
even
V
want to say it?
word.
Yeah.
I mean, just
you don't like
know.
needles. Yeah, you don't like needles. Sorry, man.
I don't like needles. That is.
Did anybody here actually have COVID? They actually get it?
I did, yeah.
I did.
I got it in December of the year before like the panic started.
Oh, that was
Wow.
really
You're at
early
risk.
into it.
Yeah, you're at risk.
I got
Wow.
it really early on.
You're lucky to be alive. Yeah.
In my case, it was really early.
I went to the doctor. I went to the doctor because I was working for Amazon. I had good health insurance, and the doctor at the time told me he was like, yeah, there's this thing going around that like we're not really sure, we don't know much about yet, but I think it's that because the only reason I know that it's that because I lost my sense of taste and smell. And that's the only reason I but other than that, it was like a bad cold for like 2 weeks. But then the cure, of course, was much worse than the disease. So
Okay, so the best friend of the mother of my second son was like a nurse during that time in France, and like she just came back from work every day being like, stay inside, don't talk to anybody. Like she wasn't even seeing her kid. She was like calling everyone like, don't talk to anybody, stay inside. Like she was warning all of her friends. Like she was freaked out and afraid, and she had to work there. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I know, and that was before that. Like they even knew what kind
she's
of
like,
mask.
nobody is living, nobody's surviving, nobody who gets this is living, and you live. That's pretty amazing.
I mean,
Turned out most people who got it were surviving, though. They were asymptomatic. And so, like, when you're at the hospital, you're only dealing with the worst cases.
That's
like
interesting. Okay.
The lowest survivability rate among all demographics was around 96%.
Yeah, but also it affected the older, the oldest people the most as well. Because the old people would be the
and people with a lot of comorbidities.
Yeah,
and we could have been having a bad flu season at the same time. COVID doesn't make it any easier to fight the flu.
That's right. Yep. That's right.
My grandmother, basically, she around March, which was around when the quarantines were starting and the pandemic was really breaking out and everyone was really scared. My grandmother had to have a heart surgery. It was scheduled, like, because we do have public healthcare here in my country, but it's like it takes like months of scheduling before, and so it was already scheduled for her, and she really needed it, and so she got to the surgery when it was breaking out, and so when she finished, like basically she was in the hospital. I don't remember the correct word, but basically you stay in the hospital until you get better, and then you can come home, right? But they just were in a situation when they just wanted to get rid of the patients as much as possible from the hospital because that was the highest, the area with the highest level of you getting contaminated. And my grandma is old, right? And so they sort of made her leave earlier. But the thing is, she couldn't live by herself. She couldn't. She lives alone. She's a widow. My granddad passed away when I was really little. And so she had to come to our home to live with us, me and my parents. And so it was about a week until like both me and my dad, like I had it first. Actually, I don't remember it correctly if he had it first or I had it first. But it was like one day after the other, just really bad fucking headaches, man. Just like the most pulsating, like I couldn't look at the light of the screen of my phone, man. And it was like all day.
When was this?
March, April 2020.
Like how much time since the outbreak started?
It was in February, March when it was really taking seriously. I don't remember the exact month, I think. But it was around that. It was around March.
Like I remember there was a time where everyone was concerned for people that went in the hospital. Like everyone was super concerned and they all came out fine. Like there was a time where like we hit that cusp and like we were lucky to hit that cusp because a lot of people got sick at that time. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we find out later that basically my grandmother, like she left earlier, supposedly I think to avoid getting COVID, but it was her who eventually spread it to me and the rest of my family. And so we found out that one of the nurses of the hospital came into contact with another patient that had COVID. And so the nurse, when she was taking care of my grandmother in the hospital, probably, again, this is all just assumption, right? We can never be totally sure, but that nurse came into contact with my grandmother as she was taking care of her, and that's how she got it. So she got it from the hospital after getting heart surgery. It was a really.
But she was okay afterwards?
Yes, fortunately.
Yeah.
My grandmother, me and my parents, as soon as my grandmother could go home, and basically just take care of herself, she did. Unfortunately for her, and this was a really tough time for her, and I'm so amazed at how much of a fighter she was. She stayed 5 fucking months inside of her house, never left.
How old was she?
My grandmother is 70, 75, 76, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But she's she's already had like 2 cancers, and she was not in a situation where you could just COVID is sort of one of the effects of COVID is it seems to amplify like the levels of some problems that you already have, right? And so we kind of wondered, again, I don't know anything about health or anything, but we kind of wonder if that was.
I mean, one thing we could say for sure is the world just wasn't ready to be able to deal with something like that.
It was
and
really
like
scary.
what should have happened is this should be a wake up call to like, hey, let's actually have these talks and discussions on what happens the next time something like this breaks out. or
And it
if
wasn't.
no,
Right.
because
when
yeah, what's his name?
We
Bill
learned
Gates was saying
fuck
for
all.
years, we're not ready. Bill Gates was
yeah,
saying
Bill Gates
we're
didn't
not
want
ready. We're not yet ready if there's another pandemic, and nobody listened, and there was a pandemic,
and there
and
was a
it's like,
pandemic.
yeah,
But it's like, how can we really solve that? You know, like unless we warn ourselves, and unless we're really like trying to measure that everywhere all the time,
Yeah.
and then as soon as something seems to break out, we send like.
Well, I mean, I'm interested to what the CDC learned and what they're going to try to enact next time, right? That's an interesting discussion to look at. Yeah. What does the CDC learn?
Preparation over prevention is what makes more sense.
Dude,
Right.
So like
when is
you're not
next
going to be. You don't want to like try to be in this world where you can prevent these things from happening, from coming around a blind corner. It makes more sense to be prepared, and that's a question I think of priorities and values.
Right, not predict. Be prepared for it to happen because it will happen, like Murphy's law. And then,
Right.
I mean, that's just like one of the first. Murphy was like this engineer, so the first thing he says is like, "Yeah, if you can see something going wrong in the system, it'll go wrong." So like again, this will.
We've
happen.
made zero investments in our medical infrastructure since it's happened. So
Oh, really?
that should tell you that like we have not changed our priorities or our values.
Well,
it's like the reverse of Ian Malcolm in Jurassic Park. Death finds a way, you know.
We did the exact opposite, actually, right? Where we put all our money into this vaccination, and tried to vaccinate our way out of it.
Chances
are
are it'll take another couple of generations, and we won't be around anyways. But good luck, kids.
Dylan, I see that a lot. They're like, yeah, it'll be the next generation's problems. I can just,
Yeah, it'll be their problem.
I'm encouraged by this youngest generation.
We don't do the next generation. We do that with ourselves.
Yeah.
Really, as I say, it's a common psychological thing we do. Like whenever we do something, like if we take a drug that we know is bad for us, to get high or something like that, or anything like that, like our brains literally have a separation between current me and tomorrow me. And so when you do those things, like there's a part of your brain that's going, well,
I get mad at past me a lot, by the way. That's
tomorrow's
past me's an
me.
asshole.
That's
Screw past
tomorrow's
me.
me problem to deal with.
I'm already going to be mad at myself tomorrow for being up so late. So screw him.
Exactly.
man, I'm also one to talk. Like one of the reasons I came here is because I have a project to deliver tomorrow. But
you're going to be pissed at yourself. Yeah,
I was so tired.
Fuck this Tiago, man. This
I did
Tiago's
the
a
same
dick.
thing.
You're a dick,
I
Tiago. You
opened the
screwed
video.
over your future
Yeah.
self. Damn.
But I opened the video and I was like, damn, these guys are having really interesting conversation. Maybe they'll keep me awake a little bit more so I can then go work on my project.
I know. Same thing. I had a test study for one time, but I came on the panel and talked with the.
There's a great song by a band called the Beths. I don't know if you've heard of them. The Beths are from New Zealand.
No.
I didn't think so.
It's actually the name of the album too. Is Future Me Hates Me.
Okay,
And,
cool.
The name of the song. It's just like articulating that really well.
Yeah.
It's
It's probably comedic. Yeah, probably a funny song.
It's very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be singing that song tonight.
Oh, you know it?
No, I'm
Oh, you're like in real life. Yeah, not literally. I got you. Yeah. Learning censor here.
Yeah.
Not an intuitard like David.
I definitely look up.
Intuitard? What does that word mean?
Hey, I'm also
Great
an
song,
intuitard.
great band, by the
Wait,
way.
Tiago, are you're the Tiago? Or I only know one Tiago.
Who's the Tiago?
That's you, right?
I'm Tiago. I guess.
As far as I know, he's the
I
Tiago.
feel like I saw you.
know
I've seen you
Tiago.
before.
Probably on Discord on the OP group.
Oh,
No.
you're an OP. I saw you on a live show. That's when.
I appeared on the first live show. Yeah. I've failed miserably to join on most of the other.
They're talking about their cult, by the way, Chris, if you're lost, and Denizen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I am lost, but they're called.
Yeah. So OP is a cult on the internet, and the fringe.
OP
It's a
means-
fringe cult in the
He means
And-
overpowered. So
It's
if you
an
join
illusion.
it, you gain godly powers.
We would try to
An
induct you
illusion
into
that
this
works.
cult,
Yeah.
but I would like to save you from this. You do not need to enter.
Oh,
I know.
no,
You can't
don't worry.
really- I'm bad at
I even-
indoctrinating people.
I have a
No,
I have a
don't
soundcloud
indoctrinate
where
people.
I-
Leave them out of it.
I have a
can't do it.
SoundCloud
I
where
can't do it if I wanted to. I don't have that power.
Right. Chris is trying to say something.
I have a SoundCloud where I released a semi-album called "We Fight Cult," so I'm like your enemy. So
Nice. Yeah. All right. Welcome.
I'm anti-cult. So
I think
I
that's the
got
best
this
way to
one with my
indoctrinate
own.
someone
One
is to
my
not
own.
indoctrinate them, and then they'll just get interested because you're not showing them the stuff.
Right. Like, can you actually learn
Benjamin
this
is
from-
the indoctrinator in this case.
Can you learn
No,
this?
no, I'm not doing reverse psychology. I'm genuinely telling you, Chris, stay away.
Like, can you like learn it without?
Like, what is this like blood over intent? What are you talking about?
What's that?
Is this like the blood over intent?
No, it's a personality typology thing, but once you start thinking in this way, you can't stop, and it's annoying as fuck.
Oh,
So
okay.
don't even start. Yeah.
I don't know. Did you guys ever see that shit? Like it was a YouTube, like this cultish YouTube thing called Blood Over Intent, where people would like do these like weird rituals. Where they cut their hand and they write.
It's not like that. It's not like a cult.
Yet, David. It's not like that
What do
yet.
you mean? Yeah. When is it gonna be that?
I don't know. It might never be that. Let's hope it's never that. All right.
I don't think a TI would like go to that, but like some like weird TE person.
Oh, cults can get anybody. You ask Chris.
Chris, can cults get anybody?
It seems that way, unless you are constantly on the lookout for cultish type behavior, like I have been, unfortunately trained to be.
I think like the cult is it's like Adolf Hitler. Like they just slowly remove your freedom.
Unfortunately, most of the time you don't realize you're in a cult.
You don't realize it until the noose is around your neck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Unfortunately, you don't realize it until you're in it usually, and then it's like, okay, oh shit, I'm in a cult. What the fuck do I do now? And then you're fucked. You can't get out.
Right.
Man,
That's what
if I'm in a
led me to where
cult,
am
I
right
don't
now.
join the cult activities that much.
I mean, joining a live show is part of the cult. Like that's
Yeah, you guys were both on the live show. You're in the cult. So.
Yeah.
The panelverse, you could call the panelverse a cult. You definitely could. The panelverse
sure, why not?
Is kind of cult. So,
Yeah,
it
I
has
only
its own-
I only found
it
out
has its
about
own-
Benjamin
it has its own
because of
etiquette, its own rituals, its own it excises people whenever they upset the leaders. It excommunicates people. It does
I think the panelverse is great for this cult because this cult likes to analyze people and meet new people and see what they're all about. And so your cult is an interesting study option for us, for the whole community. The entire cult, I'm sure, will get a lot of studying the panelverse.
Eventually, I mean, so the cult does like to analyze people. I like to be self-conscious about itself.
Are we freaking you out? I don't want me to freak you out.
No, he's okay.
We're mostly joking. I'm talking to Chris.
I'm not. It's a cult.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I've tried to join a few, but like they always reject me. So.
Well, I don't know why that's really funny.
Did you make your own cult after that? Is that what happened?
I keep trying to, like, for example, like everybody keeps talking about these feds that are on the panels, and I'm like, I keep trying to find where to apply. I'm like, I'll be a fed. Come on, like I'll snitch on everybody. I don't give a shit. Come on, hire me, people. But I'm broke. I need money, and nobody ever calls me back.
Well, the way it works is you have to go and find the information first, and then try to sell it to the FBI.
I did try that. They didn't work either.
So you have some good information that you want to tell them,
I mean,
like on an active case that they're working.
They said
You know
it
what I
was
mean?
stupid and inaccurate, and I was stupid.
It has to be an active case, and you have to go to the detective who's in charge of the case and be like, "I got some good information for you."
No, I was.
Do you think
paraphrasing
your
Space
system
Ghost.
actually can do something like that?
I was paraphrasing a Space Ghost thing where he talked
You don't
about
think
like
so?
he tried to
I
sell a
have no
documentary to the Nature Channel, the Discovery Channel, and they said they came back and said it was stupid and inaccurate, and I was stupid too. And
yeah,
I said that's yeah. No, I just like to joke with the Fed thing because it seems like it's so. Everybody thinks there's Feds everywhere, and I'm just like, God, I almost hope there are. I almost hope there are.
Chris, you just can't get caught by the observer stuff. You're double observing constantly. Just got to say, you just can't get caught by it. You don't believe in any of this conspiracy stuff. All of the conspiracy guys left because of us, because we're having this conversation.
Okay.
They're gone. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that. We're like, they don't like us double observing. They fucking hate it.
Yeah, it's like, wait, you're like, yeah, right.
But they left way before we talked about any of that stuff, though.
No, we talked about other stuff. The COVID stuff. I mean, Taylor bounced as soon as we started talking about COVID stuff.
I don't think he liked the vaccines. I think that's why
That too. The information messes with his mind. Like he just messes with his mind. He can't process it. He fucking left. Yeah.
I know.
Our cult predicts that.
It predicts that, right? It's like you have to think in this way.
The only possible cure for a problem with bad cults is a good cult. Clearly, it just like like the only cure to a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. The only problem with a bad guy with a cult is a good guy with a cult, right? So that's it. You gotta follow the logic. You gotta follow the logic. And
I'll tell you the truth. This has cult potential. It's not a cult yet per se, but it has cult potential, and the information is good. Like they have good information, but
right.
The
No.
the potential for it to turn into a cult and the potential for you to get obsessed with this information and seeing it everywhere is too high. So just stay away.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, I'm not worried. I've been
All right.
I've been down the darkest and deepest of rabbit holes in the world.
Okay.
Like in terms of stuff.
I actually believe you. You double observe. So what am I
I'm
gonna
not.
tell you?
I'm not gonna go, get into it. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not worried. I'm pretty innocuous. I guess I've been vaccinated from cult indoctrination at this
Nice.
point. I've been oversaturated by it to much to the point that it just rolls
so
off my back.
one of the coins David was talking about earlier when he was trying to talk to you was this observer decider coin, and it looks like your decider. Like it looks like your main problems in life are people related, and your main pain is people related, and your main fears and all that stuff is all people related. And the things thing, like the processing the COVID and stuff like that, you're absolutely fine. Yeah.
Right.
That's what the system is predicting about your cognition.
And it's supposedly it
Observer,
can
okay.
set
Oh, yeah.
all your cognition
OD.
and
Okay.
structure.
Observer decider thing, right? Okay.
Yeah.
The observer
But at the
decider.
same time, I am a very keen observer of human behavior, and that's like I have spent more time people watching and observing people, and that's that's the reason I'm a halfway decent writer, is because I'm really good at observing human behavior and adapting.
Deciders. If you're a decider, you're actually better at the observing. Yeah.
Okay.
You'd be better at that. Than
Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to shortcut people by using your observations on people.
So
rather than
being an observer is like being shit then.
what?
So being an observer is you're just shit if you're an observer then, because like you're
No,
not
observers are
Yes,
absolutely
you are.
great.
I am one, and
Observers are you could say you're shit.
He can deal with all the drama. Go say that's why he's good at it. He's like,
Wouldn't you want to not have people problems? Not have people problems be the pain in life? Like they still have people problems. It's just not their pain. They just don't care. It doesn't phase them. Like that's tough.
Like, did you see what he's wearing? Like in that picture? Like that's like no people problems.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay, I know what you're saying. Saying. I think that's it's a bit simplistic of a worldview, but
it is very simplistic
it
of a
is
worldview.
very simplistic. Yes.
It's
taken me all of 5 minutes to understand the whole concept. So I mean, it's a good way.
Right. Yeah. So there's 9 coins like that. That's one of the coins. That's one of the dichotomies.
That's like the big coin. It's like
it's the big one.
It's like what wavelength are you speaking on? That's what it feels like.
It's like you care a lot about one wavelength.
Although,
but
what's
shit
dumb
at it,
is if you look at any of the coins, they just look like a big coin that's very obvious and big and wavelength like.
I don't know what it is.
Right. Yeah, every coin's like that.
I don't know what it is, but something about this reminds me a lot of Neoism. Have you guys ever heard of Neoism?
I've
Like
seen the
Matrix Neo.
No, it's actually it actually.
That's probably where they named Neo off of. Is the Neo?
Yeah.
It predates the Matrix by quite some time. It's a guy named Stuart Holm. I want to say he was an ex-adherent of situationist philosophy that like started his own kind of joke philosophy religion called Neoism. And if I don't know how much information still is. I wonder if most of it's been scrubbed from the internet by this point. I don't know. It's like this is like old internet floor stuff, but. Stuart Holm and his Neoism stuff is it's both hilarious and also kind of creepy at the same time. And so something about I don't know what it is. I can't connect the two things. Like I'm not sure, but something about what you're saying about that is reminding me of the Neoism philosophy, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But
it's good to you can understand it pretty fast. Like people will be like, all right, I studied this system for a week, and I'll give it 3 out of 5 stars. It's pretty good. And they're it takes a long time, years to understand and to actually experience the same patterns happening over and over again. So it's good, yeah. People can't understand it.
Okay,
really
for you
fast.
maybe, David, but Chris has a lifelong.
He's
He
seen it
wasn't
before.
looking right. He wasn't looking with these glasses on, But now that he sees the observer decider stuff and he starts typing people in his life, for example, then like he can use like lifelong patterns in order to be like, oh, that's an observer. That's like you did with your family.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
yeah, like they
I
already
get it.
knew. They already knew it.
An
You know?
observer,
knew
an
it.
observer is someone who's more.
Ah.
It's basically the same dichotomy between being passive and active. Like an observer is someone who's more passive, and a decider is someone who's more active in their.
So less, so the words are bad.
Especially-
Okay, the words are bad.
Yeah.
yeah. You
deciders
can't
are
understand it from the
nervous.
word.
That's how I think about it.
So
Yeah.
you're like everyone has to decide and everyone has to observe, like obviously. So
And
what
everyone
we
has
call by
trouble
an
with
observer
both
is
sides.
someone who can't observe, basically. Someone
It's like
who's
tough-
trapped in
Yeah,
one
like-
kind of observation, but not able
Doesn't
to
do the
balance
other.
their observations. And so so observers are very imbalanced in that way, right, Tiago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
One
And right.
One,
and so
one
us
thing
as-
that I
us
have
as
is
a-
like remembering shit. In my specific case, if you want to put it that way, it's just
Sure, yeah.
It's my type.
I don't know.
Remembering
I
stuff
don't know,
can be
guys. I
really
gotta say, I'm really tempted to join and become your new leader because I could probably take over.
We'll take you.
But
Yeah, the leader problem is a whole nother problem.
You know, it's like this.
The
There are
real
functions that
problem.
people- there
I'm
are
sorry.
functions that
I'm
people
sorry. I
balance
say
really
leader
well.
when I meant guru or
Yeah,
know,
guru, right? It's probably
Yeah.
closer. They want to be. Just do your bottom function, and you're good.
Yeah, easy,
Easy, bro.
easy, bro.
So let's put it this way, Chris. Every single, I would say 50% of the community wants to be the guru. Let's put it this way. Everyone wants the guru, everyone else. How's that?
I wouldn't want to be the guru, and that's the reason why I would end up becoming it. I
And
wouldn't.
that
want
was what was I gonna say?
Well, I don't want to be the guru either, and I'm definitely not becoming it. So
Oh, okay.
I'll be the guru. I'll become the guru. I'm just not old enough to understand.
I already have enough esoteric beliefs about enough things that are.
That's the exact word I use. Yeah, esoteric. Like that's the group. It's very esoteric.
I already have enough esoteric beliefs that are so far outside the mainstream belief structures in terms of religion and philosophy that I actually do fear, and I think, and they're cogent enough that I fear that if I talk about them too much, that like I would inspire some sort of like weird cult type thing. I actually have, it's actually like a weird subconscious fear of mine. Like I have like this like revulsion to this idea that like people would like hear some of the things I
Snyder
come up
fear?
with it
Shit.
and would actually.
Like who control the tribe? Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Fear.
It's the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
thing I want in the world. My one of my primary goals in life is to try to encourage independent thought and to try to encourage people to think, to learn to think and learn to discern for themselves. And so, it's kind of like the Life of Brian thing. Whenever all the people are all gathered outside his window, and they're all like, they're all like, tell us what to do, and
everyone
he's like,
should
go
double
figure it out
observe.
for yourselves. And they like, tell us more. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that the information is pretty good about it. Like I find it weird when people like really arguing about like this like systems overall of typology. They're like,
Are you gonna try to give him a sales pitch?
of course, like no,
All right.
no, not really. I'm just like, I see people like kind of like debating like, is it real? Is it not real? I'm like, I'll give it like 40% real. It doesn't mean you ignore all of it.
It's okay. Look, it's not real. It's just a way to divide the population.
Yeah, right. It's like
Right.
it's a system, but like
into cognitives, cognitively divide the population into twos. And the more twos you divide, the more slices of cake you have, and then you sort of can make patterns on those.
Nothing you've told me so far is particularly off base, or I think it strikes me as being particularly untrue. I
Yeah.
don't think it's really not that weird to me. It's not that strange or esoteric in a lot of ways. It seems rather common sense, and it's a little simplistic. But you could divide human society into two different kinds of groups in a million different ways. So
Exactly, 100%. I agree, 100%.
So I'm not really hearing like the. But
Yeah.
in that sense, because it's
So
so easy to understand, that does make it very good cult material because
very
people
appealing.
People like
Yeah.
simplistic
Right?
philosophy. People
See,
love
you
simplistic
see, you're
philosophy.
seeing everything now. You're starting to
Come.
see it all. The
Join
whole
us.
picture's coming into view.
And, like, look, guys, like right now, the six of us right here in this room, we could create the next big self-help movement and become billionaires. I mean, look at The Secret. Look what that spawned, right? You know,
Right,
I mean,
so, like-
how hard would it be? How hard would it be? To,
Everyone has that narrative in Hollywood that they're going to become a big actor.
Right.
But we could believe that.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying promote it as a self-help. It's a self-help philosophy.
Yeah, it is a self-help thing. Unfortunately, they've already done.
They already beat you to it.
Oh, you're already there. Okay, so
Yeah.
so then
Yeah,
all you
right.
gotta do is you gotta set up a couple of live events, a couple places. You're gonna have to pay for everything like through a shell company. So, and so it doesn't look like you, but it looks like somebody brought you on the stage, and then people come to you give out tickets, and then people come for free, and then suddenly they start giving you money, and then before you know it, you get the ball rolling, and now you've got a full blown. You don't even need a pyramid scheme, because a pyramid scheme has to involve people coming in to sell a thing for you. This just involves people showing up and giving you money for materials they don't need. It's like it's the perfect scam. It's a scam that requires nothing of you and everything of the people that follow you. It's good old homegrown capitalism at its purest form. Really.
I'm not trying to figure out scams for this. David, have you been trying to figure out scams for this thing?
For this thing, I think a few ideas have popped in. But
Yeah, you got some scams going.
I wouldn't say scams. It's like go process your emotions with the tribe. Go cry with the tribe. That's
So like solutions to pain in your life. That's not a scam.
Like you got to take the tribe.
When it's bad advice,
that's where it gets
it's
culty.
a scam.
That's where it gets culty. And
That's
when you get into the culty stuff, that's where you're going to get in trouble, because then people will start paying attention to you in a negative way. If you keep it in a broad self-help way, where you're just doing seminars and selling books and selling like books on tape and sets of tapes like that that like are going to help people, that you can get away with for years. You can be the Tony Robbins of whatever this is called, and you could just do that forever and never get in trouble.
So there's two main disputes in typology.
Start talking tribes and stuff like that.
You got it down to two disputes.
You get a little guru-y, a little culty, and then suddenly you're Nexium 2.0.
So there's two main disputes in typology. Two main disputes. One of them is now that you know that you can cut the cake and divide people. So how do you choose to cut the cake? Like what are the cuts you're actually going to make? So different typology schools try to make different cuts and say that their cuts are the truth, right?
And so like that's terms, right.
Right, yeah.
Is that
and then some schools are making the same cuts, but they're making different claims on what the pieces are, like what the pieces actually mean. And so like those are the two main debates. So in Jungian typology, we're all making certain cuts, but like we had a guy on earlier, Jay, where me and him just don't agree what the pieces are. Like he will say one thing is NE and I'll say one thing is NI, and we just want to agree.
Yeah, right.
The trick is for your adherent. Okay, I hate my brain. I literally hear this kind of shit. My brain, I have writer's brain, and I you can think I'm stupid if you want. I don't care.
No, that's cool. Your brain is what it is.
I don't think I ever thought that.
But literally, like I'm hearing all this, and like I can just completely see how you could like completely spin this into an actual. You could make actual money off this in such an easy degree that it's like tempting to me. Even I'm thinking like, oh man, like that's
the market is saturated though.
All you need is a catchier name in typology. Typology sounds too generic. The cake cutting thing though, that cake cutting thing, that's gold. That's pure gold.
So Chris, there's not a lot of people that are interested in typology, and everyone who's in, like 50% of people who are in typology already have all your ideas, but like they're trying to make a scam out of it. So it's a very saturated market, but you could be the one to do it. Who knows?
Just structure it like Scientology.
They're not
layers of knowledge.
Yeah, you need just a little bit of fantasy in there. See, that's the thing. You need a little bit of fantasy. You don't want to give.
Some people are trying to do it.
You don't want grounded cult type stuff, but you need a little bit of fantasy, a little bit of magical thinking in it to give it that little extra pinch of spice that it needs to really latch onto. I mean, let's be honest. To get the women.
I mean, he's got two.
What does that mean?
Because the men will latch onto the logical stuff. The men will latch on the logical stuff, but the women won't latch onto it without a little bit of magical thinking in it.
Two. Damn, Chris.
Yep. Get your horoscope, game down, and you got it.
I know. It's like my sisters struggle with that. They love the
I mean,
horoscopes.
seriously, you just
They love
sprinkle
those.
it, sprinkle in a little of the secret and some some image, some like you know, like those boards they make or whatever, you know, like make like their vision boards. Like sprinkle in a little of something like that into it. I'm not saying to sprinkle that into it, but sprinkle something like that into it, and you have a recipe for something that will appeal to both male and female, and it appeals to everybody who's looking for something to try to, like, you know, to figure out their life.
He's selling it already.
Yeah, he's
reinventing
reinventing the wheel. Look at him go.
He's giving it
Yeah.
better enough.
I am really good at this kind of shit, and it's the reason I don't.
Hey, could
I
you
know
write a
I'm
book?
good at it.
Could you write a book
And-
about the system for us? We need someone to write a book.
And I am a writer, so that's troubling. That's troubling that you say that.
You should
Write a
base it on
book.
magical crystals. Those are popular right now.
You know what I should do? I should write it into a movie or a stage play or something to start out with as a soft open for it, and then segue into a self-help book that comes out of that, and then that way that has like this. It has a mythos, because myth is the key to. God damn it! I'm too good at this shit. I really.
Yeah, you're like the myth thing. It's like we come up with these terms that like we don't really know what they mean, but since someone else above us is saying them, we kind of like follow it, or we kind of listen to them.
Myth and mythology is the key.
I have a question for you guys. Is this aggressive or
integrating
passive aggressive? How do we define this here?
Daddy Bin becoming a host, Eric. Real quick, what does that mean? I don't get that.
Is this aggressive or passive aggressive? What is this one?
Who's
Well,
Daddy
coming
Ben?
from Jay, I mean, most
Coming from
likely
Jay?
aggressive.
Just aggressive? Okay. All right,
I
Jay,
mean,
fuck you. Done.
Don't ban
All right,
him
keep
or
going, Chris.
anything.
Sorry.
I don't know who Daddy Ben and host.
He's
Eric
coming back
are.
on. He's coming back
Oh,
on.
he's calling me Daddy, whatever. Daddy Ben
Yes,
is what he's
it's
calling me.
Tiago.
Oh, it's aggression. Okay. All right. Yeah, fuck you.
Trying to clarify. Welcome back, Tiago. We're here to sell. We're trying to make ops more into a mythical
New
plane of
the
existence.
sweatshirts.
We're going. Yeah, we gotta get some merch designs going. We gotta get the merch to sell. We gotta start this shit up right now. We gotta get the publishing empire going. You know, we gotta get the people
I
up
think
on
we should
Amazon.
do it all in this.
You know what? I can just have Google. I have Google Gemini write us a
Almost
book
3
like,
a.m.
in an hour. You know, so
It's
and people, and it won't make any sense, but people will buy it anyway.
It doesn't have to make sense. It's like why are celebrities so popular? It's because they say stupid stuff all the time.
That's the problem. I'm sorry. I couldn't endorse something that was completely false and backwards. I couldn't do that.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
I
got
couldn't.
okay information.
Personally,
Information's okay.
Gotta have good info. I can't do that. Sorry. man.
I'm with you. My principles forbid me from actually participating in doing things like this. But there's another part of me that has no money. You see?
Oh.
That's where all this comes. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
another coin in our
That's
cult.
another coin. Yes.
That's a coin. What is that? What is that coin?
Business versus science. We see it in OP all the time.
Oh, the
My
market. Whatever the market asks for.
principles are very
Through
important.
science, we got to go.
My
to the
principles
market.
really are very important.
Yeah. OP, is OP a business or is it a science? Yeah, it's a coin.
business.
It's
a
a
coin.
business. It's a business.
Right.
but-
Yeah.
That's
It
the
is.
thing about the
Yeah.
coins. You got to like not like balance them. You got to know that if you do more of one, it's gonna rob from the other one.
It's gonna rob from the other one. That's right. Exactly.
Yeah, they
you
gotta
gotta
be
prioritize both. You can't just do one.
Everything in life is
That's how you
balance.
tank this shit.
Everything in life is balance, and you know what another word for balance?
that's
Look,
what
he's
you're
already
doing.
starting. He's already starting, Chris. Chris,
If
you're already
you-
starting
if
with
you
the
do
preaching.
the science side, if you do the science
Everything is
side,
ba- everything
and the
in life
business, you're
is
gonna
balance.
pull the business side to you. That's what's gonna happen.
Everything is balance, and that we have a word for balance that we don't often use, but the word for balance is principles, and a principle is a mode of balance.
That's how you use the word, maybe. But sure,
I
yeah.
was thinking like Zen or like bounce scale or like.
No, we can
yin
go
and
with
yang.
principles. Like he's trying to make new terms. Let him go. Yeah.
New terms. We needed new terms.
Yeah. That's one thing that we don't have in the category in the cult. We need more new terms.
The thing is, we have to come up with it has to. You have to.
We have to be able to speak so no one else outside of the cult can understand us.
The thing is, like, we have
Exactly.
it has to have a name, a title that drops any kind of ology to it. Because anything that has ology on the end of it, it's too antiquated at this point.
Oh,
It
okay.
has to have something more snappy and modern to get the like The Secret was really easy to because people are like, oh, what's the
Yeah,
secret?
but it had a low shelf life. It was a flash in the pan. It's like laughed
It
at.
lasted for like 20 years.
Yeah,
Oh,
man, it
come
was
on.
around in the late '90s, right?
Yeah, but it's gone.
but
like
yeah, it's
20
gone
years isn't
now.
long. That's not long. That's not long.
It's gone
No,
now.
if you do, yeah, you got to
But the
do something
people-
that'll last forever. You can't just do a 20-year thing.
people
You
that
gotta
made
you gotta
money
base
off
yourself
it-
in truth.
Who cares? The people that made money off it made billions.
All right. Well, if you're in it for just for the money, go for it. I mean, that's the business coin.
Business. You don't need science
Business.
here, is it right?
No science. Yeah.
I'm half joking about. I'm half joking. I don't know how. I'm not really serious, but I'm just talking. I'm just talking about, like, if you're really trying to turn it into something like that, you don't.
Well, why not? Yeah. Why not do both? Why sacrifice one for the other? You know what I mean?
Know what I mean?
Know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Balanced on 2 and 3. Just balance them.
Yeah.
Balance on 2 and 3. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I mean, I can't argue
Okay.
with that. Why
Balance
not
on
do
2
both?
and 3, they can never be balanced. Never. Not in
Like
100
the old
years.
meme, why not both, right?
Like I like your idea, Chris, of like you got like an hour and 26-minute film. That's what you got to make it into. You're gonna make it and put it on Netflix. I've seen this before. I think I had a dream about this.
What's the
It was on
You had a dream about this? Is Chris the guy that's going to do it?
I think he
Remember
might.
What Have you seen that? Have you
Dude,
seen what
Chris, he had a dream about you. You might be the guy to do it. He had a vision of somebody making objective personality into a. How long was the video, David?
It was an hour and 26 minutes long.
An hour and 26 minutes. That was his
on
dream.
Netflix. Yep.
On Netflix? Wow.
Yeah, it was on Netflix. It was
Okay,
like
but so you have to frame it as a cult, Chris. You have to frame it as a cult. Like that's how you get something on Netflix. It's got to have cult in the name.
No. Netflix is moved on from cults now. They're bored with it. People are bored with it now. Netflix is more about
Stalker cult. How's that?
Stalker shit.
We stalk people all over the internet.
But-
We're spies.
but-
Spy cult.
But the thing is that self-help is forever.
Oh.
Like there's never not a need for self-help shit.
Right.
And look at what Netflix is really gets known for now is documentaries.
What about self-help? Yeah, what about self-help cults? Would that fly on Netflix?
No, it was a documentary in the dream about how they discovered.
Oh.
Yeah, how they discovered everything.
It's a
Damn,
it
I'm
would be a
fucked.
documentary.
David doesn't need logic. He just needs to say it was in his dream. Damn.
Exactly. That's the fourth coin. That's like the third side of it. It's like business science in my dreams. There you go.
Oh my god.
I mean,
You
this
guys
is
are talking.
a
You guys
possibility.
are talking. You guys don't realize you're talking to a very poor person at the moment. Okay, I literally have.
Hungry.
I
A hungry
have
person.
$0 to my name at this very moment. I have.
Well, I hope that changes for you, man. I really hope that changes for you.
And my brain literally goes like, oh, could I make money on this?
You know your
what could I
priorities
do?
are up here.
Oh my god, and like it starts thinking about things like that, and it's not good. It's a bad impulse. It's bad, Chris. Don't.
No, it's not bad. It's necessary. I mean, if you're in a state of you have to worry about what's most important to you right now, and if like that's survival mode, 100%. So it's not bad. Like that's exactly how you need to be thinking in this state. What am I going to say?
The question is, could it actually help anybody?
Yeah, it has a little
Does it
bit,
matter?
somewhat. It's hurt some people.
Let's put it this way: it has the potential for help and the potential for risk, like any new technology.
Sure.
I think personally, I think if a technology is good, it's exactly like Benjamin said. It will have the potential for both every single time.
Yeah.
But that's how you know it's good technology.
It could lead people to do, if you give the wrong advice and you're a guru, you could lead people to do bad things.
You can.
Very bad things.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, it would be so easy to set up a fake TED Talk and give people free tickets and get them to come into attendance with like hors d'oeuvres and shit, right? And fill an auditorium of people that will come and listen to like whoever speak for like for an hour and a half, and do a PowerPoint presentation that is ultimately meaningless, and yet still absolutely.
What advice did I give? Did I give some bad advice? I
You
don't remember giving
you
advice.
You didn't give it advice. You gave like your opinion. So if people take
I gave
that as
how, yeah.
advice, if people are following Benjamin as a guru, then sure, he gave that advice.
Did I don't even know that if I gave advice. What advice did I give?
Come on, Guru. Why did
You just
you
said
give
your
bad
opinion. I
advice
don't think you
today?
gave advice.
I don't
Come on,
remember
Guru.
giving
I'm
advice.
following you, Guru. Why did you give bad advice?
I feel like,
Well,
I mean,
maybe
and if
are
you
those
really-
things closer
if you
together?
if you want the
If
cult
you're-
aspects, you can have them. You just got to keep them secret. You got to keep them secret. You got to keep them like that's only for the higher levels. You know that's what like ruined Scientology is. Whenever all that shit got out, right? Whenever like the fact that once you paid so much.
Well, I mean, the thing is, in this thing, you can get videos of people and get all of their secrets, and then like later use those secrets against them.
There you go.
Yeah.
And we have the channel to do that with, like
But,
you know,
but,
part of it.
but we don't do that in our group because we have non-disclosure agreements, and
That's right.
we would definitely never do that.
That's right. Never.
We are different.
Never do that. Never do that. It's a bad thing to do.
Very bad thing to do. Yeah, and it's yeah. There are rules in our group. There are rules.
I do agree that it's a bad thing to do. By the way, I mean I do agree that all the things I'm saying are not good things.
Yeah, of course.
I just think that it's
Well, yeah, we're all mostly all adults here. We could choose what we want to share, what we don't want to share. Yeah.
If you want a guru to help your gurus become better gurus, like I can be a good consultant. You know, I can be a good consultant.
Oh, you want to be a guru?
No, he's asking like how would he advise the gurus of the system? I'll say like how do you help someone deal?
So he's not the guy who's going to do the movie like in your dream, the documentary like in your dream.
No, he is.
I
He's
could
got
do that.
multiple aspects.
I could do
but,
that.
like,
I could do that part. I could do a lot of propaganda, but
Yeah.
do I would I be able to sleep at night?
Yeah, you'll be able to sleep at night.
Yeah, you
probably
will be.
so, because my family would be fed. So yeah.
Yeah. It's harder to sleep at night when you're starving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it's upsetting. It's upsetting to think that way, but it's true.
So I think
I was just eating some wheat thins about an hour ago. I recognize that box.
Give it up. Checking out your cereal, bro. What is that?
These are wheat thins. I mean, can you tell what this is? This is
That's definitely not cereal.
Yeah, why are you showing us your dirty dishes?
I was just curious if you were curious. I'm a curious guy.
I'm curious about the cereal.
You were curious if I wanted to see your dirty dish?
Yes.
Oh,
You
okay.
want us to clean it?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Show it, David. Let's do it.
All
Let's see.
right, all right.
Let's see your dirty dish. What are you gonna show us?
I'll show you my other dirty dish in a second.
All right, what's in your dirty dish, man? What is
All
it?
right, what's in here? What's in here? What's in the dish?
It looks like
Meat
red,
sauce.
so it's either tomato or paprika.
Tomato meat sauce.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah, but what do you see? Do you see? Yeah, I'll move it around.
It looks more like it looks more like I don't know. All right, okay,
Yeah,
we're good.
It was
We're good. Thank you, David.
Have you guys seen
All right,
Magnolia?
let me do an easier round. I have an easier bonus round. Here we go.
Have you guys seen Magnolia?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Bonus round.
Long time ago.
Boom.
Yeah.
What is that?
You know Tom
That is
Cruise?
another dirty dish.
It's enough.
Tom
But what
Cruise
is on
movie?
the dirty dish?
Looks like
It's
cheese
or cheese.
or turmeric, but probably cheese. Knowing him, he
Yeah,
probably
cheese.
doesn't know what
That's
turmeric
mac and-
is.
That's a mac and cheese dish.
Yeah,
No,
probably.
close. It's yellow. These are eggs. I didn't
Oh, it's
really cook
eggs?
them thoroughly enough.
Oh,
But yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to clean. Good luck.
Dishwasher, save me.
And my dishwasher broke, and my fridge. We have no dishwasher. We have no fridge.
Well, I mean, you guys are welcome to stay. I gotta head to bed. It's like 3 a.m. now.
You know what? I should go to.
Well,
But it's
I have
really
work
cool.
to
Like,
do.
what do you stream usually every day, man? What's your schedule look like? I mean, what do you?
It's every Thursday at this time, sort of thing. Well, not. I usually don't go this late, but yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be streaming like you know most days around. I haven't decided time yet, but
Yeah, I
probably
think I
around-
subbed. I think I subbed to your channel. So
yeah, around 3 or 4 or so like that. Mostly, I'm going to try to like limit less of my stuff to like pop culture type. Just like I want to talk about like kind of a biography. Oh, those are cool as shit, man. I love that. The one on the left.
If you want to
there,
see,
man,
yeah, if you want to see more of Chris, this is his channel. And yeah, go check him out. Go see what he talks about.
and also shout out to like my I guess I don't know what our stat. I until recently I co-hosted a show called Outliers in Exile. That is run by my friend Jeff, and I definitely would think he streams most days at 2 p.m. Central, and definitely check him out. He mostly talks about mental health and stuff like that.
Who's this?
My friend Jeff that does Outliers in Exile. I was co-hosting for a long time, but
Do you have a channel name for us, like that I can post?
Outliers in Exile.
Okay, Outliers in Exile. Sure. All right.
I'll see if I can't just pull it up from my history here, and the channel name is still Gen X Jeff, so that's like the name. But if you look up Outliers in Exile on Google on YouTube, it will come up. We have hundreds of episodes on there. We had a Buck Angel on like in March, so
cool.
We had an interesting episode there.
Well, thank you very much for coming on the show, Chris. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
On the Hangout, yeah. You're welcome back. You're welcome back the next time too.
Yeah, it's every.
Well, I better be. If I'm going to be your guru consultant, you know.
Well, yeah, we'll have to discuss our contract, but yes.
I'm so cheap. I'm free, so it's fine.
You're free? No, you can't. I can't be. You gotta make some money somehow.
Oh, I'll figure out a way later on. That'll happen in the back end, you know.
Oh, he's already got a plan. He's got a plan. Yeah.
I think
there's the Outliers in Exiles channel in the chat there. So,
okay, nice. Yeah.
Definitely check them out. But really, it's been nice being on here, guys. It's been nice talking to you guys. I'll definitely. What time do you usually start your stream on Thursday?
What time is it for you, David?
It's right now. It's 8 o'clock.
No, I mean like when we start usually.
It's 11 a.m. on Mountain time for me.
11 Mountain.
1 p.m. for me.
1 p.m.
1 a.m.
Eastern Coast.
Yeah.
1 East Coast, Chris.
So around like noon for me. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah,
noon.
I'll keep an eye out for that. I'll keep an eye out and come back and hang out with you guys. So yeah. And feel free to come hang out on my channel anytime.
Yeah, I'm sub. So if it's while I'm awake, I'll jump on, and if I'm awake and available.
I'm always open panel. I believe open panels are the future of entertainment. So.
Oh, did you put your channel in the chat somewhere?
Yeah, here we pulled it up. This one, and then I pulled up this one.
And then the other one, yeah.
There's two. There's two of them.
Yeah.
Well, the Outliers in Exile, that's the show that I'm still associated with it, but I don't know what my status is with it right now.
Yeah.
We had a falling out. So.
You worked on it. You put in a lot of work.
I for over a year I've been on that show, but things got kind of weird lately. So, just today was the first time I started trying to stream like on my own
cool
my own channel. So
well, good luck, man.
Anyway, you guys have a great night.
Sounds good. Yeah, Benjamin needs to get some sleep.
Dennis, don't listen to him. Never listen to him. He gives bad advice.
You just gave me advice. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's true. I just gave you advice not to listen to bad advice. I'm sorry. Listen to his advice. Damn, that was advice too.
You're a paradox. You need to get some sleep.
Paradox. Denizen, welcome. Didn't get a chance to talk to you much, but you're welcome. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
And Jared,
Thank you.
Loved seeing your guitars and your Beatles and Tiago.
Yeah, those are so
earlier
cool.
next time, so we can see more of you.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
I really like those drawings, dude. Those are cool shit.
Hey, thanks.
I like the artwork, dude. Awesome.
Yeah, nice.
Got more. That's an orange background.
What's up with that color? It's like reflect.
You need to make the cover for his movie of typology and OP.
Yep. We'll put this together behind the scenes.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching. Thanks.
Bye.
Peace.